And with that, everybody, we welcome you in to the beautiful Recreation and Wellness Center here on the campus of Gannon University. And for the first time ever, a live stream here on campus for our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. Good morning, everybody. It is a wonderful Friday morning. Rain be darned, we don't care, because throughout the day today, we are more than excited to bring you live coverage of our Gannon Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. This, of course, day is important for so many reasons. We know the historical significance, Gannon celebrating the centennial all throughout this and next year. And, of course, Day of Giving is such an important day, as we learned last night during our podcast, and throughout the weeks prior leading up to this, for so many of our student athletes and for individuals on the Gannon campus who do everything that they possibly can to make this university the best it can possibly be. That we know, that is something that has just been tried and true, and really something that has been stood the test of time for so long. But one of the things that we wanted to share today as we start our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving is just the importance of what this year means and the excitement around the next 12 hours and how wonderful they will be to help out so many individuals on our Gannon University campus. So we welcome you in case you aren't sure what you're watching right now. We are live from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. This is going to be a day filled with several live guests. We have all of our athletic programs coming. Student athletes are going to share their exciting stories about what's going on through the season. Coaches are going to answer a couple of trivia questions. We're going to see how correct they are based on our trivia questions that our great Bob Shreve has written for us. So we're going to do a little bit of back and forth with that as well. We'll have members of the administration on the show this morning and afternoon talking about the excitement and significance on Day of Giving. And, of course, moments that you've all been waiting for. If and when our athletic programs reach their $5,000 goal per team, their head coach is going to get pied in the face. And the exciting thing about that is we already have a team that has surpassed that goal. We're going to share that with you in just a couple of minutes. Want to make you aware that throughout our show today in the top right corner, I should point that way. The camera's reversed. My apologies. In the top right corner of your screen is a QR code. It gives you all the information that you need to know on how you can give and help support Gannon Athletics and Gannon University as a whole. That QR code will take you to, again, everything you need to know, from how you can give to other ways that you can help get other people involved. There's so much information that our team at Gannon has done a great job with providing you, so make sure to take advantage of that resource. We also have that ticker scrolling across the bottom of your screen as to what live guests are appearing and when, so that way you can take a look at your favorite teams and student athletes and be excited for when they're going to come on the air this morning through this afternoon. And yes, like I said, we are live from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We're going to take very limited breaks and be with you all day. So as long as I've got some water with me and we've got our team here, there's no team better to help us through the next 12 hours as you get excited and we get excited for our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. And again, make sure to use this graphic and scan the QR code to take people to our live stream and get people excited for what is to come throughout the entire day today. We're going to be excited throughout the entire morning and the entire afternoon as we go along here. So we're going to start this show with a couple of updates, because one of the things that we want to make sure everyone's aware of throughout the day is how our athletic teams and our programs have been doing, and the excitement around raising money and making sure funds are all set to go throughout this entire day of giving. So we've created a big board all out of the NFL draft last night. You all watched that last night, I'm sure. So we've got our own big board on this Friday morning, and we're going to turn it over to our big board team, whether they look like election experts, whether they're draft experts, whatever you want to call them. Our team does an incredible job of letting people know what's going on with our Day of Giving board. So over to the big board. I'm going to switch the cameras here. We're going to go to Carrie McKay and Taylor Brown. Good morning, Carrie. I see you have your coffee with you.
Yes, I do. Good morning. Big board team here, checking in first thing. Great to see everyone.
How are things? Everybody awake? Everyone all good? Everyone all set?
Yes, I am doing great. I'm super excited. I wasn't feeling awake, but then I logged on and was able to see how well some of our teams are doing, and that excitement just woke me right up. So behind us, you can kind of see our, as Isaac said, big board that shows you the current standings of all of our teams. We were given a goal, an overarching goal for Gannon Athletics to raise $100,000 this Celebrate Gannon Centennial Day of Giving. And each team is tasked with raising $5,000 each. So as you can see, our board's going to be updated regularly throughout the day today, so you can kind of see the standings from each team. And if you look closely, we already have a team that has exceeded their $5,000.
Yeah, we've got a team, Carrie. Which team is that?
That is men's wrestling.
Wow.
No surprise there. They always do an amazing job, and have always, for the past 3 years, been our winner of our top dog competition that we do for Day of Giving. So they are off to a super strong start, as you can see, and I'm sure that they'll just keep going. So I reached out to Tom, hoping to get him on soon so we can celebrate his achievements.
So Tom gets to be first up on this. We can't wait. Our pie in the face. These coaches are going to absolutely love this. So we can put this graphic up. Congratulations to men's wrestling, who has reached and surpassed their goal of $5,000. Again, every single athletic program looking to earn $5,000. And we have a couple of teams that are close as well. Looking back at that big board, football is nearing their goal. Women's basketball is well on their way there. Volleyball there too. Men's basketball is over halfway, and baseball over $3,000 as well. Other teams as well advancing. So Taylor and Carrie are going to be with us all day. They're going to be updating the board. They're going to be letting us know what exactly is going on, because if I had four hands, I would try to do it myself, but that's why we got a great team here to make sure that everything is all set and all ready to go as we roll along here throughout this day. So again, thanks for being with us on this Gannon Day of Giving. So excited that you're here. Make sure to like, subscribe, share this live stream with everybody. And again, we'll be giving you updates as to where we sit right now, and of course, all the live interviews to come and the excitement that is along with us. We could not think of anybody better to start off our live stream than none other than our athletics director, Lisa Goddard-McGurk, who's joining us on this Friday morning. You don't have your coffee, Lisa, so I'm guessing you're all set and ready to go.
I am ready. I quickly drank that in my drive to campus, so I'm ready to go. Happy Friday, everyone.
Happy Friday. Well, it's hard to believe we're already 12 hours into our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving, right? We finished last night by ending the podcast and getting excited about all that and getting people ready to go. And we saw the number at 8 o'clock and what that number already was for athletics in the university. You've
Yes.
been part of a lot of these yourself. How exciting is a day like today for those who maybe are experiencing, like myself, for the first time?
Sure. And you're doing a tremendous job. You've been
T-
on the air nonstop
Tell
already.
me that at 6 o'clock when I'm sleepwalking.
No, this the Day of Giving is really transformational for our programs,
Mhm.
for the athletic department, the generous support of so many families and alumni and friends and fans is truly allowing us to provide a transformational experience for our student athletes. As you know, we're number 12 in the country in the Learfield Cup standings for an athletic department and our athletic success thus far. And, the support of others has really, allowed us to flourish. So we really appreciate it.
Take me through back to when you first took this job and the time that you've spent here. I know, I was asking a lot of the fellow student athlete alumni from last night, and I could have gone on for like 3 hours about some of the memories. I think Mel could probably be on with us for 12 hours and he would be able to share all the stories. But, I ask everyone about expectations and what the expectations were when they arrived to campus as a student athlete or a coach and kind of where those expectations have been exceeded right now. Take me back to day one of the job. What did you expect then and how have you grown and you think those expectations maybe be exceeded now to where you are today?
Absolutely. So I'm in my 11th year here at Gannon. So you're taking me back in the way back machine here. I remember arriving again and just really recognizing this place was truly special. And I think you heard that throughout the conversations last night with our alumni. And what makes Gannon so special is the people. Everybody cares about the student experience. That's first and foremost. And I think I heard Julie Kleber talk about that
She did.
as well. And, I think it was obvious and there was so much potential here as well. So to be able to build on the solid foundation that existed and, with a great group of coaches, coming together and really uniting. I know we do the United podcast,
Right.
but really it was about uniting us in common goals, what we valued, what kind of experience we wanted to create for our student athletes. And we've really just focused on those building blocks, the goals we had. But I think, what's really allowed us to be successful is everyone's attention and focus to the various building blocks around academic achievement, athletic achievement, giving back to the community, all those different pieces. And by focusing on the building blocks, the results kind of take care of themselves. So it's been truly amazing. And I've been blessed to work with so many amazing people. But for them to really, for us collaboratively to come together and collectively develop how we want to move forward, that's been so much fun. And you can see it in everything that we're doing now, and when you do that with good people and amazing student athletes, I'm happy to be here, So
No place you'd rather be. And I'm totally with you on that. And I think whether you've been here over a decade or over 3 decades or your whole life or you're just starting out, I think you notice that right away. You notice the excitement over what a collaborative effort can do. And I think that's what makes this Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving that much more special, is because we have now seen essentially a jetpack be strapped to the success of Gannon athletics. We've seen the multiple Dixon trophies. We've seen now, of course, nearing the top 10 of the Learfield Directors Cup standings, and we continue to watch the growth of all of our programs, not just one or two, but it's nearly every single program that's had so much success. And I think, at least in my view, and I'm sure you can speak to this too, there is a really clear correlation between days like today and community support in the success of our athletic programs.
Absolutely. I say this all the time, that together we can achieve so much more, and that we're stronger together. And that, extends, just not only to our student athletes, our coaches, our athletic administration, the university administration, it's our alumni, it's our fans, it's the families of our student athletes, past and present. It's that connection and understanding that we're committed to excellence. And when we come together to really support that vision and commitment to excellence, it's amazing what can happen. And I think, everything that, we have achieved and continue to achieve and strive to achieve is really a testament to everyone's collective efforts.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about this day and the excitement and the preparation leading up for it. I think everyone around campus knows that Day of Giving every year is such an important and a special event, but when you include the Centennial Celebrate around it, when you factor in things like the live stream, things people have been doing around campus, there's just a different kind of energy this year. And I'm sure you see that too from your chair as an athletic director.
Yes, absolutely. There has been so much time, attention to detail, connections, reaching
Yeah.
out. It has been, I keep saying amazing, but it really has been. And, that's a testament to our university advancement team. It's a testament to, Carrie McKay.
Mhm.
I can't remember what the big board team over there, and our coaches and
Yeah.
our student athletes getting involved and wanting to promote and, celebrate Gannon in its centennial, and I think, like, once again, when everybody comes together to celebrate and has that collective goal of achieving excellence and affording a transformational experience for our students, um, it's amazing what can be achieved. And I think, looking at the big board there, we're doing pretty good. I don't know. Athletics greatest needs, though. I'll make a plug for that,
Mhm.
because I think sometimes, that's a piece that's, whether it's the media relations team and the equipment that is needed to produce high quality broadcast, the healthcare for our student athletes, for our nearly 700 student athletes. It's everything like the end of the year celebration that we're getting ready to
Right.
launch, down at the Bayfront Convention Center to celebrate the achievements of all of our student athletes, once again, coming together in community. It's our life skills program. It's all those different pieces that are there to help support what the coaches are achieving and what they're providing and what our student athletes. So it's our collective efforts. And I think sometimes, we look at ourselves almost like the team behind the teams.
Yeah.
We're there to support, but athletics greatest needs are definitely a vital component, because that impact is across all of our sports. So I'll just make a little plug for that.
Oh,
Sure.
I'm all for it. It's been exciting to get a chance to showcase our athletic programs even more this year. And the great thing about it is we're not done this year. And I
Yeah.
think, it really is amazing, because one of the things that we talk about is when our teams are successful, things get busier, but that's really a good thing. And I think one of the things that we've really gotten to experience this year, maybe even more so than previous years, although we really have strong community support, is that you reopen the Highmark, of course, with the new renovations. There's going to be new turf coming here in the field house in just a few short weeks. And so you're starting to see there's always been progress, but now it's really visible in terms of what we're seeing in terms of facility upgrades and things of that nature. And, it is amazing when you look at the behind the scenes work of what it takes to be able to put in something like this. There really are a lot of people who have their hands on the success of these athletic programs.
Absolutely. I mean, we have a window into our varsity weight room right now. So, seeing our student athletes take advantage of all the equipment that's in the varsity weight room and
Mhm.
being able to use some of our funds to be able to upgrade the varsity weight room, just this past summer as well, to kind of continue to build and have that commitment to excellence. But it's our facilities, it's even like branding, as
Yeah.
well. We just launched, thanks to the marketing team, and, a new typeface,
Yeah.
specific to Gannon Athletics, and a new logo as well. And, to be able to put that on a few things as well and continue to elevate, our presence is important too. So, yeah, there's just a lot of exciting things that are happening here. And once again, it's a collective effort
Yeah.
of everyone, including, Dr. Iwanenko and Dr. Ewing. They are huge supporters. And, they've supported us, whether it's coming to games or help
Yeah.
facilitating and being a part of some of those facility upgrades and understanding the value of that student experience. And the Highmark, I'm really excited. They're getting ready to have a concert in there.
I know, tomorrow night.
So, yeah. So, I mean, it's truly a multi-use facility, and I'm excited that everyone is getting to enjoy it for sure.
And the wonderful thing about it is you still have people that haven't been in there, so it's going to be so new. I was talking to Julie Kleber last night, and she's like, I still got to get there. I still got to get there. I said, well, that means that A, I have to see you back for the alumni basketball game next year, and B, I'm pegging you as the leading point total scorer for that game. But
I heard that.
I was going to say she's on my radar for number one, no question about it. And as we continue along here, Lisa, we've got a couple of really big events coming up this weekend. Spring sports playoffs getting into full swing. It's hard to pick a couple of memories, but what are some of the things that you'll remember most about this year from all the things that have happened? I know it's hard to rack the brain, but I didn't want to go in your entire career because I figured that would make it even more difficult. But what are some of the big memories from this past year that you think you'll look back and remember on from 2024, 2025?
Wow. That is a tough question because there truly are so many. And I think, just collectively to see, to be able to be there and support our student athletes and, see their success, and just to be able to experience, watching their emotions, when, the thrill of victory, and then also just being their support when, maybe it's a tough loss. But, it's all part of that experience and growth. And I think just to be a part of it and supporting our students, I think we can all look back at our time, in college and remember them as, fond memories and the friendships and the relationships you build and, moving forward and being successful when you face adversity, all those different pieces. So to be able to be there and support our student athletes, whether it is facilitating a phenomenal championship experience, supporting them through our life skills, those types of things. It's just been, I think the most memorable every single year is being able to interact with our student athletes and our coaches. I mean, it's about relationships here. And so to be able to, be a part of that is, I'm very blessed for sure.
I appreciate you being the first one on here. I know it's not easy to come on at 8 o'clock. And I know this is going to be a long day, but this is a lot of fun and this is exciting. And we've already seen so many people have an opportunity to give and be a part of Gannon athletics. And I just kind of go back to what we were talking about last night, the people we had on the show. I think I've always believed this, whether it's Gannon or Erie as a whole. Erie is such a unique market because a lot of people who grew up here, they choose to stay here, they grow roots here. And so there's a really big investment in local athletics and specifically Gannon athletics. And I think one of the things that's really, really neat is that you see that longevity and that history, it's never going to end. And I think, where some other big markets, you maybe see that where it's, someone's there for a year and that's it. I think you get to see that tradition of history here. And that's something that's really, really neat. I think this makes this day even that much more important and exciting.
Absolutely. I mean, Gannon is definitely part of the fabric of the Erie community, and our Erie community supports us, whether it is coming to games or supporting us in this day of giving. And, we recognize that. And, we have a big day of community service coming up on Saturday as well. And I think, we understand that responsibility that we want to be able to give back in any way possible back to the, community that supports us so much. So I think that tradition of history and excellence, I mean, that's what unites us truly.
I'm all for it. I'm all excited. We are a half hour into this and already going strong. We see a lot of people joining us here on this Friday morning. Lisa, thanks for taking a few minutes with us. I know it's a busy day for everyone here, but I'm excited. I'm ready. And hopefully we have a great live stream today and can't wait to hear from all the teams. But let's have a wonderful next 12 hours, shall we?
Well, I'll make sure to bring you some coffee because you have been going nonstop.
No, okay. So hang on. I want to ask. So okay. I'm not a coffee drinker.
Okay.
But I have talked to some of our other administrators and people that are on our staff, and there have been some that didn't drink coffee around my age, but then they say they started a few years after or whatnot. When did you start drinking coffee?
Oof. Probably not till college.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it something where it's like, I don't want to say it's an addiction, but is it like one of those things where once you try it, you just like you can't get off of it, sort of a thing?
No, I don't think that's the case because,
Okay.
sometimes it'll be coffee. Sometimes, it might be Diet Mountain Dew, but no, sometimes, I can only have one cup of coffee.
Okay.
Then it's too much. I think it's too much for everyone.
Yeah.
If I have more than a
Is
cup
there
of
a
coffee.
specific coffee order that you have when you order one? Because I know everyone's got their different kinds of coffee orders.
I like iced coffee.
Okay.
And I do not like sugar or milk in it. No,
Nice.
just straight up.
So it's traditional.
Yeah.
I appreciate the
iced.
people. I remember in my house we used to have like an actual coffee maker, not one of the Keurigs. And I'm going to sound like an old person, but we had one of those actual coffee makers with the coffee filters, and my parents just say it tasted better, and maybe it does. So no, I'll take your offer up on it. I'm sure if there is a day that maybe I start drinking coffee, it's today. So we're excited. But Lisa, thanks again for taking a few minutes with us, and we'll see you later in the day for Power Hour. She's going to be back with us from 7 to 8 o'clock, our final hour, which is a power hour. We'll tell you more about that throughout the stream. So let's have a great 12 hours. Thanks again, Lisa.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, we're continuing along in our day of giving live stream. And in just a few minutes, we're going to head back over to our big board with some updates and what you can expect for the remainder of this day as we continue along in our day of giving live stream. Here is a look at the current moment in time as to where we are at in the overall picture for Gannon Athletics. So far, Gannon Athletics has raised over $36,605 from 291 donors, and we still have 12 hours left to go. These teams, man, they're doing such a great job at making sure that they are getting where they need to go. And again, men's wrestling, I'm hoping when I get to Carrie and Taylor in a second, I'm hoping that I hear Tom Boyd is getting close to on his way because he's going to be a great coach to do a pie in the face to begin with here. So, all right, I'm going to shut my mouth. We're going to go back over to the big board. Let me change the camera here and hear from Carrie and Taylor, who are crunching the numbers on what looks to be an election-like atmosphere over there, guys. All right, where are we at right now? Big board. How are things going with our Gannon Athletics Day of Giving for athletic programs?
Well, since we started, we got $200 more donated to men's wrestling. So if I have any men's wrestling alumni fans watching, get on Tom Boyd, tell him to get down to the field house so that we can pie him in the face, because I know that's what we all want to see. Also, I would like to shout out that football is a little under like $650 away from reaching their goal, and head coach Eric Rayburn will be on in a couple, probably like 30 minutes at 9:15 ish.
Yep, just about.
So I am giving you guys a call to action. If you're watching and you can make a gift of any size counts. It goes towards an amazing cause. Donate to men's football, and we can then hopefully have Coach Eric Rayburn pie in the face down on the turf.
We need to make an executive decision on this because this is not something that we considered in our prep for this. If a team gets to 10,000, does that mean a second pie in the face?
Oh yeah, I think we can do that. I think we can do that, even if I have to go out and get some more supplies.
I was going to say, Carrie's going to have to run to the store probably 5 or 6 times today if we keep at this number. So $75.94 for wrestling. Football is getting there again. Baseball and women's basketball and volleyball are over 3,000. Men's basketball is getting there as well. And again, want to remind you as well, as you continue to crunch the numbers, in the top right corner of our broadcast this morning through afternoon is a QR code. It takes you to the website as to what you can do to help get involved, how to donate, how to give, and how to be a part of our athletics experience. Everyone doing okay over there? Things still going all right?
Yeah, we're doing great. We are at a total of $36,605 raised, which is amazing. So we're a little bit over 36% of the way towards our overall goal, which is fantastic. And also, I just wanted to mention that some of these bars are going to shoot up really quickly because we have a lot of matching gift challenges, which means for every dollar that is donated, there is a donor that has pledged to match that to double your impact. So even if you're just giving $5, that could mean $10 for certain programs like women's basketball. I think we have one for men's basketball. Mm-hmm. We have one for volleyball, for women's soccer, lacrosse. And then also that impact goes across the university as well. There are multiple bigger challenges that are pledged by anonymous donors or other affiliates that have pledged to double your impact as well, which is just phenomenal. So when you're giving, it's not just what you're giving, it's double that or triple that or so on and so forth. So every cent counts.
Okay, Carrie, I know I didn't plan to interview you today, but I'm going to because you're a former coach yourself.
Yeah.
And of course, I talked to your friend, a good friend last night, Shelby Malone. From a coaching perspective, how important is this day for somebody who has been through the coaching ranks before?
Well, it's incredibly crucial, I think, because as a coach, you have so much on your plate and there's a lot going on at any time. And like during this time of year, you're dealing with end of year meetings, making sure that everybody's getting what they need to be supported to finish out their academic year on a strong note, or you're still in season or in postseason and pushing to reach those accomplishments. So this type of fundraiser is so crucial to us because it helps get that support that we really need and to help us thrive without having to go out there and be on the on the ground doing that work. So this is just huge for coaches and for the student athletes. And it's just a fun way to kind of see the team behind the team, all the people out there that support you, that sometimes you from in the day to day, it's easy to kind of feel like you don't have that. So this is a really cool way to like check in throughout the day and be like, wow, that like my team is really supporting my athletes and our vision and what we're trying to do here.
Okay, while we're on the topic, because it's so important, go-to coffee order. Carrie, start with you. By the way, if you're watching our live stream, you have the ability to let us know in the comments who you're supporting, what excites you about Day of Giving. If you want to let us know your favorite coffee order, let us know. We're going to put the comment up on the screen. So again, be interactive with us. Be excited about being a part of this podcast too, because you're a part of this podcast as much as we are. Okay. Favorite go-to coffee order, Carrie, go for it.
That's a very tough question because it depends on the day. Like today it was
like weekdays / weekends.
Yeah, normally I really do like, I'm like Lisa, I like a black iced coffee, like super cold. However, today I got a cinnamon dolce latte with oat milk. And it's delicious.
That's
with 3 shots of espresso.
Okay.
Sometimes there's 4.
Can I be honest with you? I don't know what espresso is.
It's more concentrated. Okay. Like, it's really strong.
Does it taste? Does that drink taste like a cinnamon roll?
This one?
Yeah. Okay. I just heard cinnamon and I assume like, okay, it's going to taste like a cinnamon roll.
Dolce. Oh, it's so good.
Okay. Taylor, do you have a go-to coffee order? I don't typically see you bring coffee into the office.
No, so it is very uncommon for me to drink coffee, but usually my go-to is an iced chai latte.
Okay.
Gets me going. Never been a really big coffee drinker, so once in a while I'll have a sip of like a mocha, something mocha, iced mocha, but really I'm not a coffee fan.
Okay. I'm trying to remember if Bob's a big coffee drinker because he's the one in the office that drinks coffee really out of the 3 of us. But that's okay. That's okay. Everyone has their own drink and things that they like. And we hope you're enjoying your coffee with us here on this Friday for Day of Giving. Hey, we're going to be asking teams throughout the day today some trivia questions associated with their teams. But we thought it would be important and exciting to involve you as well and talk about some trivia and maybe give you an opportunity to answer some as well. So here's our first trivia question of the day. And it's going to center around football, the team, of course, that is going to be coming on first at about 9:15. Remember, across the bottom of your screen is going to be when all of the teams, the times that all of the teams are coming on the stream. It'll be incrementally every 15 to 30 minutes. So here's our first trivia question for football. Let us know in the comments if you know the answer, because a lot of people that are watching this stream, again, probably have a lot of great ties to Gannon football history and Gannon athletics history. So here you go. Here's question number 1. Who was Gannon's first head football coach, and what was he better known for? Again, who was Gannon's first football coach, and what was he better known for? This is an individual who has a lot of ties to Erie. He had a prominent position in Erie as a whole. So we're going to go ahead and give you some time to think about that and see if someone can get the correct answer on this. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna give the whiteboard over here to Taylor and Carrie, who are getting set to let me know something. But again, there's your trivia question for football. Who was Gannon's first football coach, and what was he better known for? Let us know in the comments. Give us a shout out. Let us know exactly who you think the answer is. So we're excited. Carrie's going with Coach Herman. That is incorrect, Carrie. I am so sorry. I'm not going to give Taylor the board because she also has the answers written down as well. They come from, of course, Bob Shreve in her office, who knows so much about Gannon history. So there's your first trivia question. Who is Gannon's first football coach, and what is he better known for, as we continue along in our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving live stream? Again, welcome in, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. We continue along here all the way until 8 p.m. Limited commercial breaks. We're going straight through for what would be an exciting day of giving. Coming up next in our live guest, Jordan Saley and the team are going to be coming to discuss Day of Giving efforts for Gannon University. Carrie's telling me so Coach Herman lied to me. Well, you got to have multiple. One of the things in journalism, you got to have multiple sources. Make sure you get it confirmed by 2 or 3 other people, and then we'll get it. All right, so we'll give you some time to fester on that. All right. As we continue along here, we're of course hearing from all of our athletic programs and student athletes who can use your support in their pursuit of an exciting student-athlete experience. Let's hear from members of the football team as they get ready to come on in just a few minutes as to how your support can be helpful for them.
How's it going, Gannon football family? This is Elijah Banks. I play quarterback at Gannon University. It is our annual Day of Giving. Please consider a gift to the Gannon football family. Now through April 25th, the link is now live. Night Nation runs strong. So now it's our opportunity to show our strength. Go Knights.
How's it going, Gannon football family? This is Bryce Webb, a linebacker here at Gannon University. It is our annual Day of Giving. Please consider a gift to Gannon football now through April 25th. The link is now live. Night Nation runs strong, and this is an opportunity for us to show our strength. Go Knights.
It means a lot to me, the way they've been treating us, the way we get treatment for our games, after our practices, getting us different types of food on the road. Means the world.
I feel truly blessed to be here. It's a blessing to be a part of a program that really cares about the players. The fans care. We got good teammates, got good people around us, around the organization. I love my coaching staff. I'm real close to my coaching staff. It's everything I want here. This is a great experience. I can't express how blessed I am.
All right, again, there's that trivia question for you. Day of Giving for football. The first question that we have out for you. Let us know in the comments who was Gannon's first football coach and what was he better known for. Let us know in the comments as we go along here on this Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. All right, we have some live guests to introduce, and we're going to introduce them in like sports introduction style. Coming through the doors right now to the Gannon Recreation and Wellness Center is Jordan Saley and her team from Gannon University for a Day of Giving. Here we go. The countdown begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here they come through the door. Jordan Saley and team getting ready for our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. They are one of our first live guests this morning, and we welcome them in. We even got some spark machines for them on this Friday. None of these guests know that we're doing the spark machines here, but that's kind of part of the thing. We're making it exciting for everyone. I apologize in advance. We didn't let you know there were going to be spark machines. Go ahead and have a seat. Go ahead and have a seat here. It's great to have you. Go ahead. You can pick up the mic there, Jordan. You can go ahead and put the headset on. And let's talk some Day of Giving, shall we? First and foremost, if you two wouldn't mind just introducing yourself to the world and letting you know kind of where you're at in terms of your Day of Giving responsibilities on campus. Jordan, we'll start with you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Jordan Saley, Associate Director of Annual Giving in the University Advancement Office. My responsibility is our social media, email communications, the power hours, all the things for Day of Giving.
Social media is going to be a lot of fun this morning.
Yes, it is. Hi, everybody. I'm Allie Eagle. I'm one of our mission advancement officers. So my role today is to talk with donors, make some calls, and get some people to offer some contributions to Day of Giving, in addition to supporting everything that Jordan's doing.
All right, so where are we at? We've been talking, of course, where we're at when it comes to the athletics side, and right now we're doing really well athletically-wise, but university-wise, how are things going so far in the opening morning hours of this Day of Giving?
Yeah, so I woke up and just the excitement and the enthusiasm and seeing that we were over 700 when I woke up this morning. And then just within the hour I've been here, we are up over 750 donations. Yeah.
Wow. That's great. And again, keep in mind, we started this at 8 o'clock last night. When the site went live, we actually gave a live update on the United podcast. I couldn't believe my eyes. We had so much support even, just before the site went live. I'll tell you what, we know this, and I think that the two of you have been able to experience this too, just the power of the community support and how wonderful Gannon has been just being able to give on the Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving.
Yeah, it honestly was incredible. We sent out communications to some of our donors before the campaign kicked off, giving them the opportunity to get a head start, and the response we saw was just amazing, truly amazing.
Allie, take me through the preparations for this day. And we, of course, know every year Day of Giving is important, but we've been talking about this year, the Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. There's an added layer to it. There's an added layer of excitement. And I'm sure that's what you felt, too, in the lead up to this.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, there's an electric buzz going on campus. Everybody down here in athletics has been so supportive, and Jordan's been working tirelessly, hours on end to get everything prepared and in order to launch and initiate this day. And the response has been incredible. So we are so grateful for everybody who's already donated. And we're also really looking forward to hitting that 1,000 for our Centennial Day of Giving.
I was going to say, if we hit, so we have this thing with the live stream today where if a athletic team reaches their $5,000 goal, they get pie in the face. I didn't in my email to Dr. Iwanenko ask if he would be willing to do that, but I'm going to leave that to you, Jordan, to see if he would be willing to do that if we reach 1,000 donors. And actually, we were joking over here because a couple of teams are getting close to $10,000. If we get to like 2,000 donors, I think we should just pie in the face twice. That's just my personal opinion. I feel like this is like a continuous offer that's happening here. We'll see if that ends up happening throughout the day. But again, thanks to everyone so far that has donated and that has gave. And Jordan, you and I have been talking throughout the last couple of weeks about this community and more specifically the number of people it takes to be able to put something like this together. We of course know how important it is for Gannon athletics, but the collaboration between the university athletics is also so important. And as a whole, we've seen so many things that the university has done to advance its mission in a time where, let's be quite honest, it's difficult for universities to have success now with the current climate. Take us through just the importance and significance of this day from a university perspective.
Yeah, so every single donation directly impacts our students, the next generation. And this year we are seeing support from our career office. The Nash Library has shared communications. Our students are sharing communications through SGA, APB accounts. So really this year specifically feels like everyone is all in, and that momentum is just continuing to build throughout this day. And it's honestly incredible to see, because in the past we've had, everyone is still all in, but I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah. Allie, what does all in look like from a university perspective, and kind of what you've been able to see from your lens and whatnot?
I really appreciate that question, because I've been tasked with getting 100 faculty and staff donations to unlock a $10,000 donation from Dr. Mary and Dr. Walter Iwanenko. Right. So I appreciate the question. So any faculty and staff that are interested in contributing, we really, really, really would appreciate it. We're 4 away from unlocking Val Basics $5,000. So we're super grateful for the contributions from both Val and Dr. Mary and Dr. Walter Iwanenko. And we'll be hitting those goals today for sure.
Oh, that's
100%.
That's wonderful to hear. And look, the faculty staff is so important. The outside community is so important. But I also think too, one of the things that we have been talking about, and I think is important to really hit home, is any amount of any kind is important. One of the things, we had Mel Witherspoon on the show last night, and he said, look, it doesn't matter whether you have $5 to give, $10 to give. It doesn't make a difference, because every single amount leads up to something that can be helpful, whether it's something really simple on campus or to a bigger project. And I think that, I'm sure you both can attest to that's just such an important thing for people to understand on this Friday afternoon.
Yes, absolutely. So I will share experience that I've had. I've seen donors start at $1 and work their way up to thousands of dollars. So every amount does make a difference, and where you can start is just as important. So we really appreciate every single donation and every donor and everyone sharing, liking, spreading the word.
I'm glad you brought up spreading the word, because I don't know if you can see Allie's shirt. She actually has, you have 1, 2, and then on your name tag 3, 4 QR codes. That might be a record. You might want to get the Guinness Book of World Records on here for most QR codes in a T-shirt. I love it. But when we have the QR code in the top corner of our screen, Jordan has one on her tag as well. And so to your point, giving is important, but also the encouragement part is so important as well. And I mean, you and I could talk, all three of us could talk forever about social media and how important that is and whatnot. But this year it really, really is. If you could just take us through, both of you, if you're able to, just how important the social media aspect of this is, and spreading the word, especially through the next 11 and a half hours or so.
Yeah, so social media is a very powerful tool. So
Yes.
from videos, pictures, testimonials. So the more we share, the more we push out to the algorithm. So someone who might not receive our email communications, may not have updated data with us, can see that because of social media. We may not have reached them otherwise.
Yeah.
So social media has been an incredible, incredible tool. And we have posts going almost every hour today with different updates and testimonials. And I almost ran out of room.
In a way, I feel guilty being the guy running social media, because people are going to get overloaded and bombarded with posts. But that's a good thing, Allie, and it's exciting to see the university getting a chance to interact with the community, and the community also interacting with the university too.
Absolutely. And honestly, like, sharing your story of why you're choosing to give really helps inspire others and make that transformational experience to get that 1,000 donors. So even sharing a little bit more about why, what drove you to donate would be great.
I'll start with you, Allie, on this, because everyone, whether they've been here a month, 2 months, a year, have a story of, like you sit around the fire and you're like, oh yeah, this is a cool story about Gannon and kind of how I love this place and things of that nature. Is there a story that sticks out to both of you, Allie? I'll start with you on just what has made Gannon special, and maybe that memory that you have that you tell people about, when you're out of the work environment.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm a 2-time Gannon alum in 15 and 23, and I'm grateful for the opportunities that Gannon has provided me academically, but truly what I was giving towards was the career closet. It's a great opportunity that our academic and career development team offers free clothing to our students to help them get career ready for interviews, career fairs, you name it. In addition to, I also contributed to the Caroline De Placido Fund. She was a beautiful soul on this campus, made a huge impact, and it was a true honor to be able to contribute to her endowment.
And again, like we said, a lot of people who graduate here have the opportunity to stay here and give back. There's such a big community impact. How about for you, Jordan? The story or stories that you remember from Gannon that come to the top of your mind?
Yeah, so a personal story, and she'd be okay with me sharing this. I won't say her name, but I had a phonathon student who in her first year was struggling a little bit, and she wanted to give up on college. She wanted to leave. She just could not do this anymore. And I pulled her aside and I said, hey, let's talk. Like, here's some resources. We'll walk into counseling together if you want to. But I really think you're going to thrive here. And the next year, she was thriving. She got involved in campus ministry, ABST, like everywhere on campus, I saw her face. So that story, watching her walk her path from, hey, I can't do this anymore, but watching all the faculty and staff really make her experience so much better that she stayed throughout her 4 years, and she didn't want to leave at the end. So from going from wanting to leave to wanting to stay and never leave was just one of the stories that I realized, oh my goodness, I love working with our students. I'm here for our students. I give back. I give to the Gannon Fund or BSU or ABST, wherever that year that I am connected most with our students. They might flag me down in the hall of Waldron and have me support their raffle baskets, and they call me out by name, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, I'll help you with your fundraiser, absolutely. But yeah, first and foremost, I'm here for the students.
It is a good and a bad thing when people know you on a first name basis. It is really a good thing. I always, my wife was just like that too. She knew everybody on campus. And I think that's just something that really goes to show there's a great relationship we talk about with the community in Gannon, but really with professors and faculty and Gannon students as well. And, you mentioned that story, Jordan, of transformation, and we've heard so many stories of transformation and success from students who also struggled at the beginning. And I always ask about the expectation of what you thought would be coming for Gannon when you started compared to where you were when you graduated and where those expectations led you to. Allie, what was that like? Take me back to your first day on the college campus. If you can remember it, because I'm sure, I don't think it included snow. Maybe it did. I mean, there was always a chance for snow in September.
Not yet, I don't think. Not yet.
And kind of what you expected then and where things went for you from the time you graduated, both in 15 and then in 23.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Totally was not prepared for college. I was one of those that Jordan just talked
Were
about.
any of us really prepared for college?
I certainly wasn't. I came here to play basketball, and that was all I wanted to do. And then I realized at some point I wasn't going into the WNBA and needed to really dive into academics. But thank God for the academic advisors and the folks that really support, in addition to the faculty advisors that really helped me to thrive academically.
Mm-hmm. Jordan, how about for you? I know that, you've had an opportunity to be here for a little while now, kind of where your expectations were and kind of where they've taken you now and how exciting it's been for you here.
Yeah, so I started at Gannon at the young age of 23, so I had no idea what I was doing with
I'm 25 and I still don't know what I'm doing, so it's all good.
I came onto campus and I am, don't fault me for it, but I am an Edinburgh undergrad. I graduated from Edinburgh, but I came onto campus and it just felt so much more welcoming.
Yeah.
Everyone knew me by first name on my first day, and I said, how in the world? So just knowing that community was there from day one,
Yeah.
and there was snow around my time. I started in December,
Oh,
but that didn't scare me away. And really, I had the opportunity to receive my master's degree here. I graduated in May of 2022 with a master's in communication.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a great experience. I got to meet new people and friends, and my expectations have been just exceeded. I really came in and I said, okay, I'm bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, 23, ready to go. What's going to happen here? And I couldn't have even imagined that I would be in my role that I am now, but everything has just been incredible since day one.
Yeah, certainly has. And we share those stories day in, day out. And it has been stories of success and stories of excitement from students to student athletes to administration and faculty. All right, we are 11 hours left in this thing. We still got plenty of time. We're going strong. I'm going to ask both of you at the end what your go-to morning drink is, because that's kind of been the topic and theme of the day, so get ready for that. But Jordan, obviously you can go to the QR code to get involved with everything, but what can we expect for the rest of the day? What are some of the things happening either on campus, around campus, or ways the community can get involved from now until 8 p.m.?
Yeah, so we will have multiple power hours announced throughout the day. One is running right now, 125 donors in the first hour from 8:30 to 9:30. So we're on our way. We'll announce another one around noon, 4:30, and then our final stretch hour to get us through the end of the day. Allie and I will be in Waldron / around campus from 12 to 2, so people can come visit us, win fun prizes and giveaways. And really, we're just going to keep going with the excitement all day.
Nice.
Scan the QR codes.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So I got a QR code for everybody, faculty, students, staff. I got one for everybody.
You don't have an extra one of those T-shirts, do you? Because I'm on here all day. I'd wear one.
We'll give you this name tag.
There you go. That's why I put the QR code here. It looks like it's above my head. I'm all for it. All right. Go-to morning drink order, whether it's coffee or something, because, again, all of us have been up early. I'm sure most of us have been on this campus since the wee hours of the morning. Allie, how do you get your day started? Is there a go-to coffee or drink?
Big old cup of coffee this morning. I take it black. I'm one of those people.
There are so many. Almost everybody that I have talked to so far is straight black coffee or regular iced coffee. I am impressed. I figured that a lot of people would like, espresso and things like that. No, this has been.
I'll hit a Celsius this afternoon for sure.
Jordan, how about for you?
Well, I will break that trend. I hate black coffee,
Okay.
but it is coffee, but I want it just as sweet as it can be.
Right.
Basically, it's sugar with a dash of coffee, and it could be iced or hot. I did not get it this morning because my dogs took extra time going outside today. Yes. Oh, no time for coffee, but we'll get it later.
Of course. Well, at least we're here now, and we've got plenty of time. Again, remember, they'll be in the Waldron Campus Center from noon until 2. We're going to be here in the Rec Center Fieldhouse. One of the things we also want to say, too, if you're on campus, you're a student, you're a community member, faculty member, say hi, come say hello. We're here. We're here for all of you. You don't necessarily have to be on just virtually. So make sure to join us. And before we go, here's kind of a look at where we're at right now. Just under 170,000 donated, 767 donors. So we are less than 250 away from our goal of 1,000. And I got a feeling that we could be hitting that before it says PM on the clock. That's just my guess. That's my bold prediction here. So I love it. I'm all for it. And thank you to both of you for being a part of this today. I know you're both busy, but feel free to stop back in, check back in throughout the day. We'd love to hear from you in the university perspective, but this is really exciting.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yes, thank you.
Go Knights.
Go Knights. Jordan Alley joining us here on our live stream as we continue along here about an hour in to our Day of Giving Centennial Celebrate live stream. Welcome in for those of you who are just joining us. Our stream has really blown up in the last few minutes. We've gotten a ton of people, a ton of you checking in the comments section and letting us know where you're from, what you're doing, how you're supporting Gannon Athletics, and just let us, again, know your go-to coffee order because that's kind of where we're at now, and that's the excitement of where things are going. As a recap of where we are at right now, we have already had one of our athletic programs reach their goal of $5,000 and have actually surpassed that. Men's wrestling is just rocketing up the board right now, nearly $8,000 raised in the Centennial Day of Giving standings, which we're going to go to in just a couple of minutes at our big board. And as a reminder, all of our athletic programs have a goal of $5,000 raised. So help them all reach their goal, all of our athletic programs and our student athletes. I'll tell you what, they're all so successful in their own right. So it has been wonderful to get a chance to be part of this, experience with you on our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. And again, a thank you to everyone and a shout out to everyone who have been with us throughout and preparing for this throughout for our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. It is 9 a.m. We are 1 hour into our 12-hour day. Welcome again back inside, everybody, to the Recreation and Wellness Center Fieldhouse, the Golden Knight right behind me. The turf, which is set to become new turf in the next few weeks, is right behind us as well. We've got so much going on more throughout the day. Remember, the crawl on the bottom of your screen, you can see when all of our athletic programs and our administration, including President Dr. Iwanenko, will join us in the next few hours. We'll also, of course, have pie in the face for all of our athletic coaches who did reach their goal and will reach their goal. Tom Boyd is on deck. He's got to be coming down here at some point. I don't know what fake meeting that he has scheduled so far, but he can make his way down here. We got to get him in the chair and get him ready for his pie in the face because he might be having multiple if he reaches $10,000. Football is set to join us at about 9:15 a.m. We'll have Coach Eric Rayburn and student athlete Bryce Wood joining us on the program. Men's soccer with Billy Colton also set to join us as well in the next hour. All right, if we are all set, can we go back over to the big board? We got some data points here to talk about. Carrie McKay, yes? All right, let's switch that camera here and go back to our big board and show you where things are at right now. Yeah. I don't know whether to view this as like I don't know whether to compare this to like an election board or a weather screen, but I love it. I'm a big fan. Where are we at?
Well, as you can see, like Isaac stated, men's wrestling is continuing to kill the game. They are close to 8,000 now, quickly approaching that $8,000 milestone. But overall, I want to talk about how incredible we are doing. We are at 42% of the way towards our $100,000 goal as Gannon Athletics. Right now, we're sitting at $42,200 raised, and that's just incredible. Just a little backstory. Last year, I believe we raised as a program around 45,000 total for the whole entire Day of Giving experience. So we are very near to breaking through and beating that goal from last year. So that's going to be really exciting. I have no doubt that we're going to be reaching over 45,000 here in just 2 short hours, I feel.
I was going to say,
don't prove me wrong.
The last time that I checked back in with you, I think we've raised a few thousand just in the last 15 to 20 minutes. It feels like maybe I'm wrong. Nope, I am not the numbers guy. Trust me. I did not do math in school. That was not my forte.
Yeah, no, I have down here when we logged on at 8 a.m. that we were at 36,000. So we've raised a couple thousand just sitting here over 1 hour. So it's pretty awesome.
I love it. That has been great. And again, we're going to talk to football and men's soccer in just a little bit. That big board looking really, really good. And we're going to get football on in just a couple of minutes here. Taylor's going to go ahead and go with the camera. We're going to get him on in just a second. Carrie, what are some other ways? We talked with Jordan just a second ago about the importance of course, giving, yes, but also being involved in social media and the social aspect of things. I mean, you and I know that better than anyone, but take us through some of the ways that you can help get other people involved just from your seat.
Yeah, of course. There's some really great ways. And one of my my favorite ways to get involved, aside from being able to give a gift to, your favorite program, your favorite group, your favorite initiative, is to get on and on your social media channels and share your reason, your why you love Gannon, your favorite memory, a testimonial, anything of that nature, because I think that's really cool to see. Gannon is a special place. We all know that, for all of my alumni and faculty and current students. We all know that this is a really special place that we call home, and hearing everyone else's stories, like their fond memories of their time here at Gannon, that's one of my favorite parts of Celebrate Gannon, for sure. And this year being our 100th year, I think we have so much to celebrate. And it's not just like, oh, it's 100 years. It's 100 years of memories, of academic excellence, of athletic excellence, of all of those things. So we want to hear from you, and you can share on social media, include the link. You can be an advocate. That if you go on the website and pledge to be an advocate, every link that you share, it's coded to be able to see that you are the reason why people gave to using your link, which I think is really cool. Like, I can go on and see that I'm an advocate, and I've raised through my link, I've raised, like $200 or something of that nature, even though I didn't pledge that $200.
Yeah.
Through my efforts of simply sharing that link, we were able to get that $200 gift, which is kind of cool. So I think that's a thing that I didn't really know about until this year, when I started working heavily with Jordan and her team on the Day of Giving efforts. So I think that's a special thing to be a part of too.
We try to make it as easy as possible on you. And again, that QR code right above Carrie is where you can go to get all the information. And one of the things we also want to say too is just thank you to all of you who have already pledged, you have already supported, because again, this takes a total team effort from the people behind the scenes, people in front of the camera. We got football coming on in a couple of minutes, Carrie. We're like, what, $600 away? I really, really hope somebody on the stream, somebody watching us, put it out there. You could be the person that could get Coach Eric Rayburn pie in the face on air right now, like in 5 minutes. I'm just saying, the opportunity presents itself out there. Carrie's going to keep a close eye on that, because I mean, we're getting close, right?
We're super close.
Okay.
Like every gift counts. If we have, I'm not great at quick math, but if we have a inflush of people give a $5 gift, we could reach there in quite literally like 10 seconds. So spread the word, encourage your friends, encourage everyone to get on there, give a gift so we can pie our head football coach. I
was just gonna say, Coach Rayburn, that would be an exciting thing to see. All right, thank you. We'll get back to Carrie in just a couple of minutes after we talk to football here. But again, our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving, we want to just thank all of you for being a part of this Day of Giving and kind of what it has meant to all of us. It means so much to individuals in so many different ways, and we're so grateful for all of you in what has been a wonderful hour of our stream so far. We've got 11 more hours to go in this puppy, so we're going to pace ourselves, be excited, and be ready to go until 8 p.m. this evening. We have our next live guest getting set to join us in just a minute or so, and that live guest, of course, is the football team. Bryce Wood and head coach Eric Rayburn getting set to roll. Here they are, walking in for the Rec Center Fieldhouse. Coach and Bryce, as they will do for opening night on August 30th when they take on Davenport. That schedule release just coming through a few days ago. We actually had Bryce on to do part of our schedule release video, which was actually kind of pretty cool. I think it ended up turning out really, really well. But here they are, head coach and one of the standout players from this team. You guys can, Coach, if you want to put that headset on, Bryce, if you want to grab that microphone and just be all set, ready to go. It's good to see you guys. Normally I would apologize for people having to be on this early, but this team is, I feel like, here every morning at 5 a.m., so I don't feel like that's really an issue for you guys. But how are things going post-spring game? Let's just start with that, Coach, and how things have been for the football team as you get through your spring game, spring practice, and now you're trucking along, getting ready for the fall. Now you know your schedule, too.
Yeah, our guys, I thought had a really good spring. Really happy with the turnout for the spring game.
Yeah.
And we were pretty fortunate. Just one injury in the spring game,
Mhm.
and it's something that should be fully recovered in a couple of weeks. So I thought the spring was a success, and now we're looking forward to finishing the semester strong and getting to those summer workouts.
Bryce, what's this time of year like for you? You're getting ready for finals week. You, of course, want to keep things at it with football. How have things been from a student athlete perspective, and kind of how you've been able to enjoy your time through the spring and kind of grinding things out in that nature?
Big things is balancing your time, especially the student athlete.
Yeah.
We have these early morning workouts and meetings, so it gives you the morning to do that, and then school, and then whatever else you need to do treatment-wise in the evening, work on school or get some film in. So with the schedule we have this spring, it really broke things down for us well.
I know clearly you didn't start early morning practices just in college. You've been doing it probably since you were 7 or 8 years old. How quickly do you get adjusted from when you start these early morning practices? Like, how long does it normally take you?
Growing up, yeah, I've done some early morning workouts all through high school, college. So the first couple of days, waking up that early is not the best feeling when your alarm goes off at like 4:45, 5 in the morning. But then it becomes a routine, and you just get used to it, and it just becomes like everyday life. So it gets easy as it goes on.
Coach, let's talk Day of Giving, shall we? Your team is really close. You're $4,400. You're $600 away from your goal. Obviously, that goes to show, we talked to a couple of your fellow alumni, student athletes and former players a couple of weeks ago on our podcast, but Gannon football's got a really, really big backing. I think that's clear. Can you just speak to kind of what that support has been and what it continues to be from a football team perspective?
Yeah, we have some really generous guys, and which we greatly appreciate. And again, pretty evident at the spring game. We had a ton of alums that made it back to come and support the guys and get to know the players, and so we're really grateful for all their support.
Take me through how important that is, obviously from a financial standpoint, but two, you always have a great turnout for your alumni weekend. It was clear when we had the guys on the podcast on that Thursday. I'm sure continued throughout the weekend. How strong are those bonds that former players and whatnot and student athletes have had throughout their careers? And so, can you share some of the stories kind of that they were telling and how it speaks to how important that bond is and how it's lasted through the test of time here?
Yeah, I think that's the great thing about football is, anyone that's ever played, you kind of feel this connection to your teammates and coaches, and these guys are no different. And I think a lot of people think when they get together, they talk about the games they won and how many touchdowns they scored and all that, and they never talk about that stuff. It's always the workouts and the bus rides and all those kind of things that are kind of team building type of activities and that you go through as a player during the season. But so it's great to hear all their stories, and I feel like when I meet those alums, there's guys on our team that I feel like, oh, that's the next Charbel, and that's that's the next Tony Szabo. So it's pretty interesting to kind of see how we have the same type of players on our team currently that kind of mirror the alums from our program previously.
Bryce, it's so interesting your coach talks about that, because when the community sees you, they see you a lot on the field, right? It's you're going to games, you're going to spring practice, and that you see in uniform. But how important is the off the field part for you? I mean, and I think that can be spoken to any one of the players and student athletes we have on campus, but how much does that help your experience throughout college in addition to what you see on the football field with your teammates, and how much that involves your student athlete experience, if you will?
Yeah, it helps a lot. It's not just about the X's and O's and stuff like that. It's with the time in the cafeteria with the guys, the locker room, the workouts, the bus rides, time in the hotel for away games. And I've built a lot of great memories with the guys on the team. When I came in, I still talk to past guys that played here, like Joe Luazzo, Nigel Reddick, Hayden McDonald, Trey Baker. So create memories with those guys. It's very important because if you have a great relationship with them, you're going to trust them on the field.
Do you have a story so far? I mean, I know you're still relatively young, even though it doesn't look like it. Again, men out of boys for this football team. They have so many individuals that are so great in terms of being growing up and the strength that they provide this team. But do you have a story right now, Bryce, that you can share that kind of is one of your fond memories that maybe you'll be talking with some of your alum around the campfire down the road years to come?
It was my first year here in 2023 fall, and Coach Rayburn, every time he sees lightning, we got to go inside. So there was a lightning delay, and ended up being like 45 minutes. And I just remember we went in the away locker room, the defense, and Joe Loiseau got up, started saying jokes, rapping. It's just, he has that charismatic attitude.
Yeah.
So that was pretty funny, and I'll always, remember that. Got some good laughs in.
Is he capable of being like a full-time stand-up comedian?
Oh, yeah.
That good, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. That's pretty neat.
He's a past player, but
some
good memories.
I'll tell you what. There are certain stereotypes about student athletes and teams in colleges that a lot of these people don't have personalities. That's a lie. They have so many great other talents everywhere.
Yeah.
And I think it just goes to show again that off the field excitement for our student athletes and teams is just as important. Coach, you had the chance now to be with this program for a while. You've gotten to see the support that the community gives as well, whether it's coming out to games, things of that nature. How important is a day like today for your team? And again, showcasing just that relationship and that bond, and why Day of Giving matters so much to the football program.
Yeah, it's obviously to run a college football program, the costs are going up every year. It seems like, and so I don't know how we could possibly do it without the support of all of our alums and people in the community. So we're grateful, and our guys very appreciative, and it's great to have a day like this where that we can reflect on it and talk about how thankful we are.
Bryce, you're one of several people around this program that grew up here. Of course, being a McDowell graduate, you know this area. So I think it makes sense to ask you this. There are a lot of communities around that are big into high school football, but then you get to the college level, and it just seems like unless you're a Division I powerhouse program, that community support, it doesn't just seem like there's that connection there, right? Because a lot of the people that are living in the area that don't really understand what the football or athletics program is about. But then you see, your stands were packed at McDowell every single week. You see the support and the alumni and the people who grew up here and stayed here that really care about Gannon football.
Yeah.
What makes this area and this community different from the others that maybe big markets don't necessarily understand, from your program? And how have you seen that from your time in high school, the time in college, about just how important and impactful the community support has been, and that relationship that you have, if you will?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the community support, is huge, something to rally behind, get the guys pumped up, knowing that, everyone from your school is there to support you. And I think at Gannon, we're getting better with it. Every homecoming, we have a great turnout and whatnot. So, it's making Gannon the place to be. In Erie on Saturdays, it'll just be huge for support and whatnot.
So the schedule is officially out. You get a chance to take a look and now understand who you're playing. You get Davenport coming up on August 30th. The season just starts earlier and earlier. At some point, we're going to start the season at the beginning of August.
Yeah.
But we're excited about that. And you look now, Coach, and really starts what is the grind and the ramp up to the start of the season. When you take a look at some of the opponents you'll face and just what that schedule looks like, take me through the excitement for the season and how that schedule release can kind of even motivate the team that much more to get ready for the fall.
Yeah, obviously we had one of the toughest strengths of schedules last year. I think we're the only team that played 4 playoff teams during the regular season. And our schedule's going to be even tougher this year. We have 2 non-conference games with 2 teams from the GLIAC, which is a really competitive, outstanding conference, just like the PSAC. And then obviously the 4 teams that made the playoffs from the PSAC last year are on our schedule again. So it'll be really demanding, really tough, but playing against great competition forces you to elevate your game. And so I think our guys are motivated and really looking forward to the challenge this fall.
And Bryce, thank you. You and the two others did a tremendous job on the schedule release video. It was one of our most liked and most watched videos. So yeah, I'm pegging you for that again next year too, by the way. We've already got plans of the work for that. I don't want to think too far ahead, but that was wonderful. And we now again know the football schedule and the excitement that it brings for the fall. All right, you guys up for some trivia?
Sure.
You okay with that? All right. So I'm going to make Bryce do this first because it's going to be a Bryce, you have to answer it. If you need help, then we're going to bring Coach in because, you know, in theory, coaches are able to know more about this than the student athletes. So here's this board. Here's the trivia question. And I'm not going to give you a Jeopardy timer, but I'm going to just talk to Coach while I ask you this question. And maybe you can invoke Coach's help as well. First question, who was Gannon's first ever football coach and what was he better known for? We're leading off with a hard one, Coach. If you need to help here, again, I know you're pretty good with the history of Gannon. We've been asking people on social media this question as well. A couple of people that we had in our administration took a couple of cracks, couldn't get it. Do you have an idea, both of you?
Well, didn't the program start in '86 or mid '80s or something like that?
The program's been around a long time. Let me give you a hint. By the way, I don't know if this is going to help you because again, you and I are much younger than what this was. This individual was a really prominent figure in Erie government. He was like a Mel Witherspoon. As soon as he left coaching, he went to Erie and became a really prominent figure there. Coach, you're willing to help too if you have an idea.
I
have to give this to Coach Rayburn.
I'm drawing a blank on his name, but I believe he ended up being the mayor of Erie.
Yes, he was the mayor of Erie 6 times, and I'll also give you a hint too because this may help. So right now, the arena that the Otters play at is the Erie Insurance Arena. Before that, it was called something else, and it was named. It was named after the same last name of this individual.
This might be out of my timeline.
Okay, did you go to Otters games as a kid?
Here and there, yeah.
Okay, all right. So you probably didn't really pay attention to the arena. Tullio, yes. Lou Tullio, the first ever head coach. Thanks, Kerry, for the assist on that. First ever head coach of Gannon football. Yeah, he was a 6-term mayor for the city of Erie and did a lot of really great things there. Okay, I'm going to give you another one. This is a little bit more recent, so maybe, Bryce, you'll have an idea of who this is. This is not your position, but it is a prominent position on the football field. Here's trivia question number 2 for football. Who is the only Gannon football player to be named to the AFCA All-State Good Works team? You got a couple of hints here that might be able to help you out.
Running back?
It is not. It is a position on offense.
I have to go Corey Curtis?
It is a quarterback. It is not Corey Curtis. It's a good guess, though.
I don't know.
I will give you a hint. This actually probably gives it away because I said not running back. For those of you who are on the stream, he was recently, I'm not going to say whether it was this year or previous years, he was recently inducted into the Gannon Athletics Hall of Fame.
I swear I just saw a post. Isn't he the all-time leading passer? I just saw a post on this. I'm drawing a blank on his name, though.
Okay. All right. Coach?
Liam Nadler.
Yep.
Got to meet him, his wife, and his parents at the Hall of Fame this past, I guess that was February.
Yeah.
Great guy, incredible career here at Gannon. And looks like he still go out there and play for us.
I was going to say, he came to the ceremony, and I'm like, man, this guy, you could throw on the pads, and he'd be just fine. Really incredible story, too. And I think as we wrap this up, guys, that just goes to show, this Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving for programs like yourself is important, of course, to fund the things that you do during the season, but it also helps the student-athlete experience. And whether it's guys like Liam, Corey Curtis, to your point there, and I think just so many other student-athletes that you've gotten to coach or alumni that you didn't get a chance to coach, it really just showcases that days like today can help those experiences, and then you get great stories like the Liam Nadlers of the world.
Absolutely. Liam, kind of grew up on a farm, wasn't heavily recruited and kind of slipped through the cracks but ended up having a incredible career at Gannon and then had a really good pro career. So yeah, just, man, there's great players everywhere.
Yeah.
And, Gannon was certainly lucky to find him and convince him to come to and play for our program.
Well, we are excited to be able to continue our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving live stream. And for the two of you guys, we appreciate you coming on. I know your days are busy. I know even though it's April, you still have a lot going on. But best of luck, Bryce, for finals week. Obviously, Coach, we can't wait to see you continue out throughout the spring. It was a wonderful showing in the spring game, the spring practice. And best of luck throughout the way. We can't wait to see you guys coming up in the fall and through the summer as you continue to work things out.
Thanks for having us on.
Thank you for having us on.
All right, Bryce Wood, head coach Eric Rayburn on our Day of Giving live stream. Football is getting close to their goal. Again, just shy of $600 away from being one of the teams that have reached their $5,000 goal. And we're going to go back to the big board in just a few minutes. They're shaking up the whipped cream and the pie crust. So I'm hopeful that head coach Tom Boyd is getting close to coming. That's all I can say. I really hope that we're getting there on this Day of Giving live stream. Again, want to thank everyone for being a part of our stream. That QR code in the top right corner of your screen, just up there. I have to remember I need to point left. The camera's the other way around. In the top right corner of your screen takes you to everything and every piece of information that you need to know about our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving, whether how you can get involved with donating, with giving to teams and other programs, or if you want to learn how to be, as Carrie McKay mentioned, an advocate for Day of Giving, or you just want to get involved in social media and some posts that you can do to encourage others in your community to be able to support Gannon Athletics and Gannon University. That is something that you can do to help out as well. Is the big board ready? I'm really concerned. Hang on just a second. I'm gonna unmute your mic in a second here, Carrie. I'm worried that if Taylor keeps shaking the can of whipped cream, that it's gonna like pop off and hit me in the face.
I hope so.
All right.
One can dream.
So does this mean that we've got the pie out and the whipped cream out? Does this mean that Coach Tom Boyd is on his way?
I have not heard yet.
Okay.
From
all right.
Tom Boyd.
Okay.
However, this just in, I wasn't really thinking this through. I'm pretty sure he's at his practice this morning.
Oh, okay.
But he will be here later. So don't you worry. Just building anticipation for what the people want to see. You'll get to see it later on in the day.
That is perfectly fine. Now, I will say, as we have been going along here on the big board, there is another bar that has surpassed 5,000.
Certainly is. We have got an anonymous donor that must have been really moved by our athletic director's interview or her stunning performance on our Athletics Greatest Needs video. And they donated $5,000.
Wow.
So this just in, our athletic director, Lisa Goddard McGurk, is going to be pied on camera. However, she has meetings all day, so you'll have to wait until 5 p.m.
Sure.
But I promise she is not getting away with this. I actually, a little bit of a flashback back to, I can't remember the date.
Yeah.
But when I was still an assistant coach, a lot of years ago, I got the opportunity to pie Lisa in the face before. So we're coming full circle.
Great.
You probably can't see this, but here's a little preview of what you're going to get to see.
That's amazing. It's amazing that you have that picture saved in your phone still. I'm surprised it's not your profile picture like your screensaver.
It might be. Who knows? But we're doing great. And whoever our very generous anonymous donor was, we are so grateful to your support. That is such an amazing gift. And it's definitely going to go towards, our greatest needs, supporting our student athletes so that they can be as great as they are. We all know that they're fantastic inside and outside of practice and competition, in the classroom, in the community. They're amazing humans. So your support is going to go a long way to continuing to help them be successful.
And again, if you're wondering what some of the athletics' greatest needs are, Lisa said in the video yesterday that we played on the podcast, it's really any event that we host or anything that supports the student athletes. We have the end of the year celebration coming up this Tuesday at the Bayfront Convention Center. That is something that's, can be supported. Chi Alpha Sigma, which is the professional student athlete fraternity. That is such an important part of the athletic and academic experience. And then you just think of things like, of course, facility upgrades, things of that nature, anything that we can do to make the student athlete experience that much better. That's where Athletics Greatest Needs goes to. And again, we appreciate appreciate the anonymous donor who sent in that very, very generous and important donation to athletics' greatest needs. Rest of the big board, Carrie, where do we stand right now? I see a lot of great movement from a lot of teams, and men's wrestling is essentially almost off the board. But take me through some of the other teams that it looks like they're rocketing up their way up the board as well.
Yeah, for sure. So again, football, who was just on, did a great job. They are still a little bit over $600 of the way towards their goal. So we need your help to help get them over that $5,000 hump. They could use it. They've been doing great things, and this will only go further to support all of their goals and everything that they're trying to do. But we're also getting close for men's basketball. Men's basketball is at $3,214. So they're getting really close. Volleyball is super close. Volleyball, our head coach and his wife, they pledged a gift of $1,000 if they get 50 donors to their program. They're 20 donors away. So if we have 20 donors in the next hour give $5 each, that will then increase that dollar amount so that Matt Darling will then be able to pledge his $1,000 gift. So we need 20 donors for volleyball to help them get over that $1,000 hump.
Yeah.
And then we also have women's basketball, who is super close as well. They are at 3,738.
Yep.
Again, for them, they have a matching gift donation from the amazing Cal Graham, who has pledged to give $2,000, a matching gift of $2,000. So every dollar given to the women's basketball program up to $2,000, he will double that. So I don't know what everyone's waiting for, to be quite frank. Give us a gift, donate to your favorite team, and help them succeed.
The wonderful thing about this podcast and live stream is that you can multitask. You can both watch the live stream on your computer, on your phone, and then whatever other device you have, you can go scan the QR code and give. I think that that's important for people to know, because we do want you to keep watching the live stream, and we've also been getting consistently more viewers as we roll along here. But again, make sure to give, to donate, to be a part of the Gannon Athletics, and all those teams so close. Carrie's shaking up the can of whipped cream. I really think it's just going to explode at that. So I'm really concerned. So I'm going to bring the camera back over here, because otherwise I could be in a lot of trouble here. All right, here's a rundown of what we've got going on for the remainder of the hour. In about 15 minutes time, men's soccer head coach Billy Colton will be joining us on the program, as his team is excited about their Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving efforts. And they normally are here early as well, practicing at McConnell Family Stadium, just a block or so away from where we're at. Then we'll have women's soccer at 10:15, and it's the big man, Dr. Iwanenko, joining us at 10:45, our university president, to talk about the excitement over Day of Giving and the efforts that have happened there throughout the majority of the last 12 hours. We're going to go ahead and give you a little bit of insight as well as to where the university stands in terms of our Day of Giving, because, again, this is a Gannon-wide university effort. You can see so far as we've rolled along throughout the 9 o'clock hour, the goal today as a university is to get 1,000 donors. I don't see any reason why we can't smash that by noon. We're already at 796 total donors just at 9:30 a.m. here this morning. Over $171,000 donated to various Gannon funds and programs. And we just want to, again, express our thanks to everyone who has been a part of this day so far. We still have over 10 and a half hours left to go. There's just so much still left to be done, so much excitement left to be had over this entire day. But right now, things are going extremely and incredibly well, nearing the 800 donor mark with still a lot of time left. So we're more than excited to be a part of this and to get ready for what will be a very exciting next few hours on our Day of Giving live stream. All right, we're going to go ahead and step aside for just a couple of minutes, but we will be right back as we roll along here on our Day of Giving live stream. When we come back in just a few minutes, we'll hear from the men's soccer team and then get the top of the hour rolling with women's soccer and Dr. Iwanenko. Back in just a few. You're watching our Gannon Athletics Day of Giving live stream. Did unmute my mic. We are back on our Day of Giving live stream. Welcome back in, everybody, on this beautiful Friday morning. It is our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving, and we are again with you all the way until 8 p.m. this evening. So many exciting things going on. Of course, we've talked about things from the community support to how you can get involved in everything in between. And as we roll along through this live stream, make sure again to scan that QR code. I'm getting it down now if my left hand points to the right hand side of the camera, Isaac. You can scan that QR code. Let us know how you can be involved. And again, all that information that you need to know as to how you can support both on social media and with your donation can be found on that QR code throughout Day of Giving. Here's the schedule for the next hour or so. In just a few minutes, we have Mickey Blythe and Svera Orton coming from men's soccer. They'll talk about the excitement on that program and what Day of Giving means to them. I'm also going to ask them some trivia questions as well, because that's what we do. We have excitement around that as well. We're also awaiting some coaches to be pied in the face. We already have men's wrestling who's met their goal. We'll have in just a bit of time Tom Boyd coming down to get his pie in the face, and Lisa Goddard McGurk is going to get one as well, as we just had a very generous donation to Athletics Greatest Needs of $5,000. So we have reached our goal on that. But again, want to remind you, even though we've reached our goal for these teams and programs, it doesn't mean that we're stopping there. We still encourage you to give to all of our programs and to smash all the goals that even we set for ourselves and make this the greatest Day of Giving that we have ever had in Gannon's 100-year university history. We're almost ready to bring on men's soccer in just a second or so. Let's go ahead and see exactly where we are at right now with them. All right, Mickey Blythe there. Svera Orton ready to go. It almost looks like he's set to take the opening kickoff. Let's get them rolling here and bring them out. Svera Orton and Mickey Blythe coming on our Day of Giving live stream as the next coach and student-athlete tandem. They're sporting a bit of a smile there as well. This is what they typically do on the walkout to get... We've got the spark machines there as well. We're waiting for a team to not be phased and not be surprised by these spark machines, but it might take a while. Gentlemen, go ahead and sit right there. Svera, if you want to put that headset on, and Coach, we'll have you take that microphone right there. It's good. You need help, sir? You got it? You just put those over your ears just like your voice. Got it? Yep, and then that just goes right. Perfect. Yep, you're all set to go. All right, good to see you both. Thanks for taking a few minutes to come on. I know it's still pretty early in the morning, but Mickey, if you want to move yourself in a little bit too, I just want to make sure the screen gets you. Well, thanks for coming on. This is exciting, obviously, and we appreciate you guys waking up bright and early to be with us. Svera, I'm pretty sure you're used to waking up early in the morning, because normally your practices start, 6 a.m. at the Final Family Stadium?
Yeah, sometimes we're able to push it to 7, so, and we get to sleep in a little bit.
I love it. Coach, let's start with this. You know, this day, as we know, for so many of our athletic programs is so important. And, man, we've seen men's soccer just continue the success, unlike many, certainly in Gannon athletics and the NCAA as a whole. Excitement over a day like today and the community support for the program. Take me through what it means for this men's soccer program.
You know, I've just been in the group chat, to be honest. There's other people in the group chat here, and we're talking about donating and contributing and where that money's going. Mm-hmm. And I think with the progress that the men's soccer program has made over the last 6, 7, 8 years, to add to the alumni success and the respect that this program has had over the last 20, 25 years, I think now it's really kind of moving us forward, and there's a lot of excitement on where we can take it and how we can galvanise the alumni.
Take me through what some of the things you can use the donations and the funding from, because, you know, every team's got different ways that they can use it. But, you know, for those who are asking kind of how you were able to use that during the season to kind of help that student-athlete experience.
I think to speak for the staff, Coach Colton is very forward-looking, very innovative, very much a modern coach, and we use a lot of different technologies. We use GPS vests, we use all kind of software designed to give feedback to the young men as we possibly can. Yes. That's the handheld, the various technologies. To stay on the forefront of that, I think is Coach Colton's goal. As well as, I mean, we're juggernaut of the program. We have 50 student athletes among the two teams. Last year, we've played 46 games. It's a massive operation, something going on all the time, and how we maintain our competitive edge and give these boys the best opportunity in Gannon soccer to win PSACs and go bigger. That's the driver for today. How we maintain that competitive edge.
Tell you what's fair. You've gotten to be a part of a couple of amazing teams, and your coach talked about the success and how this program has been able to ramp up and be so successful. How gratifying has that been? How exciting has it been for you to just be a part of that and to get to see everything that you guys have been able to do on the pitch for the last few seasons now?
I mean, it's been quite an adventure, to be honest with you, and some of the experience you get and some of the moments you get together as a team is you can't compare it to anything really. It's just special, and the sad thing is that that's not possible without us getting any help from anyone. So we need resources when we need the staff and we need the players and we need everything. So it's just been an amazing journey, and we need everything we can to make it happen again.
Take me back, if you would, to when you were mulling over your college options and you decided on Gannon. What about the program and the university intrigued you then, and kind of how have those expectations, if you will, exceeded, if you can, just get the expectations you had coming in and the expectations and the excitement you have now over the program, and what makes Gannon so special for you?
Well, when I was in the process, I talked to a couple coaches, but to me it didn't really connect with me on a personal level anywhere near when it was with Gannon, and the way they reached out and the way they wanted to help me not only as a player but as an individual, and they showed that they want me to succeed and not just them to succeed, and that really played a big part for me. And obviously when I came in, I saw that, like Mickey talked about, that it's innovative. We want to get forward. We got a new turf right away when I came here. It's coming a new turf now here in the indoor field, and it's constantly moving, and of course the game is moving, so that's really crucial, and that's what I really appreciate about this organization.
Coach, I found it fascinating. You talk about being innovative and moving forward. You talk about different technology and things of like that. And I had this conversation last week on the podcast with DJ Gannon and how technology has just changed and influenced the game so much, both for your program and other programs as well. Take me through what it has been like to be able to go through that forward-facing change and how that's really helped the program continue to balloon success year in, year out.
I think that year-on-year development and that push to move forward, I think that drives us to bring in players of this caliber. I think that's what the recruits, as well as the returning players, I think it helps both with retention, because the young men feel like they're learning soccer. They feel like they're on the front line of whatever information is coming out. They're going to get it first. And then also our recruits, this will go out on social media, I'm sure, and we'll make a big splash with it, and so our recruits will see what we're trying to do and say maybe that's something for our future, like Sver did here. So I think it's important both for the boys in the program, guys that have come through the program, that we talked about what we're doing to make GU positive moving forward, and then for the future of the program as well. I think it's essential for both the growth and continuity of success.
When you talk about growth, we see it with every single Gannon program, but this men's soccer team is there, and you've been a part of it in the way that it's been able to grow and really blossom in the last few seasons. Take me through, Coach, if you would, in addition to the forward-facing, kind of what it takes as a whole to be able to get there, and how days like this really help to be able to support that, and community as a whole be able to support that as well.
Okay, Gannon soccer is every day, all day, every single day.
You don't have breaks, do you?
There is something going on for us every single day. And whether that's driving student-athlete experience or whether that's driving the smaller things to get us, that can be the width of a post in a soccer game that make us better soccer players. There is always something going on in the community regarding the community service that I couldn't even, respectfully, I couldn't tell you the community hours that we've put through in the last 5 or 6 years. Significant amount. And to be able to offer that as an overall student athlete experience to the boys when they go out in and amongst the community, as well as when guys come and see us at Gannon Field, as well as online. We have, we're very diverse. We have guys from all over the world. So what we can offer people looking at Gannon from a global perspective as well.
Sver, do you have, I'm sure you got a bunch, but do you have a story that you can share with us on air that you'll remember throughout your entire career? You're sitting around a fire with former teammates in 10, 15 years, and you're like, hey, I remember when that happened, or I remember the excitement around that. What are some of the stories and the memories that you'll take from this program, and maybe a story that kind of sticks out to you that was part of your experience?
I think the most special one, which is actually a weird one because I was injured during the time, but a couple of years ago we went over to Franklin and Pierce to meet. First we met Charleston and we beat them, and then we met Franklin and Pierce at their place. And I mean, these are major participants in the national tournament every year, and to come there and show that we actually belong there. And of course, in my head, we would have won if I were able to play as well. So, but to be able to show that we belong up with them, and obviously we got Franklin Pierce here again, and I thought we should have won that game as well. So it was probably really a statement from Gannon, and to show that we are just as good as and even better as those teams that keep getting the attention and keep getting into those positions. And I mean, it's a 9-hour bus ride, but it feels like an hour because it's just the excitement and the connections you make during that time. It's truly special, and that's probably what we would talk about around the fire.
For somebody who's coming in to their collegiate career and they're considering Gannon's Fair, and you remember back to kind of the decisions you were mulling over and what made you love this program, what would be your recommendation for those incoming student athletes about how they can maximize their Gannon experience, and how important that was for you and how important it can be for them?
Well, I would dive into it, like just explore it and do some research, because both Gannon and Erie has a lot to offer that most people don't even recognize until they're 2 or 3 years in, which I kind of find out as well. That at first you think you just have your dorm, you have your team, and you have to go to your classes. But all over, Gannon has so much to offer. They have so many events, they're constantly moving and constantly trying to give us something to be excited about. And of course, Erie can be as beautiful as you want it to be. So maybe just reach out and find out.
I give you grace though, because again, you're also insanely busy. I mean, you're getting ready to be in the midst of finals week as well too, and that's part of again why this is such an important day, because it helps fuel the entire experience. Coach, when you talk, we've talked a lot on this show so far about the relationship with any team. Forget just soccer alone, but the community relationship we have seen. I think arguably more than any other sport in the Erie area, we have seen soccer take off in monumental ways. You have high schools now that are competing for state championships year in, year out. You've got really great depth, and you know this better than we do, but depth in terms of club programs and, honor programs and things of that nature. How important, and I guess not how important, but when you look at Erie as a whole and the relationship that Erie soccer has with Gannon soccer, whether it's high school or club programs, why is Erie in such a better position than maybe some other places around the country to be able to have Gannon have that success with soccer and Erie have that success with soccer for years and decades to come?
I think you can talk about soccer being the global sport and the opportunity of growth in the United States that we've seen over the last 5 or 10 years. And I think Erie, Pennsylvania is what I would call plump for that. You can put in some good soccer here, and there's a lot of opportunity here. We would find we're very, very close with all the local high schools, all the local clubs. In fact, I would reach out to our alumni and say hi that are working within those clubs and wish them the best. For us to be able to get the best local guys in here and to be able to offer them opportunities at Gannon and make sure that they have that path is very, very important to us. And how we obviously galvanize and work with the community locally. I think our home games are very well populated. I think we're very well supported. And I think with the growth of soccer in the local area, we've seen kids clubs, youth clubs arriving at our games. I'm pointing to a stadium. There's a stadium over here, I promise. That's where they come. And they see these young men play. And we've had guys, all Americans from local programs, done very, very well here. I think it can be challenging because Gannon is such a high level, but then that provides an opportunity for local players, guys in Erie, to come and see what hopefully real soccer looks like and real competitive soccer at the highest level looks like. And I think that's what we endeavour to put out here, both for GU as a whole and the local community for for Erie, Pennsylvania.
If you would, before we let you go, and we're going to get to a trivia question as well, Zver, I think you might be the first person to answer a trivia question without any help from your coach. But who knows? I'm gonna put you on the spot here. But for those who are considering and looking into, okay, why should I support the program? How important is a day like today and the community support and even any little bit going to be for this program, Coach, moving forward?
For us, any level of support is greatly received. Any kindness that comes our way, we guarantee it goes to the boys, or we guarantee that goes to student athletes, or we guarantee that goes to the student athlete experience. Like I said, there's so much going on here from an operational standpoint, the level of games, the level of transport, the level of trying to give the boys the best opportunity, whether that can be a meal. We are well budgeted. I should mention that as well. We are looked after by Gannon. For us to play the amount of games that we do and to continue to do it to our very best ability, we want to have the resource to be able to give it to the boys. And whether that is for the software, which is, I think, very cool at the minute, isn't it? It's very, very forward looking. And the larger gifts and the larger donations, that's a significant. But then there's the day-to-day running that helps us as well, and making sure that we can provide the boys with the best experience possible.
The technology is fascinating. All of it is really fascinating, and it's wonderful to get to see it again. Men's soccer, one of so many preeminent programs and great programs that we have on the campus of Gannon University and Gannon University Athletics. All right, Zver, you're on the spot here. I hope this is answerable of a trivia question for you. I'm not going to give you two. I'm going to give you one. So here we go. Here is our men's soccer trivia question. It is, what current Gannon staff member was a standout for the men's soccer team in the 1990s? See if you can get this one. It is it's a familiar name. It is somebody that actually is potentially going to be joining us in just a little bit, Zver. So hold on just a moment. He's already got his answer down. Show the camera. What do you have, Zver?
I have Colin Peterson.
That was 100% correct. You can take my job for the remainder of the day. No, I'm kidding. There wasn't a caveat for that. But it is so interesting because, Zver, and I think just to kind of conclude with this is, so many people who went to Gannon have stayed in this Erie area, and you see that support and whatnot. Take me through kind of how important having that bond and relationship is with whether it's your current teammates, your former teammates, or former alumni that are around this area.
I mean, it's everything really, because they've been through it and they know how it is, and of course they're much wiser than I am. So it's something I really appreciate, and especially the ones that still around in Erie, and they have helped me so much, and they're still my friends, and they're still wonderful people. But it's also nice to get them to help the program evolve, and as they evolve in their lives, it's nice that they can give something back to ours.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, hopefully you can get some rest between now and the end of the weekend, now in finals week, of course, coming up really shortly. And appreciate you both joining us. We can't wait, of course, for the fall. It's going to be here before you know it. We all know summer flies by, and can't wait for another exciting season. And hopefully we see Coach Billy down here when you inevitably, certainly down the road, meet your goal. And again, thanks again. It's going to be a fun day. We appreciate you taking a few minutes with us.
Thanks, man. Go nice.
All right, Gannon, men's soccer joining us here on the podcast. Our Day of Giving live stream. It's both a podcast and a live stream, of course. So we appreciate your support throughout the entire day of our Day of Giving live stream. We, of course, are going to be live all the way until 8 p.m. this evening. Got some comments here joining us in the chat. Michael Jameson loves the Gannon men's soccer program. We do too, Michael. They're wonderful people. Everyone is wonderful in Gannon University Athletics, both the student athletes and the coaches and the administration. We have such a great team here that really makes everything run so smoothly and effortlessly, and especially this stream as we have continued along here. We've gotten some really wonderful, wonderful content in the first 2 hours, and we're only a couple of hours into this thing. So lots of excitement to come as we roll along through this Day of Giving live stream. We're going to check the numbers at our big board in just a couple of minutes' time. Before we get to that, though, I do want to share what we have happening in the next hour or so, because it is 10 a.m., folks. We have 10 hours left in our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving, happening all the way now until 8 o'clock tonight. As we talked about earlier in the live stream, you can make sure to join us, of course, online, scan the QR code, so how you can get involved. But also, if you're at or around campus, make sure to stop in, whether it's the Waldron Campus Center, whether it's the Recreation and Wellness Center Field House. Give us a shout out, say hello, be a part of this live stream. You are just as big of a part of this day of giving as we are, and we sincerely appreciate your support and your community patronage and your help throughout this entire day to make this possible, because without you, this would really not be possible. And so we're excited to be with you here on this Friday morning and Friday afternoon. And the great thing about today is it's raining, so makes just that much more exciting to sit back with a cup of coffee and watch the stream here on this Friday morning at 10 a.m. All right, I believe we are almost ready for the big board, so I am going to kick it over back to Carrie McKay and Taylor Brown, who continue to crunch the numbers, whose job today is much more difficult than mine. Where are we standing right now? Things are looking really, really good. Those numbers continue to go up and up and up.
Yeah, things are going fantastic. We have officially broke $45,000. So we're doing incredible. We have about 316 donors that have given to athletics in some way, shape, or form.
Okay.
So we couldn't be more appreciative of all of the support that we are receiving. As you can see behind me, men's wrestling just continues to creep up, making everybody else look a little bit smaller. But they are doing fantastic. They have reached over $8,000. They are nearing $9,000. So I am incredibly proud of the support and the team that is rallying behind that fantastic program to give them the support and the love that they deserve. As you can see, we've also got a $100 gift that was given to men's football. So we are now only
just over $500.
Over $500 way to their goal, which is awesome. And athletic greatest needs, we got another $100 gift as well. So we're over $5,200 for athletics greatest needs. And I want to show a little bit of appreciation to all our other teams that have quite a ways to go, because they are doing their best to get that word out there. We need your help to get some of these smaller bars to grow. So please consider giving a gift to acrobatics and tumbling, who are on their way traveling down to compete in event finals for nationals. They're sitting at just $200 donated to their program. They need your support. I know there's a lot of acrobatics and tumbling fans out there that show incredible support and rally around that team. They need you right here and now over these next 10 hours to help them reach their $5,000 goal. Same thing for competitive cheer and dance. They're going to be on here in a little bit later to talk to you guys about their season and their program, of which I am I'm a little bit partial to, obviously, being a student athlete, a former student athlete and alumni of that program. Right now, they are sitting at $470. So I know you guys can do it. We're a very competitive group. So go out there, spread the word, share the link, donate, support competitive cheer and dance. As I am doing this, I realized that I kind of got on this train and it's going to take me too long to go through everybody, but there's plenty of time.
Carrie, the wonderful thing is we've got 10 hours left to go on this podcast, so you've got plenty of time.
Okay, continuing on my soapbox then, since Isaac says I can. Lacrosse is itching towards that $1,000 mark. They are at $946. So again, get on your computer, get on your phone, consider giving a gift of $5 or more. I know they will be greatly appreciative. They do great things. I think they had their last match yesterday, correct?
Their last home one was yesterday. They've got
match.
one more this weekend. They just came up with a big win against Edinburgh, so that program is continuing to get better and better each and every single day. Yes, so lacrosse is getting there and continuing along, Carrie. We've got a couple of other teams here that you're about to mention that are also getting ready for postseason, including one in men's golf that's going to host the regional in just a couple of weeks.
At Whispering Woods, the beautiful golf course that I also work at, so partial to there. Love it.
I just love it. I get to get out and play. That's my thing.
I'm not a golfer, so
what?
No.
So okay, hold on, time out. We're gonna get back to this board in a second. You have not played. Taylor has not played. We need to get our athletics department into golf. Bob Shreve and I have been harping on this for such a long time. This has to happen at some point. It's unfathomable to me.
Okay, in my defense, growing up, I asked my parents, hey, can I, swing a club? My parents were like, absolutely not.
Oh, man.
Because I grew up playing softball, and they basically told me, that's going to mess up your swing. So I have all my friends, golf, and they do it for fun. So they're always like, Taylor, you want to come and play? I'm like, no.
I will say, though, and Taylor, you, of course, grew up playing softball. It is very difficult as a baseball softball player to then play golf because your whole mechanics of how you go about doing things are they're so different. I mean, you have to have a perfectly placed golf swing to be able to hit the ball far and straight. Baseball, softball is a totally different mechanic. So anyway, that's a side note for after this. We're gonna get everyone into golf and make sure to donate to men's golf, Carrie, because they are continuing. I mean, they just won their first PSAC championship in the fall, and they get to host the regional. So they have a lot of great things going.
Yep, a lot of great things coming up. They need your support. Women's golf needs your support as well. Men's golf is currently sitting at $169, and women's golf is at $900. So they're close to that $1,000 mark as well. So keep reaching, keep going for those goals, helping support those programs. We have our water polo teams who did a great job. Some of y'all that are listening might have got a call from them at the beginning of this week as they were advocating for their team and trying to get gifts donated to their program.
Yep.
Our men's water polo team is at $525, and our women's water polo team is at $572. So they're battling to see which of the teams gets raises the most money. I know there's that competition aspect between them, and I think they're on the road today too as well.
Just a quick shout out to the women's water polo team. They are starting their WWPA championships this weekend. I believe they start at
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
1
yeah,
o'clock.
so
They're going to take on Fresno Pacific. So we'll have an update of that game too, by the way, as we roll along. We talked with women's water polo earlier in the week on the United podcast. So we're going to have, so they joined us yesterday on the show. And so that's the great thing. We talk about Day of Giving, Carrie, and I know you and Taylor both know this, but this Day of Giving is exciting because it's the Centennial celebrate, but it's also exciting because we're right in the midst of the crux of spring sports season, right down to the wire. There's competition on this board, but I'll tell you what, like this is competitive overdrive mode for so many of these teams because you get women's golf PSAC championships that begin today. You've got women's water polo championships that begin today. And by the way, acrobatics and tumbling for individual event national championships on Sunday.
We're going to have a lot to celebrate on Tuesday at our end of year celebration.
Yes.
Our teams have been doing incredible. Some of those teams will be on the road. Softball is going to be heading out to PSACs, right, on Tuesday. So just an incredible year. As always, our athletic teams continue to really show everyone in the community why we are such an incredible athletic department. And I think we're in really good standings.
Yes.
Learfield Cup, I believe, ranked number
12.
And I'm not sure where we are in Dixon Cup standings, but we are coming for that number one spot, currently placed at number one. So the incredible work that all of our student athletes are doing in their spring seasons, wrapping that up, going into postseason, it's really going to help us have that edge over all of the other teams in our division. So we're coming for that number one spot in every area.
Yes, in every area. And as we've been talking about some of the teams that won't join us today, but of course have joined us and are in postseason action, let's throw a trivia question your way, shall we, Carrie? I'm going to have you get this one. I think this is one that you will be able to get because it is a great championship-related question, and of course, you have experience with competing at championships. This is for women's golf. Who's at the PSAC here? Taylor, do not give her any advice. I don't want to.
She didn't.
This is no fair. This is a team of two over here, and I'm getting ganged up on. I'm trying to make this a fair fight. All right, women's golf.
I'll pie Taylor in the face if you want me to.
I think we
right here and now.
I think we probably all need that for comedic relief by the end of this tonight. The women's golf team, of course, competing today through the end of the weekend at the PSAC championships. Carrie, how many straight team championships have the Golden Knights won? Okay.
6.
They're going for 6.
Oh.
They've won 5.
Well, it's going to be 6. You heard it here and now.
You're just
6 is my favorite number. I am manifesting it. it's going to happen.
You're forward thinking.
Yeah,
exactly. You're forward thinking. And listen,
everyone
I
at Gannon Athletics is forward thinking. That's what makes us great.
I do not blame you at all. I'm all for this. And so we'll have more trivia questions throughout the day. So excited to talk about that. Also, want to mention, while the big board's still up, we have been looking at this road to 1,000 number for Gannon University as a whole. So far, we're at 832 total donations. That number was under 800 when we checked about 20 minutes ago. I really believe, guys, that we're going to hit that 1,000 potentially by noon. I really think it's possible that we could get that before the PM hours begin. And again, keep in mind, any amount of support, $1, $2, $5, $10, $100, whatever you are able to do to support Gannon University and the Gannon athletics programs is more than exciting and more than appreciated. And we just want to make sure that you're aware of that. It doesn't have to be some big, huge donation. Everyone has different situations, but anything you can do to help Gannon athletics as a whole, we sincerely appreciate. So great stuff on the big board. Again, hopefully as we continue to get a little bit closer here, we can get even more teams reaching over their $5,000 goal. But keep crunching the numbers. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you both.
Of course. Go Knights.
All right. Back here at the main desk, we're getting set in just a couple of minutes to have women's soccer with head coach Colin Peterson on the air. And we just had a trivia question about Colin Peterson with men's soccer. Of course, Colin used to be a standout for the men's team in the 1990s. And it just goes to show, you know, if from the Erie area, you know this, but for those of you who are watching who maybe are not necessarily from the area, or you're a former student athlete who were here for 4 years and then you left for other pastures, there is such a great community bond that exists between the Erie community and Gannon athletics. And there are so many reasons for that. Of course, so many individuals who grew up here, have had families here, their generations have stayed and have continued to grow Erie as a whole. But it's been wonderful to get to see and hear so many of the stories from the student athletes so far this morning, and just about how important that things that those stories have been for them, the relationships have been for them. We hear all the time of current student athletes getting a chance to speak to former student athletes and how the alumni want the experience for the current athletes to be just as important as it was for them. And that's why through 100 years of Gannon University, it has just been so special to get to see the history continue to build and build and build and build and build that great foundation for Gannon athletics as a whole. And we are excited to be able to be a part of it with you here in our Day of Giving live stream. We know, of course, that a couple of teams not going to be with us today because of either travel plans or, as we know, playoffs happening with so many of our teams as well, including the women's golf team, who are on their way into the midst of PSAC championships. Here's more on how you can help support the women's golf team and the importance on what it means for them.
I love the girls. They're such a different, a diverse group, because a lot of them are international, more so than domestic. So you just get a lot of different cultural experiences. And it's really nice because everyone loves each other and treats each other like a teammate. And whenever I see them on the course, they always cheer me up and I always cheer them up. So it's just a really empowering program.
It really is super helpful. We get to travel to a bunch of different tournaments and more competitive tournaments and tournaments, farther south with more donations. So we really appreciate everything. And also just different gear and different resources. And the sim room, of course, is super helpful. So all those different things and tools just means a lot to us as a team.
Our teams at Gannon are doing incredible work, and we need all your help and support to make a difference. Every contribution, no matter how big or small, directly impacts our athletes, making a more strong and connected community.
When you give, you're not just supporting a team, you're investing in the future of our university.
Just give.
All right, again, our thanks to softball and women's golf for their testimonials ahead, I guess, currently right now of our day of giving on this Friday morning. Hope you're staying dry out there. Of course, the rain coming down. Softball, actually, we just let people know this on social media. Softball actually just got postponed. There are 2 games against Clarion today postponed due to weather conditions. So hopefully that gets Michelle Wiley on the show in just a little bit of time here. As we continue along in our day of giving live stream, all day we have guests from now until 8 p.m., and you can find those guests and what time that they will be on the bottom of your screen. We have guests coming in nearly every single half hour on this Friday, April 25th. And our next guest is about to come on in just a second. And that guest is a former, as we talked about, former men's soccer standout in Colin Peterson. He's also our Gannon 2024 Coach of the Year for his incredible effort in getting Gannon back into the Atlantic Regional Final and the incredible effort that they had right there. So let's go ahead and bring him on. Mr. Colin Peterson joining us on the program, dressed with a great polo and some jeans on as well. That sounds perfect for a Friday. Welcome, Coach. we like to make a flair for the dramatics, my friend. We're all in for that. You can sit there. That's totally fine. Yep. Feel free to throw that headset on. And let's chat. We got plenty of time. So a lot of excitement around that. You can go ahead and throw that headset on, and he's looking at the big board there. Isn't that cool? Yeah, really cool. Well, women's soccer is. You were over 1,000. You were over 1,000. So we're making progress toward that goal of $5,000. All right, throw that headset on so I can hear you, and so the world at large can hear you as well. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on. I know that again, things are as always busy for you guys, but take me through a little bit of the off season. Or you gotta put this down here so people can hear you. Oh, that's on your left hand side. Here, I'll help you out here. Technology. We are making use of technology. Hang on. Now you got to put that over your ear. You got this. Okay. Headset 101 with Coach Colin Peterson.
All right.
Take me through the offseason, how things have been going. We just joked with men's soccer. There really is no offseason, and really the same for you as well. Take me through how things have been so far through April and kind of how that process has been playing out.
Yeah, I'm really happy with our offseason, and and thankfully, with Bex Young coming on board, she's kind of introduced a new weight training program that I think is very effective, and with any program we struggle with injuries, and I think that we're really focused on that side of things. So hopefully, we're going to incorporate some of the stuff that we've done into our summer workout program too. Like you said, there's really no off season.
Yeah.
But in terms of practices and how they've been going, the girls have been working super, super hard. Some of the players that may have been on the bubble, last year have come along really nicely. So I'm really excited about that. And then, some of the games that we've played, we gave Duquesne a good run for their money. And, and of course, we were happy to beat Mercyhurst. In terms of the off season and the training and the games, I couldn't be happier. I think we did a terrific job.
And you reminisce on last season. I'm going to give you a chance to advocate for Paige Taylor's goal for Play of the Year, which is, by the way, you can vote right now on our Play of the Year on our YouTube page and our social media pages. Your vote's going to really help us in determining that Play of the Year. But you go back to last season and then the last few seasons, and the way that this team has, for so many years, but even most recently, been able to compete at the highest level and just continue to have wins come out every single game. What has that been like for you, satisfaction-wise, as a head coach, to be able to get to see that again, knowing the connection that you have to this university and the programs when you were in college?
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes down to it, I haven't really changed much in what I do and how I approach the game and how I approach things. What I think has happened is it's kind of snowballing in that the girls, have that belief, and it permeates through the entire team. When we come in for preseason, there's a standard that's set, and I think that helps us a lot. And I'm really fortunate in that I have a terrific terrific bunch of kids. And you mentioned Paige Taylor, and just dealing with these kids is a pleasure. It really is. And I couldn't be happier for Paige because, she struggled. She came through injuries, but when it came down to it, and it's for whatever reason, she really came along whenever we hit the playoffs. So she was clutch, and obviously that goal stands out. But in so many other instances, she did a lot of the stuff that wasn't as sexy, but she would do the work. She did what we asked her to do, and then some. And I think in the past we've kind of run out of legs in the playoffs. Now it seems like we've kind of get a second wind, and it comes down to the girls and even our practices. When we get into the playoffs, our practices we kind of tone down a little bit.
Yeah.
And I sometimes have to put the brakes on because they are so competitive. And I think that makes a big difference for us when we get into those tough games. And in the past, we haven't quite, got over that hurdle. And I think it comes down to the kids and the practices.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. And again, you factor in the experience that you have as a head coach, and now being able to put that on the student athletes is a really big part. As getting into Day of Giving and the community factor, I asked men's soccer about this as well, and I think you're certainly keen to answer this question. You have so many great players on your team from a lot of different areas, but then you have a lot of great local standouts as well, right? You look at Brooklyn Respecki, what she did at GM, and now coming to your team, and the fact that she's been able to blossom. You look at a player like Grace Emanuel, who's done more of the same, and the list kind of goes on and on. When you look at the soccer landscape in Erie, because you're yourself entrenched and embedded in that, how have you seen, even in the last, let's say, decade, 2 decades, whatnot, how have you seen the game of soccer grow in this area? Because now you have high school teams that, regions are 5-6 teams deep, and club teams are 30-40 players deep. How has that game grown, and how has it helped impact that community and that relationship between soccer in Erie and soccer at Gannon?
Yeah. I've been involved on the club side of things since 1994, 95.
Yeah.
So that's when family first came on the scene. So I've been involved in that all the way through till now. And it fluctuates. It's you'll have some classes that are like outstanding, and then there's a bit of a dip, and so it's just a matter of finding those players. And even though maybe there's a really good player in Erie, maybe Gannon isn't the right fit for them.
Right.
So I think that what we've done in the past is found those kids that would thrive here. And you mentioned, some of the local girls, honestly, Taylor Lewis is one of the best players that have come through our program. And, we weren't really looking at Taylor, so it was, and I give props to one of my assistant coaches. And it's not just her, it's Kara Prokopchak. There's a whole bunch of kids that, that maybe aren't, outstanding players, that I wouldn't say outstanding, but standing out kind of players. You know what I'm saying? And then they come here, and it's, they just do an unbelievable job for me. So I love the local kids because I get to see them a lot more. And it's not just that. It's, I know what they've come through, the club system that they've come through. So I know exactly what I'm getting. And I think what we do really well here is, I think without a doubt, every player that's come through our program has improved.
Yeah.
Has improved. And so the way that we do those kind of things is in the off season, because during the season, you can't really improve all that much. But these kids come so far in leaps and bounds. So, I love the local kids. And not only that, on a day like this, it makes it easier for us. I think we do a phenomenal job in fundraising as it is. But I think it's going to be even better now. With the work that Kerry McKay is doing, it's top notch. It's it's kind of putting, because I've never really approached alumni. If you know anything about me, I hate asking for things.
Yeah,
I do. So I've never really approached the alumni, but the way that Kerry has set it up, just makes it so easy, and hopefully, our alumni cannot say no. So we can, at least reach our goal, and it's a lofty goal, but hopefully we can come through today.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about Dave Giving in just a second, talking with Colin Peterson of women's soccer. We're going to give the audience a chance to answer the trivia question for women's soccer before Colin gives us the answer a little bit later in the segment. What prominent Gannon faculty member served as the head coach of the women's soccer team between 1988 and 1990? I know Colin knows the answer to it, so I'm going to wait to have him give us the answer so that you at home can let us know in the comments if you know who it is. So we'll get to that in just a bit. But, you were talking about now it's easier to be able to access and reach alumni with the work that the administration's been doing. And again, like to your point, Kerry does an incredible job with making it as easy as possible for the coaches. But from a coaching perspective, there's a lot that goes into a season. I mean, that, whether it's games or whether it's trips or whether it's, meals for players. Take us through how support for your team Day of Giving can help impact the team heading into next season and seasons beyond.
Yeah. It really started a little while ago. I think I forget the exact date, but where our real big fundraising drive began is when we decided to go on an international trip. And that was, I don't know, that was in the early 2000s, I believe,
okay,
if I'm not mistaken. And so that's really the impetus that that started everything for us. So we did a really good job of it, and we still do, because it's not a cheap trip, and those are just the additional things that that we try to give the girls. They talk about student athlete experience, and that's part of it. And I think what we do really well at Gannon is we balance academics, athletics, the social aspect of things, as well as these kind of trips. And I think that we try to make it, once in a lifetime kind of trip. That's kind of where it started off. When I first took over the program, the fundraising was different in that we actually, had to fundraise, for our operating budget. So things have come a long way since then. With Lisa being on board, we've really come along in terms of that, and I'm just thankful, because I know where what we used to have and where we are now. But I think the way that we look at it now is that we can improve. There's always things that that's going to help with us, and with every experience, everybody's got a different experience coming through our program. But I think without a doubt, those kind of things, the little things that make a difference, will is what we're looking for, for our alumni to support, because they've gone through it. They know what it is, and I believe, from day one when I first took over the program, I really wanted to treat the girls well. And it's kind of cliche, but this is a family. And one of the first things that we do is for preseason, everybody comes to my house for a picnic. The parents meet each other. The players kind of get to know each other a little bit better, just right off the bat, and it's always been that. Obviously Leah's a big part of, our program, being my wife and my assistant coach. So it's just those relationships that are really important to us. Even though a lot of players haven't come back in a while, hint to all of those that are, that are looking at it. But same thing for, Gannon Centennial. We're really trying to get back as many players as we can. And on a day like this, we'd like you to give, but we'd really like you to come back. Because the things that have gone on, some players haven't been back for 10, 20 years. So the way that things have changed, I mean, from where I was, we didn't have a field on campus. We played at Scott Park, so it's all of these things. Just with all the new facilities, we'd like them to see what is actually being done. So maybe then they'd like, okay, well, they're doing good things there. So any donation that we're going to be giving is going to go a long way for them.
How important is that bond that you talk about and wanting people to be able to come back? We talk about the student athlete experience and how there's more to just things than on the pitch. And I think for you, how important will that be to be able to try to get those alumni and others to be able to come back and see a part of their program, and how that can kind of help impact the current student athletes and the players you have as well right now?
Yeah, no, from where we started with this program, or at least when I started with the program, we had some really tough times. It wasn't easy. We won 4 games, I think, the first year that we so on that side of things, it was hard for it was tough for the girls, but we've built a good tradition of winning now on the backs of those players.
Right.
So we'd like them to come back to see what we've done. With everything that we've done, not just on the field, but off the field too. So I in that side, on that side of things, even though we weren't the most successful in the beginning, I think without a doubt, it doesn't matter when you come to Gannon, it's the relationships that you've built, and it's that feeling of home. And I see it today. Last week, we had recruits on campus, and they expressed that to me also. So it's always been here. So we're asking our former players to come back. It's a great time, and then just at least see where we are, what we have done, and and I'm the first to admit I haven't done a really good job, bringing the alumni back. If you know me technologically, I'm pretty challenged.
It's great when it works, not when it doesn't.
So right. So but now we have Bex Young on board, and with Leah, so on the social media side of things, that's helping too. But there's nothing like it being back here.
No, and I totally get it, and you know that better than almost anybody. And it's been wonderful to get to see this program continue to have success and win. And when everyone comes back, you're going to really like what you see in the program. All right, Colin, give us the answer. Which prominent Gannon faculty member served as the head coach of the Gannon women's soccer team between 1988 and 1990?
The legendary Dr. Robski.
I don't know how anybody could potentially forget. How important was he and impactful was he on this program? And I'm sure you got a story because, again, you played in that same time frame.
Well, he's still having an impact on our program. 100%. Whenever we have, probably, the majority of our kids that come through our program are really more on the technical side of things, the technical majors, so it's the health sciences, all that kind of thing. So whenever I'm with the recruit, I send them to Dr. Robski, and obviously he can talk your ear off. It very, so important to our program. Not just that, but he's always asking about the kids. Sometimes he'll ref some of our spring games. So he's even though he's not actively involved, he's still involved.
Yeah, you can't leave when you're a part of something. That it just always stays with you, and it's wonderful to get to see this program grow. And again, make sure to donate and be a part of the women's soccer program, who has just continued to win games and have great success and have great student athlete experiences, and is a prime candidate for the play of the year. Because that goal from Paige Taylor, I'll tell you what, it's not officially a buzzer beater, but it's about as close as you can possibly get to one.
It was unbelievable, and again, I couldn't have asked for anybody better to score that goal. So please do, because that is one of the best things that I've seen on the field. There's a few that are close, that are I could probably name five or six events I'm thinking about the first time that we actually beat Mercyhurst.
Right.
That was also a cracking goal. Amanda Sharma's diving header, which is ridiculous. So, and of course, I think a couple of years again, Taylor Lewis's goal in the top corner. I mean, some of those things that, and it's not just those, but there's so many of those things that stand out in my head. And it's not just the goals, some absolutely unbelievable saves, from our goalkeepers in the past. So I'm really fortunate. I love my job, and I love being part of Gannon, and hopefully, I'll be here for a little longer. So we'll see.
I was going to say, I think we'd love to have you for as long as you're willing to be on hand. Colin Peterson joining us, head coach of women's soccer. Thanks for being a part of the day, my friend. I know you're still always busy, but it's great to get to see you. And hopefully we get that total up as we move throughout the day. But thank you again.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Colin Peterson, of course, joining us on the Day of Giving live stream on this Friday, April 25th. It's 10:33 a.m. We got 9.5 hours left to go on the live stream, and so many more live guests to come as we roll throughout the day. Colin Peterson, the latest. We just went through and talked to both soccer teams who are getting ready for what is going to be another successful year. And again, a reminder, that QR code at the top right-hand corner of your screen is how you can get involved, whether it be via giving, whether it be via social media, and being an advocate for all of these things. Every single dollar and cent that you can give to Gannon is an opportunity for student athletes and the community and Gannon community at large to be a great part of this day. All right, we're going to go to the big board in just a couple of minutes as we get ready to upload the totals. Colin was actually taking a look at that big board. We're going to recruit you to run this in the afternoon, Colin, by the way, just so you're aware. We're recruiting you to run the big board in the afternoon since you're very fascinated by it. So let's go ahead and see if we can check in here in just a second. I'm going to move our camera over as we, in the next few minutes, are getting ready to welcome in President Dr. Iwanenko on the show. Carrie McKay and Taylor Brown, what say the numbers?
Oh, yes.
At the 10:30 update.
Yeah, we got in a gift of $200 for women's soccer. So they have reached $1,341. And I do have a little tip that there might potentially be $1,000 gift coming in for that program here shortly.
Okay.
So stay tuned. That would be awesome, because I do know that women's soccer also has a matching gift challenge up and running right now from Cal Graham. So for every dollar that is donated, Cal will match that up to, I believe, $1,000. So that bar can be shooting up here pretty soon.
I was going to say, if you know the behind-the-scenes info, then there's a good chance it's going to happen.
Yeah.
So stay tuned. We'll keep an eye on women's soccer. That's great news.
Yeah, things are going great. There's a bug. Okay, sorry, I got scared.
It's
like,
just a fly, nothing crazy.
So we're still doing great. It's been a little bit quiet across the board for the last 30 minutes, but probably just everybody's busy with work. That's what I'm guessing. But things are coming along. We're still doing really great at that 45,000 range. And I'm just overwhelmed with the support that we're seeing in such a short period of time from all of you guys that just love Gannon athletics. So keep up the great work.
And 162 donors left to go before we hit 1,000 for the university. So
that's awesome.
We're getting there. And again, the great thing about this live stream is that we're going to be on the air with you all the way until 8 o'clock. So we got so much more. And if you're watching the live stream now and you're working, please encourage people to turn it back on, Carrie, because Dr. Iwanenko is due up next in a few minutes.
I know. Yes, we need you to tune in, join the stream, give us some comments, give us some dollars, and tune in to watch our fearless leader, President Iwanenko, come on and talk to you all about why he celebrates Gannon and why you should celebrate Gannon as well.
Okay, I'm going to give you guys another trivia question if you're able to. Taylor, have you looked at all of them? Okay.
I think she's lying.
So maybe this one, this is women's soccer because it just came on the show. So maybe or maybe not, you read this one, Taylor. And if you did, keep quiet because we don't want you spoiling the answers. This is another one from women's soccer. We already heard, of course, this one from Coach Peterson that Dr. Steve Ropsky is the prominent Gannon faculty member who served as the head coach from 1988 to 1990 and still continues to be a great factor in Gannon athletics and Gannon women's soccer today. Here's the other trivia question, Carrie and Taylor. Colin and Leah Peterson, of course, serve as a head coach and assistant coach, husband-wife duo of the soccer team. They're also both former players at Gannon. What was Leah's maiden name when she played in the 1990s?
That's not nice. I
Well,
should know this.
I went from a quote easy one in women's golf, and now I'm giving you a curveball.
Leah, can you give me a hint? Like, what's the letter?
I can. So, are you familiar with the Erie restaurant pub scene?
Yeah.
Enough? Okay.
Pub scene? Is that what you said?
Yeah, restaurant, pub, like you're familiar with like the restaurants and like,
yes,
know. Okay.
I'm a foodie.
Okay.
Self-proclaimed.
Great. So the last name is the same name as one of the taverns in downtown Erie.
Okay, the taverns in downtown Erie. I don't know downtown Erie.
Taylor's is admitting right off the bat. She's not 100%. Okay, I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a second hint. The last name begins with an L. And I think there are probably, when I give you that hint, there are of the over a couple hundred people already watching our stream right now. I'm sure there are a few that are aware. It is a prominent tavern downtown. I'm going to search.
Is Lefty's a downtown tavern?
Lefty.
Did I make that up? That sounds familiar. I've never been.
It is not. So it is not that.
Lavery?
Good guess, but it is not Lavery, unfortunately. I'm actually going to give you the street name that this place is on.
Okay.
It is in Little Italy, the Little Italy area, on West 21st Street. Prominent downtown Erie Tavern, been standing for a while. It is on West 21st, begins with an L.
Liverpool.
Well,
she is in my phone as Liverpool's biggest #1 fan.
I'll tell you what, that would be pretty cool if your last name was named after
That
like
would
a
be
really,
really cool.
Okay, so the correct answer is Lombardo. Leah Lombardo. Lombardo's Tavern is on West 21st Street.
I've never been there.
That
does sound familiar.
I was going to say there might have, if we had a couple of others on, I think Colin would probably know Colin obviously knows because it's his wife.
I hope.
But Colin would probably know the name of the tavern too as well. So there's your trivia question for women's soccer. I want to see. I'm going to give you one for men's soccer too. Why not? Because we just had men's soccer on there.
Okay.
I think this one is gettable. In fact, I really do think this one's gettable. Okay.
It's gettable.
So Billy Colton, the head coach who we hope to have later down when he gets pie in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Where did he play in college?
Mercyhurst.
That's correct.
Boo.
and then he came.
Sorry.
And then,
go Gannon.
So there you go. And so you're one. So Carrie McKay is what now? 2 for 4. You're 2 for 4 on trivia questions.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's 50.
50%.
Hey, if
I'm failing, that's technically a failing rate.
Well, no,
but...
listen. It's a failing rate if we're talking academically, which of course is important. But if we're talking athletically, and you're 2 for 4. You're hitting 3 in the order for baseball or softball. That's all I'm saying. Now, you've got a pretty darn good pretty darn good
Let's go.
record here. Okay, all right. We are still waiting the first pie in the face, which of course Tom Boyd is on deck for that, as well as Lisa Goddard McGurk for our athletics greatest needs. So we're going to keep updating on the board as we continue to showcase all of our Day of Giving leaderboards for our athletics programs. And I want to also say thank you to all of you who are watching in those in the comments, including the Gannon University Alumni Association. Thank you for being a part of our live stream today. Go Knights. Amen to that. We thank you all for being a part of this and for taking some time to be with us. And we're just a few minutes away from having President Dr. Walter Iwanenko on the show. And they're going to be, he's going to be talking about the excitement, of course, that he has and the administration has, and his pledge that he and Dr. Mary Iwanenko have for Gannon University as well. So we'll take a short couple of minute break, be right back with Dr. Iwanenko and get you ready for the next hour of our show as we continue along on our Gannon live stream Day of Giving coming up in just a few more minutes. This show will be right back. All right, back here at our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving live stream as we continue along through the 11 o'clock hour. It has been a great start to the day as we began at 8 a.m. as we continue along throughout the day. So many of our athletic programs continuing to get great opportunities thanks to your support and donations. And of course, the university at large is inching closer to its goal of 1,000 donors. We are less than 150 away right now, folks. 857 is the total right now. And man, I'll tell you what, that number has just been going up and up and up every single minute. So we're going to get there really, really soon, surely. And we are more than happy to bring in, through the rain and through the wind, he's been a busy man today, but an exciting day for him, President Dr. Walter Iwanenko joining us on the show. Thanks so much for being a part of this today. I know that things are hectic today, but it's, I guess, good hecticness, if you will, because of the excitement as to what's going on today.
Oh, it's a beautiful day, even though, I hope the walk across campus didn't mess my hair up too much as I was going through.
Looks
but
just fine.
Thank you, I appreciate it. But it's a fantastic day, rain or shine. Just the incredible work and the energy on campus from our students, our faculty, staff, alumni, the community members, just all pouring their heart and soul in today's event, looking for a record day of giving. Yeah. So the goal of 1,000 donations today, we've never achieved that. So, how fitting to work toward this milestone during our centennial year.
And I was going to say, you and I think, both realize the excitement has been heightened because of the centennial. And when you look, of course, such a rich history at Gannon, and 100 years of just so many incredible milestones and accomplishments. And when you look at this year in particular and that celebration, do you feel that heightened sense of excitement? And if so, how important then does that make this day today in particular?
Yeah. I feel it because it's just a constant reminder of who we are. And why Gannon University was founded. We were founded to provide an education to those in most need. Mm-hmm. And you can't do that without the support. You can't, it really, the idea that it takes a village to raise a child, it takes a community, it takes a lot of resources to provide the world-class education we provide here at Gannon, while we're trying to keep the costs down to our students.
Yeah. And when you look at the way that Gannon has been able to grow so exponentially in a time where it's difficult for universities to be able to have that happen. Take us through, from your lens, the community and Gannon relationship. We've been talking with so many of our teams and our student athletes, and they've noted the bonds that they've had between alumni or community members or individuals that just want to see Gannon succeed. From your lens, what has that looked like for you and just the impact the community brings to this university?
Well, I think that's one of our major differentiators. It's one of the reasons that brought me to Gannon, why I wanted to be a part of the Gannon family when I first decided to come here as a vice president. Being in our materials, we talk about being a diocesan institution, which means we have a close relationship with the Catholic diocese. And that means we are part of the community. So being an urban campus, our students can walk freely to engage with community members, people that live in the neighborhood, the local businesses. So, if you've ever been to a Gannon basketball game and you look to who's in the stands, there are more community members in the stands than students. I mean, we've had some great student participation, but it's really the Gannon community. People bring families out, alumni that have been coming to Gannon games for 30, 40 years. The outreach is incredible. And, I will say there are so many fantastic stories of our students engaging with the community in so many powerful ways. An example, we had the crazy snowstorms here, right?
Every other week, it feels like.
But we had students, and I want to just give kudos to I'm aware of some of our wrestlers digging out some of the neighbors, elderly, who couldn't get out and shovel. Last year there was an example of some of our athletes who got together. There was an elderly couple who they ended up getting a code violation because their front steps were in disrepair, and we had students and some community volunteers go out and rebuild those steps. Those are the special moments that I'm talking about, that there's no cameras, there's no TV, they just do it. And that's who we are.
And I think it is a widespread truth for the university as a whole. And again, what makes today so special. If you don't mind, for us in athletics, being able to showcase this as a live stream, there's so much behind the scenes effort that goes into building a day like today. Can you just take me through what you've been able to see from your eyes in terms of how important this preparation has been and the team effort that it's taken to be able to get to this day and to make everything happen that has happened so far, whether it's just the support from faculty and administration and those who make this day possible?
Well, I would say the athletics team, and I'll give Carrie a big shout out for helping organize effort. I to her credit, I think, maybe in previous years it might have been optional. I don't think she made it much of an option this year in working with her colleagues in athletics. I think she really came out and said, look, here's what we're going to do. And that's really strong leadership. Yeah. So when you look at the leadership, you take that example across our university advancement office. They've been working with donors, working with community members for weeks, months leading up to this event in preparation. So, a lot of the work has been done ahead of time, and hours and hours and hours of prep and conversations and preparing our community for today.
When you look at the conversations you have with community members, and I think we talked a little bit about this when you were on the podcast the first time, is that you look around the world and there are communities that have a passion for college athletics, but you don't necessarily get, at least in my view, what you get with Erie, with, to your point, the generations of fans who grew up here. They went to high school here, they went again, and then they've stayed here, and their kids and their grandkids are now here. When you look at what Erie brings in terms of that community-focused vision, what makes our area different and Gannon University's relationship with Erie different than maybe some of the other universities at a similar enrollment level that you see across the country?
Well, again, I think our relationship with many of the nonprofit community groups, including organizations like our West Bay.
Yeah.
Our West Bay is the anchor nonprofit in the community that gives our community a voice, and we work hand in hand with them, which I think is very unique. I think also what makes us different is when you look at the anchor employers in downtown Erie, Gannon is a major anchor employer. And, oftentimes people will send me messages as president, upset because we're a nonprofit and we don't pay taxes. Okay. But when you look at our economic development, we had an economic development impact study that was done, and our employees, the impact that the students have on the community, their families coming and utilizing and spending money in restaurants and hotels, that economic impact is close to $200 million annually. So it's the service piece, it's being part of the economic fabric. So Gannon is uniquely positioned, and with that comes a lot of responsibility, meaning we can't turn a blind eye. We want to celebrate the positive, but we also have to help addressing other concerns. For example, homeless population. We need to discuss it. We need to find ways to work with other community groups to address it. So proud of the relationship, but with it, I have to acknowledge comes a responsibility that we need to be part of the solution.
You're 100% right in that. And you, of course, I think putting money where your mouth is something that Gannon does so well in terms of building and investing. And you and Dr. Mary Iwanenko also have put your money where your mouth is as well with some of the efforts that you're making as well. Take us through the pledge that you've made and what it means to you to be able to also support the university you love so dear.
Well, Mary and I are both so committed. We both love this institution, love what it does for our students, and we are both first generation students. So my parents immigrated, my mother from Poland, my father from Ukraine. Mary was actually born in Vietnam.
Oh.
Her dad was in the U.S. military. He was a helicopter pilot, met Mary's mom in Vietnam, and then made the extra efforts to bring them to the United States once he could. We know the power of education and what our education has given us the ability to do. We want to pass that along. So when I became president, this is now my second year, we established the Iwanenko Family Scholarship. and our family contributed. My brother, who is a colonel in the Air Force, my brother Derek and his wife Tanya, who's also an officer in the Air Force. We put our money together to start it. We also had other family members contribute. All three of my kids have contributed to the family scholarship. So what we set out to do is we've asked the Gannon community to contribute. And if I'm going to ask our community to contribute, we have to lead by example. So we put up $10,000. If we have 100 Gannon faculty staff make a contribution, that will unlock the $10,000. And we're so proud to have the ability to contribute as well.
And that's one of the things that we've seen that I think has been a great explanation as to why this day is so important and why this day is so impactful for so many, because whether it's you and your family, whether it's some of the former alumni of student athletes that we had on the podcast last night, you see so many matches, you see so many pledges, and people who have been out of college for such a long time coming back and wanting to support. And I think that just preaches to the family atmosphere that you mentioned, that when you're Gannon, you truly are family, whether you're in school, whether you're out of school, or whether you've been graduated for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that feeling extends, we had talked a little bit about the community relationship, that feeling of family extends to the Erie community as well. And, I've said it many times, we're only as strong as our Erie community, and the Erie community is only as strong as we are. We are a part of that, and we have to acknowledge it. But I've been getting a lot of messages today from alumni, people texting, hey, I contributed, or I can't find the link. How do I do that? And so we've been helping out, and there's so many great causes. It goes well beyond the Iwanenko Family Scholarship. There's a great initiative. One of our board members has put up $10,000 for the Career Closet. And I'm so proud of our student athletes and our coaches and our athletics department, because they have really led the way today. I mean, they have been incredible. And I've seen our student athletes on social media getting people, pumped up for Give Day and getting their family and friends involved. And I know that, you've been talking about it this morning. I mean, are we just having an incredible spring season? Or
my gosh. And we finally now have it's raining today, but we finally now have the weather for it. It has been wonderful. And to your point, I think that that's something from the athletic side of things. And you've seen this in the years that you've been on campus. Every single team, whether you're a winter, spring, fall sport, has skyrocketed. It's like there's been a jetpack strapped to their back, and they have shot up in terms of the success that they've had and the bond that they have as teams. And I think that's one of the things that has been really evident from a community perspective is, when one team succeeds, every team should succeed. And we're really seeing that, especially from an athletics-wide perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really been fun to watch our student athletes support each other. So, attending the games from other teams, even if they're not playing on the team, but they're supporting their fellow Gannon Knights. It's been so fun to watch. I tell you, it's been very special as I attend some of the events, just talking with the parents too, just parents sharing some of the experiences and, letting me know that their student athletes have had such a great experience at Gannon, because we want our students to be champions on and off the field. Meaning we gotta make sure that they're ready. So when the season ends and their time being an athlete ends at Gannon, they're prepared to take their next steps, whether it's PA or nursing or, going into social media or being an engineer. We say student athlete for a reason, right? So students first, and it's our job to make sure that they're getting that foundation to be successful when they leave here.
You mentioned social media a lot. Some of these student athletes are about to put me out of a job because they come up with a lot of great videos for Day of Giving. And again, that QR code in the top corner of your screen is how you can donate today and be a part of our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. 1,000 donors. It is a lofty goal, and we're getting there. It looks like we're going to be able to certainly get there and surpass that. When the team was coming up with what parameters you wanted to try to set and what goals you wanted to reach, what allowed you to believe that a goal like this was reachable in a centennial year and in a year where it's so important to be able to celebrate the history of this university?
Well, I will tell you, our advancement team, University Advancement, did a fantastic job last year with with a new team.
Mhm.
So they've had some changeover. They've had some different folks join the team, and they exceeded their goal last year. So when I was talking with our vice president of university advancement, Nancy Bird, Nancy said, I think we can hit 1,000. I said, absolutely. How fitting during the Centennial year, and knowing that we would have more momentum in the Centennial year, there was no doubt. We didn't second guess it. We said, yep, we're doing 1,000. And we we just went forward. There was no should we. It was like we're going to do it. And I'd also like to add in, we're also trying to close out our capital campaign, which is $100 million, and we are just hitting $98 million of $100 million campaign. So we're getting very close. We still have a lot of work to do, and that's a big gap to fill. But it's a testament to the work. Those dollars go back into our students. So, I want to be very clear. People get the message. I don't know what the end goal is going to be today as far as the amount of money that we're going to raise, but those dollars go back to our students. Those dollars go to scholarships to try to keep tuition as affordable. It goes to supporting clubs and organizations, goes to supporting our athletic programs. What I learned very quickly in this job as president, it's expensive to win.
That is true.
So when I want to win. And I want to be really clear. And I'm telling you right now, we want national championships here at Gannon.
Yes.
And we know that it takes an investment, but when our teams are going to compete at the national level in NCAA playoffs, we're flying teams out. It's money that you're not always budgeting for, because you budget for the season, but that extra time,
right?
We've got to have the resources. So every donation helps. Every dollar goes to our students. It's not sitting in a stockpile somewhere. We are using it to support our students.
You make a great point, because I think I can even add to that. When you talk about, yes, it costs money to be able to send teams to the NCAAs and things like that, that is, you put a financial price tag on that. But in tandem, what you don't put a financial price tag on is the experience they get with those opportunities, right? You look back at women's basketball in the Elite Eight and getting a chance to be in Pittsburgh and see what they were able to do. Acrobatics and tumbling in their national championship runs the last couple of years. The list goes on. And I think, monetarily, it helps fund those sort of experiences. But from the emotional side of things, it just adds to that resume of the student athlete experience, which we're now seeing more and more from our student athletes get that, I think, entire circle of that opportunity when they're in college athletics.
Oh, it really does. And it's some of the best branding and marketing for the university when our student athletes are traveling to other parts of the country and competing. We go to some parts where maybe Gannon's not we don't have a strong branding, but we do after our students go to compete. Right. Look at acro and tumbling. We were in the national championship against Baylor last year, right? And that wasn't the first time.
No.
I want to give a shout out. The women's rugby club team, women's rugby club, is competing for a national championship. Though it takes resources, and those students, that is a life-changing experience to be able to represent the university at some of those championships, and you can't put a price tag on.
No, you can't. Whether it's for the student athletes, the coaches, the administration, it's so much fun to get to be there. And again, this day is what really helps get those wheels in motion. Dr. Iwanenko, a couple minutes left with you. I know that this day, this one day, is so important for Day of Giving, but when you look at the way the university is positioned strategically moving forward, take me through how this day can help kind of propel Gannon as we now go into the summer and starting into the fall once finals weeks ends, about how this university will continue to grow and expand moving forward in its great position in Erie here.
Well, I appreciate that. We have a plan. As you know, we've got several initiatives that we're moving through, including our partnership with Ursuline College in Cleveland. So we'll be expanding our footprint. If everything goes as planned, by the end of June, we will be the parent organization over Ursuline College as we move to a full merger. That's going to move the Gannon University brand into Ohio. Ursuline College is a fantastic institution. They also have Division II athletes, fantastic faculty and staff, fantastic students, very similar mission. We are so excited to be partnering with them. And, those are one of the strategies that we have in place to continue to grow. We just announced our partnership as well with First Ascent Biomedical. They're going to be putting their headquarters in Erie, PA, on the Gannon University campus, 10,000 square foot of medical labs, creating scaling up to 100 jobs. We want our students to graduate with exceptional degrees from Gannon, but we also want some of them to stay in Erie. and this is an opportunity to keep them here. So just a couple examples that we have plans and we are executing on our plans.
And to your point, Erie is that community where being able to grow up and then stay here, for those who do, there's great opportunities for success. And I mean, Gannon is right in the Erie community. We know that. And it's been really, really wonderful to get to see. Lastly, Dr. I, there are so many who are watching our stream now, those who have been gracious to donate and be a part of this day. For those who are on the fence or those who are saying, well, I don't know how much I can contribute, take us through, just from the words of a president, how much every dollar matters, no matter how much or how little you can contribute.
Every dollar counts. So, it could be as little as $5 is the minimum. Any amount that you can contribute, everything goes back to our students. So please don't think that it's not enough. It adds up. And again, we're looking for a record number of donors. So we're not putting any limits. If people were to ask me what would you suggest? It's our Centennial. So 100 would be a great gift. $100 for the 100 years, very much appreciated. And I do also want to mention that there's a lot of excitement in the community with other celebrations. So Erie Insurance, another anchor employer, they're celebrating their 100 years. St. Vincent Hospital, 150 years. Erie Zoo, 100 years.
Right.
I mean, there's so much great stuff happening, and we're so blessed to be a part of it. So, please know that we appreciate your generosity and your commitment to Gannon and our students.
Hard to believe it's already been 100 years of Gannon University. Here's to another 100 and 100 more after that.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Dr. Iwanenko joining the show here as we continue along through our Day of Giving podcast.
Coming from freshman year all the way to senior year, I've gone through it all. I was the freshman of the team, and now I'm the captain, trying to lead these boys to keep doing better every day. And just Gannon golf's on the up every year. It's getting better and better. We've seen that. Going to nationals twice since I've been here, winning regionals last year, and just these guys I play with is my family, my life. While I'm here, it's awesome. They bring so much joy to everybody, and we all enjoy each other's company, and the trips we take and all that, it's awesome.
Our community support is very important because whatever we're doing right now is thanks to them. We get to play really good tournaments thanks to our donors, and I know that our community follows us every tournament we play, and we get texted by them. And it kind of like help us to get better because we know we have a lot of help.
I come from a program that we only had 2 girls on my cross country team. So just being a part of a team and having that like interconnectedness has meant the world to me. And even like coming out and like to support other teams and other teams coming to support us, it's an amazing atmosphere and everything. It's honestly meant the world to me. I am so thankful for our donors. They really make it like happen and possible for us to be able to honestly, they make Giving Day. It is an amazing opportunity. I've never been a part of something like Giving Day, and donors really, I'm thankful for them to give us this opportunity to do it.
I love the girls. They're such a different, a diverse group because a lot of them are international, more so than domestic. So you just get a lot of different cultural experiences. And it's really nice because everyone loves each other and treats each other like a teammate. And whenever I see them on the course, they always cheer me up and I always cheer them up. So it's just a really empowering program.
It really is super helpful. We get to travel to a bunch of different tournaments and more competitive tournaments and tournaments, farther south with more donations. So we really appreciate everything. And also just different gear and different resources. And the sim room, of course, is super helpful. So all those different things and tools just means a lot to us as a team.
It's been really nice to come into college and have almost immediate friends and have this community and have these group of girls that really push me to be the best that I can be and to be good person both in school and on the wrestling mat and in interpersonal relationships. Culture that has already been set on these mats and in this room has just made this experience and the energy in this room just so much better and so much more impactful.
It's given me a family away from home. Being here, like, our team is very close-knit, so it means a lot coming from somewhere and being able to feel united within the Gannon community. It allows us to grow as more than just athletes. It allows us to grow within the Gannon community. So getting closer with our team is obviously big, but also having the resources with our coach and just becoming a really close-knit community.
Gannon baseball program has given me so much opportunity to get out here and be a student athlete and really showcase my skills, as well as have a great time in the classroom and have a lot of support behind me from both coaches and awesome teammates.
You'll see it all the time here when we come out for the games, the people that come around here in the community, not just on the field to support us, but just helping us with our day of giving. It is a tremendous help to all of us.
How's it going, Gannon football family? This is Elijah Banks. I play quarterback at Gannon University. It is our annual day of giving. Please consider a gift to the Gannon football family. Now through April 25th, the link is now live. Night Nation runs strong, so now it's our opportunity to show our strength. Go Knights.
How's it going, Gannon football family? This is Bryce Webb, a linebacker here at Gannon University. It is our annual day of giving. Please consider a gift to Gannon football now through April 25th. The link is now live. Night Nation runs strong, and this is an opportunity for us to show our strength. Go Knights!
It means a lot to me, the way they've been treating us, the way we get treatment for our games, after our practices, getting us different types of food on the road. It means the world.
I feel truly blessed to be here. It's a blessing to be a part of a program that really cares about the players. The fans care. We've got good teammates, got good people around us, around the organization. I love my coaching staff. I'm real close to my coaching staff. It's everything I want here. This is a great experience. I can't express how blessed I am.
To answer messages here.
All right, joining us back here on our athletic Gannon Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving live stream. Welcome back in, everyone. Want to thank Dr. Iwanenko for coming on the show and being a part of our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. We've got a lot more going on our live stream, and as we've been looking at the numbers, we continue to gain viewership. We continue to bolster up the chain of total donations. And we're getting close to a university goal of 1,000 donors. In fact, as we were talking off air, Dr. I and I, the number went up. We're just 120 donors away from our total of 1,000, our goal of 1,000 for Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. 188,259, the number raised. The record for a single day donation total for Day of Giving, Dr. I telling me 234,461. So we believe we can break that both in terms of the 1,000 donors and that university record. So again, as we've been saying throughout the entire day, thank you for your support, everyone, whether you give $5, $10, it does not matter. All that matters is that you are supporting Gannon Athletics and the individuals that are so important to us as student athletes and, of course, as administrators as well. All right, it's been a little bit since we've checked the board as we get ready to hit the noon hour. Carrie McKay has gone with the task of making sure that our administration is fed and well taken care of. So thank you to Carrie for picking us up some lunchtime food. And so that means Taylor Brown, you are on the clock, my friend. Take us through what we got so far. The numbers are going up, and men's wrestling continues to lead the race.
Yeah, Isaac, thanks. So, as you said, men's wet wrestling is at $8,514.
Yep.
After that, we got athletics greatest needs with $5,232.
Yeah, that $5,000 donation that came through just a bit ago, earlier in the day.
That'll help. That'll do tremendous for us.
And then you look at some of the other numbers too. Again, we keep talking about football is getting there. they are. I don't know if Coach Rayburn is telling people, "Hey, donate," but slowly, so I don't get pie in the face. But they're 307 from their goal of 5,000. Again, remember, when a team reaches their goal, the head coach is going to be pie in the face live on air. So we're getting ready for that. We're getting excited for that. Football's there, Taylor, and what you got? Baseball over $3,000, men's basketball, volleyball, women's basketball, all in the $3,000 range.
Yes, and we're about 45% from our goal.
Good. We're rolling. We're getting there, and that's the exciting thing. So let's see. We got competitive cheer and dancer ready to do this in a few minutes. So we're going to go ahead and bring the camera back over yonder this way so Taylor can pull double duty. She's the real champion of today. She has been doing a ton of stuff to be able to help out this entire effort of Day of Giving and what it's been able to mean for so many of us. And again, you heard Dr. Iwanenko, as I move some chairs around, talk about the importance and the significance and just how necessary it is to be able to have a great day today with the university advancement and the mission that we have to be able to continue to bring Gannon forward day in, day out on campus throughout both the fall and the spring's semester. So as we've been mentioning so far, we have two of our teams, one athletics greatest needs and men's wrestling, that have reached their goal of $5,000. Also don't want to mention, though we've reached our goal, it doesn't mean we don't want the giving to stop. Continue to support all of our teams throughout the day in any way you can. And a reminder, in the top right corner of your screen, that QR code, if you want information and you want to be able to get that information without listening to me continue to blabber about it, head to the QR code, scan it, head to our Give Campus website, and it'll give you all the information as to how you can participate, how you can donate, how you can become an advocate for Gannon Athletics and Gannon University. And of course, the really important part is how you can help through social and digital media and all of that nature to ensure that you can be a big part of Gannon Day of Giving. All right, in just a minute here, we're going to bring our next team on, Competitive Cheer and Dance. They are standing by and excited to talk about what they are doing in terms of their efforts for Day of Giving. Head coach Kelly Mikowski, student athlete Victoria Collins, and assistant coach as well. Look at them. They got matching shirts and everything, and they're coordinated. Let's go ahead and bring them onto the Recreation and Wellness Center. They are funny. All right, let's go. Let's bring them on. Kelly Mikowski and the Competitive Cheer and Dance team, fresh off their appearance from Daytona in Daytona Beach, Florida, for our Day of Giving live stream. I knew you guys would like the spark machines. I'm telling you what. If two of you want to sit at the table now, and then we can rotate in one more as we roll along here. Okay, cool. That sounds good. I am going to switch the camera here so you can get that behind-the-scenes angle out, and let's go ahead and bring them on. Victoria Collins and head coach Kelly Mikowski joining us on the program this morning. First thing you got to ask, how was Daytona?
Oh, it was such an amazing experience, and we love going every year.
I can imagine, Coach. I don't even know where to start. I talked to one of your alumni last night in Shelby Malone, who gave me all the details, of course, about how wonderful it is. But I never got a chance to ask you, what is it like, that experience of being in Daytona for those few days at championships?
So it's really fun. It kind of goes by in the blink of an eye. I think you say that a lot about our season as well. Like, it begins and then all of a sudden we're at our championship, but it goes by in the blink of an eye. But it's honestly just a really exciting week. There's the opportunity for us to kind of just like celebrate everything that we've been working on, like really be together as a team. I think it's a time where it brings our team even closer, and it's just such a great way to kind of finish our season. But also it's busy, it's crazy, it's hectic. There are a lot of people, but it's such a cool experience. They have really, really awesome venues that are really nothing like anything else that you experience. And it's just really, really fun. And I think we went down there this year and we are extremely happy with how we placed and how we did. So it's just a really, really, truly special experience. And I can't imagine a better way to finish our season.
I was going to say top three finishes, and the way that you were able to close out, especially with hip hop there at the end of the weekend. Victoria, when you look at the entirety of the weekend and the season and what your team was able to accomplish, how exciting has it been this year for you and this team to be able to be a part of this?
Yes, with me being my first experience on the game day team, we really evolved as a team in general. I think we just really bonded during this time in Daytona, and I really think it showed on the mat. Definitely during day two, we were all so excited. We took on the mat and we put out as much as we could. I think it was just a really great experience, and I really think our team has grown over the year.
So your first experience in Daytona, what were your expectations going in? What was your level compared to your expectations coming out of Daytona?
Yes, we are in a really tough division, so we were
Yeah.
all really prepared to really work as hard as we could. And I think we really applied everything that the coaches have given us, as well as our choreographer that came in
Yeah.
January. And I really think we all wanted this opportunity, and we really wanted to get in the winner's circle, and we applied that, and we achieved it.
Coach, let's talk about Day of Giving as we take a look at some of the totals here early in the day, 11:40. We've got plenty of hours to go. Competitive cheer and dance has such a close-knit group, right? In talking to, whether it be Carrie McKay, whether it be Shelby Malone, yourself, and so many of the student athletes who have been part of this team since its inception a few years back. Take me through what this sort of a day means and can help this team and this program continue to build from where it began.
Yeah, so we do have, quite a large roster. And with that, we always have different styles of teams, different divisions that we're performing in, all of that fun stuff. So what Day of Giving is, what our main focus is this year is the amount that we raise, whoever wants to donate, always appreciated. But we're looking at putting that towards new uniforms. So, we have multiple 2-day competitions. So a lot of the time, we're wearing a different uniform from day 1 to day 2. We don't necessarily have like a home uniform and an away uniform, but we do have multiple day competitions. So looking at putting that money towards new uniforms for the athletes. It's always kind of fun and exciting to get something new and different. But also, we have had similar uniforms from I think the time that I was on the team way back when. And it's always just kind of fun to change it up, but also to like honor the traditions that we have and make small adjustments to our traditional uniforms that we currently have.
I want you to go back on your first day with the program. Of course, you've been a coach through and through now, and so you're very experienced with the program. And I think part of this Day of Giving is talking about the student-athlete experience. And so, yes, the money helps go towards funding things like uniforms and trips, but also to the thing that's not monetary is the opportunity for your student athletes to experience Daytona and the road to Daytona and everything else. When you started with this program, take me through what your expectations were, kind of what you thought, you might get out of it. And then when you graduated, what changed for the better about those expectations and kind of how your career was so impactful on your life and your time in Gannon.
Yeah. So going back to when I was on the team, this team has just been something that's so special and it's evolved and changed over the years. But, I met some of my best friends on this team that I was talking to this morning. So I think like that was such a special experience to me. And then moving into a coaching position and kind of being on the other side of what this program has to offer, it's just really eye-opening and enlightening. I think Megan Morphy was my coach, and she had just kind of offered so much wisdom and guidance and has taught me so much over the years. So now that I can be that to these other athletes that are coming up is something that's truly special and kind of like a full circle moment. And then obviously coming into my first year as head coach, I had an idea of, how we typically do things. But, it was very, it was a learning experience. I think, every year you have to change and adapt and grow based off of what's best for the athletes and what's best for, what they need in that time. And it's a learning experience. They help you grow as a coach and you can help them grow as athletes, but hopefully also as adults and individuals.
When you look at from the team perspective and the relationships that you've been able to bond with your team, and obviously in your first year, you still have got plenty of time to be able to experience the relationships. How important have they been in your collegiate career so far? Just being able to know that you have people that you can consistently rely on and I'm sure depend on from whether it's school or just an opportunity for someone to lean on.
Yeah, just knowing that we automatically come in with all these athletes and even though it's a new, even college is a new experience. And I think just seeing a friendly face walking to class or just in general really helps have a pickup in your day and knowing that there's people that care about you, always counting on you, and you can see them every day. You can have check-in with them after practice, during practice. It's just really nice to have such a strong team that really cares about you and wants to make sure that you're also being successful.
And I'm sure on that team, you've had an opportunity to hear from some former alumni, of course, your coach being one of them, and others that have been part of the program and how it's so special to them. Have you been able to see those relationships from the former alumni to the current team? And if so, how important is that support? when you see people in the stands for, say, Road to Daytona, or you see and hear from alumni about how successful they want you to be? How important is that and special is that for you to get to see?
I think really having those alumni really help us like see like how much they really love the program and how much it really makes us want to love the program and keep making it stronger and building the program even larger. And I think just knowing that we have like such an outside support from other people and knowing that they're always watching us and wanting us to be successful is really helping us want to strive for higher successes as well.
Kelly, I hate to put you on the spot because I'm sure you've got a million stories, and you're willing that you're able to tell them because we've got 8 hours left to go in this live stream. Every single student athlete, for the experience that they've had, has a story, and again, just goes to show how important Day of Giving is to be able to manifest those experiences. Do you have a favorite memory that you love to tell, story you love to share when you talk about your career with competitive cheer and dance? And if so, just take us through if you'd be willing to share what that story is.
Absolutely. So I have a couple that come to mind. I'll do one from when I was on the team and then one as a coach.
Go for it.
So when I was on the team, I think this is kind of a general memory, but coming in my very first day, I was here the second year that the program was up and running. And coming in my very first day, it was just, I didn't really know what to expect. It was obviously different than what I was doing in high school and everything along those lines. But coming in, it was just like everyone was there for the same reason. Everyone was there to like be a team, and everyone was so excited to have this opportunity. So I think that we were all sitting in a circle stretching before our very first practice, and some of the returners, Carrie, Shelby, they all just like came up to a group of our first years, started stretching in front of us, and they're like, "Hi," like saying their name. "I'm this person, and we're so excited to have you." And like just having that welcoming environment, my very first, like literally before practice even started, and like I guess it was my second day on campus, just kind of made it feel like, yes, this is something that clicks, like this is where I'm supposed to be, these are the type of people that I want to surround myself with. And it was just kind of like a really nice introduction, and it was like, okay, yep, I'm in the right place. And then as a coach, I think one of my like favorite experiences was it was actually last year with hip hop when they were going into finals in third place. That was the highest placement we've ever had, and the highest score that we have ever had. And that was like a really, really big goal of ours. So, you never really know what the judges are going to think of your routine until you go through day one and you get those score sheets from the first day. And they, luckily enough, absolutely loved it. And we had a really, really hardworking team, and seeing their reaction and like their excitement, screaming, they're all sitting in a circle screaming when they announced it, and just being so happy. But then also seeing from a numbers point, seeing the score that we had gotten on the score sheet was just very validating for all the hard work that they put in, and it just made my heart so happy. So it was really, really exciting. It was one of those moments where your heart kind of drops into your stomach in a good way, and it just feels really rewarding.
I will say I do love how you have that team circle when awards are announced. I think it just speaks to the team nature and the team environment, and I think maybe you could speak to this as well. You talked about the relationships that your teammates have with you, but Kelly talked about how she was welcomed in on day one. Is that something you felt? And if so, how important was that to you to be able to feel like as soon as you got here that you felt like you were going to be part of the family right away?
Yeah, I was always so nervous coming here and joining a college team, and I really think having that welcome aspect day one really helps you, and I really wanted to carry that into my second year, and I wanted to make a welcome area for everybody else, and I really wanted the freshmen to know that they were comfortable and they were able to open up, and us upperclassmen were here to help them through their first year.
And as we've been talking about on this live stream through and through, when you're Gannon, your family, it's a cliche, but we continue to say it because it really is the truth. And Kelly, with a couple minutes we have left, when you talked about what the funding from Day of Giving could help with your team, but when you look at a day like this and the community support for competitive cheer and dance, how important and what would be your message to the community out there to be able to continue to support you and put yourself in a really good position team-wise in the future?
Yeah. So again, I know it's kind of cliche, but any little bit helps.
Yeah.
And, we are very fortunate to have the resources that we do here at Gannon. But a lot of the reason that we have those resources is because of the support and the funding that, we get from all of these outside sources as well. So any little bit that anyone chooses to donate, like we see it and we're thankful for it. And that, we think about all of those things with every resource that we have, every mat, every tape, every anything that we kind of have, we're grateful to have those resources and those opportunities. So genuinely, like anything that anyone wants to donate is actually appreciated, and it's appreciated across the board, not just from the coaching staff, but our athletes know how fortunate and lucky we are to have these resources and have this support, not only financially but the physical support of people showing up for us. So we're just really grateful for having those resources and having this opportunity to raise any money that we can to increase the athlete's experience here.
Still cannot believe your season is over. It feels like just yesterday we were in the Highmark for the Daytona Showcase. Your seasons is one of the ones that just goes by so quickly because it is a literal sprint to the finish.
Yep.
But first of all, congratulations on a wonderful season. We're great to see your success in Daytona and beyond. And thanks again for taking a few minutes with us. This has been a lot of fun, and hopefully we continue to see those numbers go up. And again, you can support competitive cheer and dance at all of our teams by clicking on and scanning on that QR code. But again, thank you to both of you, and hopefully it's a wonderful weekend. And can't wait to see you at the end of the year celebration as well. It'll be fun for Tuesday.
It will. Thank you so much.
All right, competitive cheer and dance joining us on our Day of Giving live stream as we continue along here. Again, all of our athletic teams, with the exception of those that are on the road, are going to be joining us today up until 8 o'clock because, again, Day of Giving Centennial Celebrates still has 8 hours left to go. If you have not already given or donated, you can do so right now by scanning the QR code above. It'll give you ways that you can give and ways that you can donate and be a part of this great day on the campus of Gannon University. I was going to give some trivia over to our big board members for competitive cheer and dance, but they know the answers to these two already. So something I'm not really going to worry about here. But you want me to ask? Okay, all right. So we're gonna go to Carrie for this trivia question here. Hold on a second, Carrie. I actually may come up with one of my own while we're talking about this because I have a thought as to what we can potentially do. Okay, so for competitive cheer and dance, these are the two questions again that we have, and I'm gonna make sure to get them here. I'm gonna change this question a little bit. I'm going to change this question because, Carrie, you know the answer to this one. Where are national championships held in? Obviously, hang on. Is your microphone on? Go ahead. Try again. Hold on. The microphone might need to be switched on. There we go.
Sorry, technical difficulties. Daytona Beach, Florida.
Okay, clearly that's obvious. Let me add a follow-up to this one because I think that this might be something that could be a little more challenging, but I also think it's doable. What other major event is held near
Daytona 500?
Brilliant. Bingo. Okay. Well, that's about all the questions I have for that, for competitive cheer and dance. Obviously, Gannon hosts the Road to Daytona Showcase in March. That was the other question that had with the winners, of course, earning a trip to national championships. How about this? How about we switch the roles? Carrie.
Yeah.
You were, of course, with competitive cheer and dance. You know the team inside and out. How about you give me a trivia question that maybe I can try to answer because I'm the one giving out all these questions.
Yeah. We got some fans peeking in from the athletics weight room. But anyways, my question to you is...
And don't be embarrassed. If I get this wrong, I apologize.
No.
Remember, I'm just the host.
That's all right. So how many members were on the first ever team?
I think Shelby Malone told me this last night. 13.
Good job.
Bingo. I
Good
remembered
job.
from last night. That was interesting. Shelby actually brought that up. She was one of the original members from the team.
Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing, though, Carrie, to see how competitive cheer and dance has expanded their roster from from the initial program until now. And for you, I'm sure, too, it's been really exciting to see just the growth of this program at Gannon.
Yeah, it's been incredible. A huge part of my life when that was just like my dedication, my passion, to see how far we've come from that little team of 13. Our first year down in Daytona Beach, where we were just like, we had no business being there. We were just like in awe of everything that was going on. And to see how much the program has grown, but also much the support has grown from the university, from the community,
Yeah.
for our program. That's what really helped us thrive. So yeah, no, it's an awesome program, awesome team, awesome group of people. Really special that our coaching staff is completely composed of alumni who've gone through the program, which I think is really incredible and makes it a much more meaningful impact on the student athletes that they coach. To have people who've quite literally been in their shoes and helped pave the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and it's been wonderful, and it's wonderful to see, and we appreciate Kelly and student athletes coming on and joining us. It's near the top of the hour. Do we have any further updates to discuss when it comes to our Day of Giving leaderboard? Taylor's got a big yes. She's shaking her head. Yes, that's exciting. All right, give us the deets.
Here she is. Come on, you got it.
So you did a great job in Carrie's place just a few moments ago. Whoa!
This just in, yeah, men's wrestling just hit the 11,000
Oh my
mark.
goodness gracious! So tomboys do 2 pies in the face is what we're saying.
2 pies.
Wow, that is. I'll tell you what. Again, we want to make sure that all of our student athletes in all of our programs get involved. But let me just say, Coach Boyd right now setting the standard for men's wrestling, and again, we know that men's wrestling has such a good community around their program. Of course, we saw them at the Hall of Fame when legendary head coach Don Henry got inducted, I should say, into the Hall of Fame. Wow, that is a pretty splendid number for men's wrestling. Do we actually have to change the bar graph and expand the numbers?
You need to reconfigure the design here.
Wow.
They're really putting us through it. But no, yeah, that group of alumni and supporters for men's wrestling is really just a whole nother ball game, a whole nother world. They are so incredibly supportive and very invested in the program and the current student athletes. And Todd Roper is on our Night Nation board, and he does a lot for the leadership of that booster board, and not only just supporting men's wrestling, but he's at as many games of different sports that he can be at all the different alumni functions that we throw for different teams.
Yep.
He's just an incredible supporter as well, and he really sets the tone for what it means to be a Gannon Athletics alum. I think that when I look at alumni groups, they really do outshine a lot of the other groups that I get the opportunity to work with. So they do a great job. Obviously, they're killing the game right now.
Where are we at in terms of the total for athletics? Because I know we've been keeping an eye and keeping an update on that right now in terms of our overall
we
goal.
are. I can't remember. We're very close to 50,000.
Great.
Just under that at 49 and some change. So we are super close to 50,000, which is more than we've ever raised for athletics in Day of Giving. So we're already making Day of Giving history.
And speaking of history, we've been looking at the number for the university as a whole. I've been updating this quite literally like election numbers because they're updating by the second. We are under 100 donations away from 1,000. 905 right now is the number. Since Dr. Iwanenko has been on, we've had about 30 more people contribute to Day of Giving. So I said it was going to be around noon. Maybe it's going to be 1 o'clock, but rest assured, we are without a doubt, in my view, going to get to 1,000 donors. And I think that that's going to be really exciting when we do. And we'll have a celebration when we do. I'm not sure Dr. Iwanenko's booked up. He may not be able to get back for a pie in the face, but I really think it's going to be exciting to get to see where we stand in the next hour or so when it comes to that. Carrie, I want to talk to you just for a minute before we get to women's wrestling with Erin Vandiver and a student athlete who will join us on the show at the quarter of the hour. You were getting a lot of compliments from Dr. Iwanenko and Colin Peterson for your work when it came to, Day of Giving from the athletics perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And take us through kind of your vision and your train of thought for the preparation and lead up to this as to how important this was from an athletics perspective to be involved in our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving.
Yeah, no, it's been incredible. When I started in this role and I was approached to join the Centennial committee, that was a huge honor, being an alumni and former coach here it's just been really incredible to have that opportunity and that honor to be considered for like the planning and the celebration of our 100 years. That's huge to me because, you know, Gannon is really special in my eyes and my heart. So that's been awesome. But if anyone knows me and knows that I'm an incredibly competitive person to a fault sometimes.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. Yeah. But I am, it's very, very rooted deep down inside me. I'm one of 10. So growing up was a huge competition. Always competing. That's kind of where I found my home in my sport, competitive cheer. So when I was told our goal of getting to 1,000 donors, I'm like, easy, like that's simple. We can do that. And I met that just kind of like Dr. I was saying, that wasn't even a question. We knew we were going to set that as our goal and we were going to reach that and continue to lay that foundation for the next century. So that really helped, you know, that competitive nature has really helped me in the preparation and in the leadership of our initiatives for athletics. So, yeah.
Well, again, congratulations on all the work that you've been able to do. It's been such an amazing team effort, and we're getting there. We are certainly getting there without question. The number of donors continues to go up, and as we roll along here in our Day of Giving Athletics live stream, we've got a lot more going on as well. So let's reset how you can get involved. That QR code I've been talking about all day long. Well, there's a reason I've been talking about it all day long, because all you have to do is scan that QR code, and it gets you to our Day of Giving website, which allows you to give options as to how you can participate and donate to Gannon Athletics and other Gannon programs. Of course, you can also be involved as an advocate for other individuals to either match or go above that the amount that you raised for our specific programs. And of course, you can get involved on social media. We've been involved on social media for the last 4 hours because our live stream continues to bring in a great number of people. And if you're just joining us during the lunch hour, welcome. Great to see you on our Day of Giving Centennial Celebrate live stream live from the Recreation and Wellness Center Fieldhouse on the campus of Gannon University. So as we've been talking about, live guests happening every single hour, a couple per hour. We had some trivia excitement. We're going to get pies in the face. I'll tell you what, we haven't had anybody come yet. Tom Boyd's due for one. Athletic Director Lisa Goddard-McGurk is due for one. I will say this, if the numbers continue to come in at the rate that they're coming in, the last 4 hours might be Carrie McKay filling pie crust with whipped cream en masse, because that's currently where we're I feel, Carrie, like that's the direction we're heading at. Like from 6 to 8 o'clock, it's just going to be absolute chaos in here, and we're here for it.
One can only hope. I might have to go restock, get some extra whipped cream, but
hey, that's again, we're all for it. That's the great thing about it. That
is an errand I'm willing to
That is
take.
what the people have come to see. They have not come to see my face, although I would like to think that at least a couple of people have appreciated some of our conversation from today. All right, I digress. In 10 minutes, women's wrestling will be joining us. Head coach Erin Vandiver, and what a season for them. 9 individuals sent to nationals, 5 regional champions, an All-American and Nyla Burgess, who placed 4th at NCWWC championships. They will be joining us in just a few minutes to talk about their efforts for Day of Giving and what it means to their program. You want to talk about a program that has shot up like a cannon in the last few seasons. They have been just such an amazing story and an amazing team under Coach Vandiver, Aaron, and Chad. 12:45, Milan Mado and men's and women's swimming is going to join us. Talk about another great season. The men's team tying their best ever team finish at PSAC. The women's team also in the top half of the overall standings for the team standings, and some All-Americans along the way on the men's side. They'll join us at 12:45. Then at 1 o'clock, yeah, what a busy weekend for Brandy Duran and acrobatics and tumbling. They're set to get on a plane to fly to Sioux Falls, South Dakota this weekend. Before that happens, though, they're going to be joining us on our live stream to talk about Day of Giving. And you know what? One of the wonderful things about a live stream is that sometimes you just get people that you don't know are going to show up. And so we got someone that's showing up right now that's going to pop in the chair because we love to get to talk to him. He's one of our favorites, and just making the rounds for us. And he's smart. He wore the raincoat in here too because it's pouring outside, I think. Welcome in Mr. Cleve Wright, everybody, head coach of women's basketball, joining us on our Day of Giving live stream. let you put that headset on. Hold on one second. I'm just gonna make sure it's up there for you. Brilliant. It's good to see you, my friend. How have things been?
Doing well. Just enjoying your live stream.
Have you been watching?
Yeah, Gary's like, the hostess with the mostest right there.
I was
She's
gonna,
just
I'm
talking it up.
I'm not sure what I would do without them. I mean, I'm not a math guy. Clearly, I can't crunch the numbers very well. But isn't this cool? Nice.
It's very cool. I couldn't. I was harder a little bit. I was on my phone.
Yeah.
So if you're watching on your computer, you can see it a little bit better.
I
But
see.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And when you look at your category, your team there near the end, over 3,800, you're getting close to your $5,000 goal. So I hope your hair is all nice for the pie in the face in a couple of hours here. Cleve, you know this university so well. You've touched so many lives. Of course, we talked to one last night, and Julie Kleber, who, of course, was that part of the team in 2009, 2010. Gannon means a lot to you, and I'm just wondering on a day like today where it's the Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving, you could just share your thoughts as to just how important this day and this program is from your perspective.
I mean, absolutely. I love watching the videos of all the teams and talking about how special Gannon is and what a great place this is. And the great thing is that it's not the place that makes it special. It's the people that make it special. And we certainly have our share of special people here, just people that really care and that are here at Gannon. And then, that's kind of the inner circle would be Gannon, but then you have that support group on the outside where you have, boosters who, and people who just care about the program, alumni who care about the program, who give back and understand how important that is. And I know that we constantly are we're sending out thank yous. We're saying thank you. We're seeing people at the games and just constantly communicating that just because it's true. And we know we're blessed. Not a lot of places can say that. Not a lot of places have the support that we have. And so we're just thankful we can be here, want to give back as much as we possibly can. And I just want to encourage everybody today, to take advantage of the day. Well, we got 7 or 8 hours left.
Yeah, 8 hours.
And there's more time there. I want to challenge women's basketball. It's, I think we're in 3rd place now, I think. It's wrestling.
Yes, wrestling, football, and then I think you are right there at third.
Volleyball's close, but it's a competitive. We're all competitive, so of course I'm going to call out women's basketball supporters and alumni to give to the program, and then certainly give to everyone. If you got that favorite team, give it to that, and then look at this support. Look what Isaac's committed to, and Carrie's over there. She's asleep right now, taking a little nap. But I mean,
he's
committing
lying
to this. Oh, she's not asleep. I'm joking. So, but committing to this right here, I think this is cool. First time we've ever done it.
It is.
I think, and I think that's a shout out to you, Isaac. It's a shout out to Carrie and Taylor, who's also here, wanting to put this time in to support all of our athletic programs. These guys behind the scenes, it's just amazing. We talk about our boosters, we talk about our supporters outside. We have so many administrators, sports information, or media. What do I call you? Sports media? Okay, Taylor. Okay, good.
Most of the time,
so I just make sure I say it right. But we don't say thank you enough to the people that do that, because you're not in the spotlight, and just really, really appreciate what you guys do for us.
Yeah, the feeling's mutual, my friend. It's been wonderful to get to work with teams, and of course, you're incredible, running the Elite Eight for the 2nd straight year. And I want to ask you, you know this community well, you know this team well, and I think you're such a great ambassador for Gannon. But you had the opportunity to coach at different universities at different levels, and one of the things that so many people have been saying about Day of Giving in the community at large is Erie's unique because you have a lot of people who grew up here, who have lived here their whole life. They went to high school, college here. Now they have a 2nd and 3rd generation that stay here. What about that specifically makes Erie and Gannon so unique and special, just from some of the other places that you've been, even traveling with your teams to different locations? Because it just seems like there's just a different kind of bond that you don't necessarily get other places. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
Yeah, I think for me, it is the people that come to the games, that have been coming to the games for decades, and have such a connection with the program in general. And I think that just makes it a unique place. I mean, I think a lot of people want to come play at our place because they want to play in front of people, whether they're rooting for you or against you or not. They want to play in front of people, and we fortunately have, you know, that kind of support. And one of my favorite things is when I'm recruiting, they'll say, so, you know, they'll ask the question, you know, so what do you think about Gannon, or they're asking me, you know, why did you come back to Gannon? I go, well, I can tell you one of the reasons I came back, one of the main reasons I came back to Gannon is because this is where my heart's at. It fits me like a glove. It's a great place. It's a great recruiting tool because it's like, wait a minute, so you came back? So, yes, I mean, I'm here for the second time.
Right.
And so, in most of that is about the people. Like I said before, it's not the buildings, it's not the campus, although all of those things and this money obviously certainly helps us in all those things, whether it be in our operating budget or you know, we take trips every year, or it could be, you know, for example, this year, you know, obviously championship rings and so forth, things that you want to provide for your student athletes to give them the most positive experience that they can have. And I think that's what we try to do here. I know the coaching staff here, our administration, you know, when you're at a place where they care about things and they really genuinely care, then I think that impacts people. And that's why you have such a give back and support from the alumni, like you spoke with, you know, Julie last night.
We're going to talk more about Day of Giving when you and some of your student athletes come on a bit later in the podcast, but I think this is the perfect time to talk about the student athlete experience. And one experience that your kids are going to get next year is the CCA Tip-Off Classic here in Erie. I know you're very excited for it. Of course, plans are in the works for getting teams here and getting things scheduled. Take me through what that's going to mean to this program and to be able to host with Edinboro such a incredible tournament that really is featuring some of the best teams in the country here, and what that means to you to bring it to Erie.
Well, we've teamed up with the Erie Sports Commission, is kind of initiated the whole thing, and then we have a couple great sponsors. One is one of the main ones is AHN, and then we heard about another, it was Larson's, I think. There's another one, Lamar. Sorry, yes. Lamar. And AHN has just been phenomenal in helping us promote this and helping us get this going. The teams that we have coming, we have teams from all over the country. People I think will enjoy coming to watch, you know, different brands of basketball from all over the country and playing both here and at Edinboro. It's a lot of work. We've been fortunate to participate in my 17 years here. We did go to California one time. We've been to Montana. We've been to Vancouver. And so now we're going to bring some of these people to Erie, and we're excited. And one of the things that I think people are excited about is seeing is playing in front of people. You know, I go to some of these events and there's some people. I just have a feeling that this is going to be not just because we're here. I think people are going to come because they want to watch Edinboro and Gannon, but they want to also see, they appreciate basketball and want to see some of the top teams in the country. We have former national champions going to be here. I think almost everybody in the field right now, everybody in the field right now has made the national tournament this year. And we got a spot or two that on our waiting list that we haven't selected those teams yet. So, but it'll be off the charts.
Well, one of the things we know about tournaments around this area, whether you look at football, the Save an Eye game, Gary Miller Classic, of course, on campus. And by the way, the Burger King Classic at Cathedral Prep draws in thousands of fans. So you're going to see this. And to your point, I agree. I think you're going to see a lot of people that are going to be here and be really excited and invested in this. So can't wait to get to talk to you later, my friend. What's up?
You got This is a superstar right here. She's over here doing calisthenics.
They are warming up, ready
Aaron,
for.
I want to wrestle Aaron. Look, wrestle.
Hold on, Taylor. Turn the camera on. I want to show this woman.
I do not want to wrestle her.
No. Oh gosh.
That would be embarrassing.
No. Get out of here. No chance. Look. Women's wrestling is ready to go. They are warming up. I don't know if they think that we're going to take them on 2-on-2. I'm not interested.
It's tag team.
No,
off
I'm not interested. All due respect, you and I couldn't take either of them down. No question about it. All right, Cleats.
Thanks for having me.
Great stuff, and we'll see you later with two of your student athletes. Okay, this is really neat. I'll tell you what. If you don't think women's wrestling's invested, well, I don't really know what to tell you. All right, are you good with your warm-ups? All right, let's go. Come on over. Women's wrestling joining us on our Day of Giving live stream. By far and away the most emphatic entrance that we have had of any team thus far, and I am here for it. Go ahead, have a seat. You get the headset, Lily. All right. Seriously, I don't know if your plan was to wrestle me or what, but it ain't happening. I'm sorry. I would get my butt kicked. But thank you. I appreciate the effort and the excitement over this. Aaron Vandiver and Lily joining us here on our Day of Giving Athletics live stream. It's great to see you both. Thanks again for being a part of this. And what an exciting day for this program and for the university at large, Aaron.
Absolutely.
Talk about the season. I'll tell you what, we've talked about programs here at Gannon that have been on the rise and have shown great success. There are so many, but we look at what you were able to accomplish this year, sending 9 to nationals, 5 individual regional champions, and of course, Nyla earning that All-American status. What did this season, when we look back years down the road at the history of Gannon women's wrestling, what will this season in particular do to boost and elevate the level at where this program is at?
I'm answering first. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. I think, honestly, it was one of the best seasons that Gannon Women's Wrestling ever had since 2018, since the team was founded. I actually did a presentation in one of my classes about just like the marketing of women's wrestling, and I was mentioning it that the 2024-2025 season, it was probably one of the best seasons, especially if we're looking at the overall progress of the athletes, not just looking at the results, what we got at nationals, regionals. Obviously, we did amazing,
right? And
I'm super proud of every single person, and we are so grateful for the environment, our coaches, everyone who's surrounding us. But I feel like as a team, as an individual athlete, it was probably our best season because of the growth that was shown throughout from the beginning of the season until the end of season. Everyone was just constantly growing, constantly learning from each other, from the coaches. So yeah, absolutely, it was one of the best.
Aaron, what did that growth look like from the beginning of the year till all the way to nationals?
Yeah, just like Lily said, I mean, you saw it. There were large strides that you saw. I mean, winning the regionals and setting team goals and accomplishing those. But there were daily things that the athletes, took upon themselves that made the difference that they didn't see right away, but they kept, consistent and pushing forward. And over time, those became, big benchmarks for them, and they were able to work together. So you saw, again, just, huge accomplishments by the team, by individuals. It was an exciting year, monumental year. Which was fun and exciting for everybody. Of course, I mean, after the first year, you get in, you kind of get your feet wet.
Yeah.
And then there's a tipping point. You can go either way that second year. And it speaks volumes for each athlete, our program, and the athletic department, everyone coming together and supporting this team, again, to skyrocket them to where they want to be and where we can be. So little strides each day, and they came out, monumental in the end.
There are so many important factors to giving for Day of Giving for our student athletes and for our athletic programs. But I think this year for women's wrestling in particular, extra special because of what's coming next year and the NCAA championship sanctioned sport that's now official for women's wrestling and the strides that it's been able to make, Coach. I know we talked a bit about this off air a few months back, but take us through what that means to the program, what that means for the sport, and how it can help elevate the program and things at large moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, such a profound movement. We're finally there. It just validates everything, gives credibility, legitimizes everything we've been doing, or, a lot of girls have been doing since they're 5. And now when they're 5, they see a clear path of where they're going to go. So it's just great that, these women are now working hard and getting, the recognition, NCAA status and championships, and, just having that recognition and that team support and that platform and arena to go out there and perform, to make a statement athletically and as wrestlers, but also just as people in their personal development too. It's huge.
What about for you, Lily, and having been a part of this program, and of course you have aspirations to wrestle Olympically as well, and in the growth of the sport where that is concerned, what that's going to mean for this program, and I'm sure the excitement you'll get a chance to see to watch it moving forward down the road.
I wish I could bring my presentation out here and just present it because I was actually touching on the base of getting sanctioned as an NCAA sport. Obviously, women's wrestling is the 91st NCAA sport officially from next season. I want to say that being sanctioned doesn't only mean that, okay, we're an NCAA sport now. Yeah, you are like on a collegiate level you are being like recognized, it's also recognizing the women's wrestlers behind it and the coaches behind it.
Yeah.
All the coaches who have been fighting since 2016, I'm not
Yep.
totally sure, to actually get women's wrestling to that level of recognition and to that level of, yes, you are going to be recognized because of the work ethic and all the work that you put in every single day. And I wish I could cite the ncaa.org. They actually had a beautiful quote about it, but if I remember right, it was that female wrestlers are now being recognized for not only being women's wrestlers, but also for their work ethic, like I said, all the work that they put in. Their coaches are being recognized, their programs, their schools, their families are being recognized. So that is amazing. And obviously for me, it is a stepstone for the Olympic Games. Obviously the competition gets harder every single time we step on the mat. I don't even want to say every year, I want to say every single competition it gets harder. Every single opponent that I faced in the past 3 years, they were amazing wrestlers, and they made me who I am today. They made me the women's wrestler that I became, that I am sitting here right now. And to my future opponents, watch out. I'm going to come.
Was that at the end of your presentation, just a slide with "watch out" at the end of it?
No, actually.
Oh, a little late.
Now I wish it would have been. But they are going to shape me into the wrestler that I'm going to be. And I hope that I'm going to meet them at the Olympic Games in 2028.
And it's what makes it so exciting is to get to see the sport grow. And I know it means so much to both of you and for us here at Gannon to get to see the growth and the success that this program has had. And I think it brings us to Day of Giving, Coach. I mean, you have now had the opportunity to travel with your teams to a various amount of locations and get that great student athlete experience for championships. Take us through how impactful Day of Giving can be for this team and how it can position your team really well into the future.
Yeah, it just makes a huge difference. Everything that we get, goes a long way. And that's one thing that I'm very proud of the Knight Nation and Gannon here, that we really use our resources well. We're very thankful for everything we get, and we use our resources really well. But like you said, the competition's getting harder. It's getting more spread out. It's getting tougher. So we're going to keep, stay on top of our game and keep improving things, which we have. Facilities here are great. Our event center, we're getting new mats and things like that. But just to keep these girls, again, healthy and strong and looking good and feeling good, so they can go out and do what they love and know that they have a big support system behind them. So for us, this year specifically, we're going to get some new warm-ups and some new singlets, our gear. Again, these girls feel this bond, this team, but we want, and they're proud to represent Gannon. We want to show that too. So when we travel, whether it's by bus or we do take a lot of planes and through the airports, just showing up to arenas, outfitted as a team, looking as one unit, in that one effort, that one purpose. It feels good, but it looks good, and we wrestle good.
Yeah. Oh, the wrestling part is certainly there, and an opportunity to look that great as well certainly will help with Day of Giving. Lily, we've been talking about the student athlete experience and how, yes, your competition on the mat is important, but I think you can explain this really well because you've gotten a chance to be involved and invested in a lot of things academically as well as other curricular and events on campus. Take us through, when you look at it from a Day of Giving lens, how important the student athlete entire experience has been for you, and how that can help you for the future, whether it's on or off the mat of things you've done.
Day of Giving is always special. It's always special. I was actually just on the phone with my parents and my brothers.
Oh, cool.
And I was like, hey, so today is Day of Giving. This is what it's for. And every single donation that we get from friends and family and other donees, it means the world to us because it shows that they do care about us, no matter the amount that they decide to donate. It could be anything. It could be literally anything. I don't want to say numbers, but it does show from their perspective that, yes, we do care about you. We do care about a specific athlete, the sport, the coaches, the athletic training staff, or just the university itself. So from a student athlete's perspective, obviously Day of Caring is coming tomorrow. So it is another cool opportunity to contradict Day of Giving, because we're getting today, we are being given today, and tomorrow we're giving back to the community by helping local companies, helping at cleaning up at Presque Isle State Park, which we're going to do tomorrow. And I'm super excited. It's going to be my 3rd or 4th time doing that. So I'm super stoked about it. Hopefully it's not going to rain. Because, it's pouring rain right now. And I'm all wet. My sweatshirt is super soaked. So yeah, I'm really excited for tomorrow. I'm super excited about today. And it just shows. We were just at the Faunathon thing, and we were just calling our friends and family.
Yeah,
and
you might get a call from.
You might get a call from
familiar
us.
voice.
Brilliant.
Or I can change my voice. Hey, Taylor.
They've got AI for that now,
I'm
you know.
Willie.
They've
Would
got
you like
AI
to
for that
donate?
now. That or ChatGPT. By the way, as we've been talking, athletics is now halfway over our goal. We're over $50,000 raised. So we are certainly on our way there with 7.5 hours left to go in Day of Giving. So make sure to continue to give both the women's wrestling program and other programs on campus. Lily, I may have to invest you to be the host for the podcast for the last 3 or 4 hours. So just be on standby for that. Let's end with some trivia, shall we? I think that what?
Coach warned me about it, and I really hope I'll get it
you
right.
did? Okay, all right. So we're gonna give you a couple of chances. I'm gonna leave this one for Coach Vandiver for our team over here, because of course it'd be an obvious question to ask. But for those of you who are watching the stream right now, let us know in the comments if you know the answer to this. Prior to coming to Gannon, current Coach Vandiver coached at one of the top high school programs in the country. Can you name the school? Don't spoil it. We're going to get to it in a couple of minutes. So, Carrie, start thinking. Oh, not yet. You got some time. Just start thinking about it. But here's the trivia question that I'm going to give to you, and I'm going to give you the whiteboard to write it down. Aaron, if you know the answer, only help Lily if she absolutely needs
God,
it.
it's the question that you thought.
Name the first Gannon women's wrestler to earn All-America honors. You're a mind reader, Aaron. You knew. All right, you've got some time.
We were actually looking
Were you?
at the statistics.
I'll give you an opportunity. There's actually 2 of them that earned it in the same year. So if you get one, I'm going to give you partial credit, and you got like a 500 batting average, as if you're like playing softball. So that'd be still a pretty good batting
one
average.
of them, but I don't know the other one. I don't know her name.
Okay. Well, what's the first one that you know?
Was it Annabelle Helm?
It was Annabelle Helm.
Yes, I told you.
For bonus points. What weight class? What place did she get?
She was in 155 pounds.
Okay.
And she got 3rd place.
No, she got 5th.
What? First year?
First year.
They had 2 nationals in that year.
Okay.
Yeah, she got 3rd and 5th.
Okay, so we're gonna have to check the challenge on that.
She told me, because she tells me all the time that she was the highest placer. I'm like, okay.
Okay, well, while we're going over the second name, we're gonna look over the official replay here at our decision desk, which has morphed into a big board now, a decision desk. So that's number 1. Do you know the second one? There's a second one as well that was also in 2019, 2020. I can give you the weight class if you need help.
I think I know the weight class. She was in 101, right?
Yes.
Wasn't her name Christine? Not starts with a C. Oh my God, I see her All-American plaque all the time. No.
I'll give you. It actually starts with a K.
A K?
A K.
A K?
Yes.
A K.
Yes.
Instead of a C.
Yes.
A K. No. 101 pounder.
What name did you just put out there?
Kendall.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was Kendall McGarity.
Really? But she wasn't in 101.
Oh,
she was in
191. I'm
she
sorry.
was in 191.
I led you astray. I led you astray.
Okay.
So 6th place at 191 was Kendall McGarity, and Annabelle Helm was the other All-American. We're currently racing. So that's not bad. I'm going to give you credit for the one of them because you knew the one, and I think Kendall you could probably get credit to too. So you're both 2 for 2. So the trivia is going. I would say it's going so. It's not bad so far. I got to admit, I wouldn't know a ton of these if not for Bob Shreve, who really helped us out with that. Do we have the answer?
Yeah, she was right.
What?
I was right.
Third?
I was right.
All right. So I don't even know why I should doubt any of them. They know best. All right. Once again, you can give to Gannon Women's Wrestling and all of our athletic programs by scanning the QR code. Lily, Aaron, I appreciate you both being on here. This was a lot of fun. I appreciate your dedication to the warm-ups at the beginning were wonderful. And again, best of luck through the off season and what was going to be a great season ahead. So thank you again to both of you for being a part of this.
Thanks, Isaac.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's continue along in our Day of Giving live stream. Everybody is, I'll tell you what, so far, favorite team on this show, with all due respect, but without a doubt, Gannon Women's Wrestling. They killed the show. They killed their segment, and we appreciate them being on. They are skyrocketing with success, women's wrestling, no question about it. And again, make sure to give to them and all of our athletic programs, because as we talked about, and we're going to go to the big board in just a second because we have that great development of over halfway to our goal. We are now over $50,000 raised for Gannon Athletics. And I do want to also mention, because we've been keeping tabs on Gannon University as a whole, we are just 65 donors away from our university-wide goal of 1,000 donors. 935 is the official number currently. So let me tell you something right now. We're going to break that number without question. We may wait till 2 o'clock to do it. I don't know. But it's going to be broken without question. So excited about that. Excited about continuing to be here with you on Gannon Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. We have men's and women's swimming coming on with us in just a few minutes' time. But before we get to that, we got to go back to the big board, which has been doubling as a decision desk, which has been doubling as a guest showrunner. Taylor and Carrie have been doing so much, seriously, for the last couple of hours here. And they've got more big board information for us. Carrie, take it away. What do we got so far?
Yeah, just because we had incredible guests on just now from women's wrestling, I wanted to update you that they have already reached over 1,000. I apologize. My screen has not updated, but they are at 1,450 currently.
Great.
So they're doing really well. Making calls. I was just over there getting them started in the call center. So they're having a lot of fun calling some alumni, some family, even if they're just getting the opportunity to talk to some of you guys. I know that they're really enjoying those moments with you guys over the phone. So keep up the great work. We've had some other teams jump a little bit. Our competitive cheer and dance team is at $770.
The podcast is working. I'm telling you, people.
It is. It's going. We are breaking through here, and of course, being able to come back and see that we got over 50,000 was huge for me. So great job. Thanks for everything that you're doing. I think those are all my updates right now.
Okay, wonderful. Can I throw a trivia question your way?
Yeah, sure.
It is the same trivia question that I posed to the audience. So Carrie gets a chance to answer this one as the audience does. Let us know in the comments if you know the answer to these trivia questions. Taylor, if you know the answer, again, you know the drill at this point. If you don't know the answer, well, then you're more than welcome to answer. Taylor's going to hate me by the end of the day today. Okay. Women's wrestling. The question again is, prior to coaching at Gannon, current head coach Aaron Vandiver coached at one of the top high school programs in the country, Carrie McKay, for $1,000 in our daily double. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
What was the name of that high school?
Wyoming Seminary College Prep.
You don't have to say anything else. Why?
Actually, I do know this because, fun fact, before it was announced that Aaron was coming here to be our coach for women's wrestling, I went to an event with her up at the sports park.
Oh, neat. Okay.
For women in sports, and she was the honored speaker. So that's where I got to meet her family, and everything for the first time. And that's why I know about that little fact about her.
That's actually really neat. So Carrie, you're now 3 for 5. You're doing really, really well. So we're over 50% in our athletics goal. We're over 50% in the whatchamacallit, in the trivia. I'm losing my mind already. It's 12:34.
You're doing great.
We are getting close to 50% of the way there for our Day of Giving live stream, but we still have so much left to do, folks. We've got so many teams coming in. Of course, men's and women's swimming is set to join us in just a couple of minutes. Acrobatics and tumbling is going to join us at the top of the hour as they get set to head to Sioux Falls, South Dakota in the Elman Center for the second time this season for Acrobatics and Championships NCATA National Championships. Then we'll take a short break, and then we got volleyball, men's basketball, and cross country lined up in what's going to be a packed afternoon portion of an exciting day of giving live stream. All of our guests and the times that they'll be appearing are on the bottom of your screen there, across on the ticker, and in the top right corner just above my head. There you go. You can scan that QR code and head over to our giving website so that you can learn how to give, how to get involved, and how to be a part of this incredible day of giving that started at 8 o'clock last night and was going all the way until 8 o'clock this evening. So we're officially into the afternoon portion of this show, and we appreciate you being a part of our live stream today. All right, we are getting set to head to men's and women's swimming in just a minute or so. Again, want to give thanks to everyone who has supported this live stream, whether it be individuals who are working behind the scenes in our athletic administration, just like Carrie and Taylor, Bob Shreve in our athletic media relations office, Kevin Huber and Mitch Farnsworth, who do an incredible job running internal ops and facilities, Megan Morphy, who is just the queen of quite literally everything. She is an amazing assistant athletic director. And then, of course, Lisa Goddard-McGurk, who runs the ship and has done so well to guide this incredible athletics program over the last decade, in a athletics program that is 12th in the Learfield Directors Cup standings, and that is currently first in the Dixon Trophy standings for the PSAC. It's just wonderful to get to see the continued success for our athletic programs, and really women's wrestling is a prime example of that, a team that truthfully embodies a meteoric rise to the top in what they do. All right, we'll take a short couple-minute break. No, we're not. I lied, because we've got swimming coming on right now. Milan Meadow, just like a butterfly stroke touching the wall, came at the very last moment. So we're going to get set to have them on right now once I change the camera here. Again, so many thanks to go out to so many individuals who have been part of this day of giving live stream. It looks like we've got someone here with them as well. Milan, always make sure to bring a friend ahead of our day of giving live stream, and so excited to have them on as well. It looks like they are all set and ready to go. So without further ado, let's bring them on. Men's and women's swim and dive set to join us on our day of giving podcast, and let's go ahead and see if they freak out over the spark machines. Milan's smiling, so it's a good thing. All right, great to have them in on this Friday afternoon. They get our afternoon session started. Gentlemen, feel free, have a seat. Excited to have you both in on this Friday afternoon. It is great to see you, Milan. You can put the headphone on and go ahead. Milan, introduce yourself and your student athlete for those who don't know quite yet.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Milan Meadow. I'm the head swim coach here at Gannon University. This is my first season. This is one of our 4 team captains, Connor A. Bear. He is a graduating senior. Yeah.
Connor, first of all, and that microphone is for you, by the way. You can pick it up and chat. Graduating senior, I'm sure the few years has flown by for you. Has it really sunk in yet what's about to happen when it comes to graduation and finals week and all that fun stuff?
I'd say yes and no. Like, school is definitely taking up most of my time now as I'm graduating. There's a lot of senior things that we're doing.
Yeah.
But the big difference is not going back for postseason practice. That's been kind of a nice change, I'd say. Don't get me wrong, I'll definitely miss it. But for me, mentally, it hasn't set in yet that I'm really a senior and graduating from the team. I'm sure when my brother comes back next year around August to start training, it'll really kick in that I'm not coming back for one more year. But yeah.
Can I just ask, from a student athlete perspective, as a swimmer, I can't even begin to imagine what practices are like. How quickly do you get used to, as a swimmer growing up, long practices 6 to 7 days a week? Like, at what point does it become ingrained in your blood that just how it's going to be until you stop?
So I think for people it's different. A couple of my teammates have been swimming 2 days with, 6 days a week for, 15 years, since they were probably in elementary school. For me, it really started when I got to college, but I had been swimming for 6-7 days a week since I was in high school. So, it really kind of sets in when you start that. And I think it's just ingrained in the sport from the beginning that it is a time commitment sport. You do have to be there for a while to be able to make progress. So I think that it kind of starts whenever you're willing to put forth the effort, and it really will show in the future.
Milan, excitement over Day of Giving today. Of course, we've already seen so many teams have such great support with the community and some of the alumni as well. From the swimming perspective for the men's and women's team, take us through kind of how important this day is for you and kind of how this funding can be used to help propel your team into next season.
Yes, of course. I mean, it's as important as for every other sports team on campus, every other department, and the school in general. We are all needing a bit of more assistance. It's always nice to have additional funds. And I mean, the way we will be utilizing the funds is supporting our travel, supporting a possible training trip, and obviously buying our equipment.
You've talked with me in the last few weeks, especially about the excitement that both of these programs have. Of course, we saw the men's team this past year tying the program record for the highest team finish in program history. We saw the All-Americans out of the men's team. The women's team had a strong finish at PSACs. When you look at where this team is positioned and now you getting a chance to take the reins again as head coach, how exciting is the future for this program and kind of what you have on the horizon here?
It's very exciting. I'm very looking forward to the season beginning all over again, and I'm sure most of the team, probably the entire team, feels the same way. And I know for a fact that we are getting a very strong recruiting class, both men and women.
Yeah.
And we are going to have an even better season. And, you know, we just hope to build on the success that we had this year.
Connor, I want to talk about your experience as a student athlete, and I think you're unique as well because you've gotten to swim with your brother for the last little while here, and that's something that not everyone and few people get a chance to do. But when you look back at when you started at Gannon and just kind of how that experience has morphed, what were your expectations when you came to campus, and what will you say about Gannon when you leave and you put on that tassel and your cap and you graduate in a couple of weeks?
I think for me, I was really, really excited to come to college, especially Gannon, as it's a little bit further away from my hometown and it was brand new. But I really didn't have any expectations besides just getting started. I will say that I've learned and grown a lot, and I think my fellow seniors can say that as well.
Yeah.
We've been put in plenty of tough and great situations. This past year, like you said, getting second place was a really sweet note to finish on. Especially doing that with my brother, you know, I kind of sweet talked him into coming here as well.
Oh,
just
did
by
you?
telling him how great I like things. But yeah, I would say that I've just learned how to deal with different circumstances and being a leader, being a follower, being a part of a team, whether it's in the pool or in the classroom. I think that Gannon has such a community-based approach that makes learning here very personalized, and it makes just feeling like a student, you're feeling like you're a part of the Gannon family.
Yeah. Can you just take me through what it's been like to be able to swim with your brother? Because, you know, it's very rare in college. High school, sure, but college, it is rare. And how that has been able to just, you know, I want to say help you along, but also enhance what you've been able to do on campus and the gratification that you have getting a chance to be a part of that.
Yeah, so Gannon swim team has had a couple different sets of siblings. We actually had a set of two brothers that came in before us. So that kind of showed us that it was possible, I guess. And funny enough, my brother and I do not swim the same events at all. So I think that has been good because we tend to butt heads in the pool a little bit too much.
Okay.
So it's nice that we're on opposite ends of the pool. But outside of that, it's been really fun because he was the only recruit that we had his freshman year. So for him to be able to come in and have me on the team and already know a lot of the members on the team, it really helped him to, you know, come into the brotherhood that we have at Gannon Swimming. And I'd say just like that, it is a brotherhood that we have. For me to be able to share this experience with him and like the brotherhood that we had from before coming to school, and then to introduce him to all of my friends and what we have going on here, it's made that experience so much better. Just because I feel like I have, no matter where I turn, I have someone who has my back and who I can consider a brother on this team.
I feel like I'm allowed to ask you this question because you love each other, but you're competitive. Let's say the two of you switch events for a day. Who's going to have the better times between you and your brother for the other's events?
I think that, I don't know. That's a very, very tough one. I think that Brandon would probably have the better times for my events.
Just for reference, what events do you swim and what events
So
did he
I
swim
do
for the public?
the 50 freestyle and then the 100 freestyle, 100 fly, and my
Okay.
brother does the 500 free all the way up to the mile. I think that he would have some better success in my events just because I don't know if I could go for the whole mile. I might be tapping out at about the 1,000. So
I'll tell you what, it is funny though, because it's expected that you swim different events, but you're on literal opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
I love it. It makes me laugh, and I just think it's funny. I just figured it'd be funny to ask you that. But Milan, when you look at, you know, in your time here in the student athlete experience and getting a chance to work with so many of these student athletes, take me through how important that community support is, not just necessarily financially, but also coming to your events and being invested in a part of the group, and how that will help your program moving forward.
Yes, of course. I mean, everything in life, it starts with a good relationship. So we are all about relationships on the team. I think the men and women work fantastically well together. And you know, this is the largest team that I have ever coached in my life, and just seeing our home dual meets have as many fans or people, family in the crowds, it's been eye-opening. And you know, all the professors that might have the privilege in a way teaching some of my student athletes, they have reached out to me, and we have been communicating since. So you know, they let me know how remarkable of young human beings they are, and you know, we can relate on that. And it's been just a great experience.
I asked the student athletes on this live stream what it's like living that experience, but I don't think I've asked any coaches what the coaching experience is like, because I think, you know, as exciting as it is to be a student athlete, you know, the bond between coaches and administration, I think, is there as well. What gratification do you get just coming to the pool every day, being a coach, and getting to work with so many great people?
You know, I just immediately have a boost in my mood. I could be having the worst day in my life, and I walk onto the pool deck and I see a bunch of smiling faces.
And that's hard to do, because you walk into the pool deck, I'm like, man, I got to make these people swim miles and miles and miles every single day.
Yeah, but you know, they might be a little bit unhappy when they see some of the practices written on the board. I mean, Connor probably wouldn't like Brandon's practices, but you know, we push through, and at the end of the day, everyone feels incredibly fulfilled, and they know they did their best, and we just feed off each other's emotions.
Connor, when you look at your entire career, and obviously you're going to graduate and get to move on to wonderful pastures, but when you look at this program, and for people who are considering their college decision, where you want to go, what do you want to do, what makes Gannon special, or in your mind stand out from the rest, that you think would lead you to give advice to people to say, hey, look, you should come here, and here's why?
I think the number one thing that I could say that Gannon is it is such a tight community. And I think that really makes it a personalized college experience. You know, I've only had the opportunity to swim under Milan for the past year, but I can say that in this past year, we've made great leaps in building a stronger community in our team, and with the student athletes around us. You know, we've had many opportunities to kind of branch out and do things with other sports through SAC, but we've also had a lot of them come to our swim meets as well. And just like having those home swim meets, it's something that's super fun to do, and super fun to meet all these other student athletes who you're around, because Gannon is, for the most part, student athletes. So you're going to be around people who are like-minded and who are just like you in that regard. And what I will say too is, under Milan, I think that we are a very up-and-coming program. This year, like you said, we placed second in the PSAC for the men's team, and the women had an incredible season as well. But I personally think that this will be our worst season that we have in the future, just because of the great things that we're building here. Milan really knows what he's doing, and our assistant coach, Sebastian, is just full of life. And because he's a little bit younger, he can relate to us a little bit more. And that helps out a tremendous amount, because they know what you're going through. They know what you're going through as a student athlete. They know what you're going through as a person. So they can truly relate to you in that regard. And I think that our team is super close-knit in that way too. And so everyone is always there to support each other. They're always there to make sure that everyone is having the best time that they possibly can.
Yeah, wonderfully said. And again, such a great ambassador for your sport and for Gannon Athletics as well as a whole. Before I let you two go, you up for a trivia question?
Sure.
You don't really have a choice, unfortunately. But we've been doing this with all of our athletic programs, and we figured we'd give this one to you guys as well. I've got 2 trivia questions, but I'm going to give you the one that I think might be a little more difficult because I want to see if the public knows as well. Of course, great storied history with Gannon swimming. Let me go down and see if I have. Yep, here we go. All right. Men's swimming. Milan, if you know this, you can only help Connor if he does not know this. Here's a whiteboard. We'll help you out. Who is the first Gannon men's swimmer to earn All-American honors?
I have a guess, but
Okay.
To
All
be
right.
honest, I'm not fully
All right.
sure.
Well, give us what your thought is. If I give you the year, will that help you?
Probably.
Okay. The year was 1996.
Okay, I was thinking more about 2014 or 15.
Okay. I don't know what strokes he swam. My apologies. I wish I did. Okay.
No. I'm sorry.
We'll see if the community knows. Again, this is dating back a while. It's nearly 30 years dating back. Brett Lindenmuth was the first ever Gannon men's swimmer to earn All-American honors in 1996. Again, a while back. He was the first. So, all right, I'll give you a chance at redemption. Who was the last Gannon men's swimmer to make All-American honors?
A male swimmer?
Male swimmer.
Was it Dennis Fedorchenko?
It was not.
Really?
Do you want me to give you the wait, hold on. Go ahead. I think you might have it, Connor.
I think it was Brent Benedict.
It was Brent Benedict in 2020. Yes, that is correct. Brent swam and was a successful swimmer, first at Division I, then coming to Gannon for his final years. And so there you go. So those are the 2 trivia questions of the day. I also have, and I don't know if either of you would know that, Milan, maybe you do, of course, being the coach of both men's and women's swimming. I also have who was the first and last Gannon women's swimmer to earn All-American honors. Do you know any of the 2 of those in particular?
Was it Sylvia?
Sylvia was the last, yes.
Okay.
Do you know the first? If you don't know the first, we're gonna go to the peanut gallery once you're done here.
Which year was it?
1992.
Oh boy, I have no idea.
Admittedly, this was before I was born too, so I totally understand. So you're 2 for 4. We're gonna give you credit for 2 for 4, and that's about been the average, 50-50 so far from the teams. We appreciate you playing along, gentlemen. It's been wonderful having you both on. You're both great ambassadors for the sport, and we can't wait to see where the teams take you next. And I know, obviously, Connor, you'll be supporting your brother through the rest of his time at Gannon and Milan, doing great things as the head coach for men's swimming and men's and women's swimming. So best of luck. Enjoy the day today, and can't wait to see what you do next season.
Of course. Thank you so much for the opportunity and your time.
All right, Milan Mado and Connor Hebert. Connor, yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for your time.
And good luck at graduation too, my friend. And hopefully it's a wonderful experience for you. All right. Want to thank everyone again for being a part of our Day of Giving Athletics live stream. We are continuing our run of teams and student athletes who are on our stream tonight and throughout the rest of the day. Men's and women's swimming, of course, what a season they had. Women's swimming in the top half of the PSAC team standings, and men's swimming tying the program record for the best team finish with second at PSAC's edging out Clarion. And of course, as Connor Hebert mentioned, there are going to be a lot of great swimmers and teams that come through Gannon University in the years to come. No question about that. All right, continuing along in our Day of Giving live stream, it is almost 1 o'clock, which means acrobatics and tumbling in a few minutes are set to come on the show. Before we get to that, though, we're going to do another trivia question with the big board individuals at the big board. You have so many titles today, I don't really know what to say at this point. But for the people on the big board, Carrie and Taylor, thanks again for doing this trivia with us because it's fun. All right, women's swimming. It's good to see you both. Oh, there you go. It's like I take the camera up and the big board appears. All right, here we go. Here is the trivia question. It is women's swimming. It is the first trivia question. This is difficult. I will admit it's before my time. 1992 was the year. Who was the first Gannon women's swimmer to earn All-American honors?
In 1992?
1992.
I was not alive. I wasn't even a glimmer in my parents' eyes.
Well,
Yeah, give us a hint. Sharon?
Sharon is the correct first name.
Sharon.
Sharon is the correct first name. Do you know the last name?
No.
It does.
You can do it.
Taylor, you are one syllable away, 2 syllables away from pulling this off. What's that? Say that. Say that into the microphone.
Kreutzer? I can't.
Bingo. Saren
Wow,
Kreutzer
good job.
in 1992. And again, that goes to show we do a great job of keeping the records. Taylor and Bob in our media relations office are incredible at keeping everything up to date and making sure that we know who is at the top of the rungs of the ladder. There have been a lot of program records that have already been broken so far this year. So, all right, Carrie, go ahead and give us a quick update, if you would, as we're getting ready to bring on acrobatics and tumbling here. Any movement, any updates, things that we should be aware of on our big leaderboard at the 1 o'clock hour?
Yeah, we had a couple teams get a couple more donations. So
Great.
we have women's wrestling. They're doing really well at the call center. They're at $1,610.
Yeah, that number keeps going up.
Which is awesome. And then we just had $100 gift come in for women's soccer. So they're at $1,421. I will say I did update Coach Colin because he's getting anxious. As he came in, popped his head in, and he was a little bit disappointed. He wants to see that number go up. So he's challenging you guys to give some money to his program. If there's a program that deserves it, is that group of girls. They've been killing it these past couple of seasons. And I know Coach Colin and Coach Leah had an incredible season last year and all of the success that they've had. Watching them coach together is really, truly special. And the alumni base that they have, seeing how much those individuals just love their coach and love their program is truly inspiring. So I know you guys are out there watching. If you are looking for a reason to give, that is your reason. Give to the Gannon family, give to athletics, give to women's soccer. That's my plug for women's soccer. They can't say I never did anything.
It's all a competition at the end of the day. Yes, we, of course, want Gannon Athletics as a whole to be able to do well, but we also want to make sure that all of our teams get into reach their goal. And remember, every time someone hits 5,000, the coach gets a pie in the face. So the fact that Colin is willingly able to let that great hairline be completely wrecked.
Selfishly, I would love to be the one to get the pie Colin in the face.
You're the one who might get to pie everybody in the face at this point. I as the host do not have those duties or responsibilities. So also wanted to mention that we've been keeping track of the university giving totals. We're under 50 now, needed for 1,951 is the number of donations so far for the Centennial Celebrate Giving Watch. Maybe I'll update it and the number will go up. Nope, still at 951. I've literally been pressing refresh for the last hour and a half, and it's been going up. Also, you see the number there of total amount donated with 7 hours to go in day of giving, $197,646. We are just under $40,000 in total away from our program and school record for the most donated in one single day of giving. So we're certainly likely going to surpass 1,000. I think that goal is easily attainable. I also think $235,000 is attainable too, Carrie, at least in my mind.
I mean, there's a matching gift out there for if we do reach 1,000. There is, I think, Frank. I'm going to butcher his last name, so I apologize, but he has pledged to donate 100,000 if we reach the 1,000 donors. So if we get to that number, all of our numbers are going to skyrocket. And that's just truly incredible.
Yeah. So once we hit that 1,000, it is going to we're going to surpass both records, which is wonderful. We've already surpassed the record for total number of donors in a single day, but again, 1,000 is our goal. So no question, we're excited about that as well. All right, I'm going to go back to Taylor, who is on the camera with us for Brandy Duran for acrobatics and tumbling. Let's go ahead and bring her in because she's got a busy weekend. I'll tell you that much. For acrobatics and tumbling, who is about 5-6 hours away from the individual event national championships for what will be an exciting weekend in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So excited to bring her in. Excited to talk to her about what will be the final events. I'm sorry, it's. There are lots of chairs. I know. I'm so sorry. We should have made that signage a bit more clear. But the start of what is a crazy, crazy busy weekend for acrobatics and tumbling. How long till you board the plane?
Couple hours.
Do you have the suitcases packed and all that?
We do. We
Good,
actually,
good.
I just got back from picking up our rental car because we need to take a rental 15 passenger van to the
Wow.
Pittsburgh airport. So just pick that up. And after this, we'll load up and go.
I want to ask you first about that because we've seen in your time here with Gannon just the success, whether it's team national championships, individual event national championships, and the synchronized toss arguably has been your best event in the time that you've been here. How special is it going to be to get to compete in that one final time during your tenure as head coach coming up on Sunday?
It's awesome. Historically, we've always kind of been able to walk away with those synchronized event championships, whether that's the duo toss or the duo pyramid. So I think that just really exemplifies the teamwork that our girls have. They're really good at working together. They're very good at coming together. So I think if there were any event that we qualify for, this is a really exciting one for us to qualify for. And it would be our 4th year in a row winning it if we were able to win it this weekend. So
take me through, for those who haven't had a chance to experience it, what national championships are like. I talked with competitive cheer and dance, and it's something I'm sure similar where you just have a bunch of teams and a bunch of great competitors. What's that weekend like for someone who hasn't been in that situation for acrobatics and tumbling?
Good question. So it actually is an 8-team bracket. So it's very similar to pretty much any other sport. So that's what's kind of unique and cool and different about acrobatics and tumbling is it was created to mimic a game just like any other sport. So we have 8 teams that qualify for the championship, and then they play in that bracketed system where the 8 seed plays the number 1 seed, 7 plays number 2, and all the way down to 5 and 4. So it is kind of a bummer that we didn't qualify this season, the first in 3 seasons, but at the end of the day, we're really excited to be able to take, 12 of our girls, about half of our team, a little less than half, to the national championship this weekend and compete in event finals on Sunday.
Be remiss if I didn't ask you about just reflecting on your incredible coaching career and what you've been able to do here. Obviously, this will be your final weekend as head coach of the team, but when you look at what you've been able to do in the last 4 seasons in the national championship recognition and the individual event championships, this program has risen to new heights. And if you'd be able to reflect on what it's meant to you and just where this program you think is positioned for the future as they continue to do great things.
Well, I really appreciate that.
Of course.
Recognition. Gannon has been the highlight of, my career and really of my life. It's been the best 4 years I think that I've ever had. Not being a Gannon alumni, as far as being from the acrobatics and tumbling team, they just really took me in and they opened their arms wide open for me and just really learned everything that I wanted to teach them. And, this program, it really is strong with a bunch of alumni that coach and that stay and coach, whether it's in strength and conditioning, whether it's my assistant coach. My first year as head coach, when I didn't have an assistant coach, I had, a bunch of 5th years and a bunch of, girls that stepped in and stepped up to help me in any way that they could. So really, I love, that I've been able to have such a great 4 years with them, but really it's all of them. And I know that with the team that they have and the dynamic that they have and the way that this university supports the team, they are going to be just fine and they're going to continue on with this same success. And, I think that there's a big possibility that next season is the last NCATA national championship and then, splitting into the different divisions. I'm very hopeful and excited for Gannon when it gets down to the NCAA D2.
I was going to ask about that because we see women's wrestling now officially a championship sanctioned sport. How important would it be for the sport at large to have that NCAA championship recognition, given the fact that, as you know, it's grown so much as of late?
It has grown a lot. And when I first got involved in it in 2009, 2010, there was only, a handful of schools. There was only 6. And, now in 2025, we have about 58 universities that have the sport. And now it's starting to grow at the youth level. And I think the fact that it is starting to grow at the youth level is what gives colleges across the country the confidence to add this sport. And I think that it's just going to really elevate the sport as a whole to become an NCAA sport and be able to compete against, their own divisions. It's hard for us, D2 schools to compete against those D1 schools. And we've done a very good job the past couple of seasons, competing against them. But it does make it a little bit more fair when it's like just D2 against D2, and D1 can have their own division. And I think that's going to be really just so exciting for the university and for this team and this program. So I'm really excited.
Yeah, and I think we are too, especially with the success you've had. You look at Day of Giving and the experience you've had with this team in acrobatics and tumbling. And by the way, we encourage you for acrobatics and tumbling. This team is on a wonderful path. Please donate. Please support. They deserve your support, as if shown by what we have coming up on Sunday. How important is a day like this for a program that continues to skyrocket, right? Because we talk about programs on the rise, and it's not even on the rise. You're on the rise from the meteoric stratosphere that you're already in. Take us through how important this day is just for the program's future outlook and what you've been able to accomplish.
Absolutely. Day of Giving is huge for our team and all of the teams, especially with the fact that we have teams that we need to go play on the West Coast. Day of Giving really helps us. Like, that is not cheap to go across the country, to travel and play, those other D1 schools, as well as when we split into different divisions, those other D2 schools are over there on the West Coast too. And so it's a huge help and it's a huge support to be able to give to the team. And not only that, but their student athlete experience is really great. We have a lot of support from administration, but obviously, the funds with their gear and new jerseys, and just making sure that we keep them in safe environments when we travel, and that we get to have charter buses rather than, driving vans and just stuff like that, I think really just contributes to a really amazing student athlete experience for them. And I think that's what really sets us apart from other schools that have this sport, is the way that our university and our alumni and our friends and our family and everybody who donates to our program, it just really helps us have a really great student athlete experience, which attracts, even more athletes to our program.
Couple more minutes with head coach Brandy Duran of acrobatics and tumbling. I'm sure you've given a lot of speeches already to the team as they get ready to embark to South Dakota in a couple of hours. But what will be that final message before they hit the floor for the final time to compete as they get ready to try to win another individual event championship?
I just want them to enjoy each other, have fun. I want them to really execute to the best of their ability and to their full potential, because though this season has been kind of a rough go, we've had a lot of injuries, and, every team kind of goes through their highs and lows. And this is probably one of our hardest seasons that we've had in a very long time. I just want them to be able to walk away from this weekend feeling so proud of themselves, so satisfied. And I really want them to just show everything that they're capable of with their skill set, and just, hopefully walk away with that event championship title, because I think that they really deserve it. And I think their skill set is where it needs to be in order to walk away with that win. So I just want them to leave it all out there, do the best duo toss that they've ever done, and, be excited. And that's really it.
Yeah. Second time in South Dakota this season. Can't wait to see where it goes. And again, make sure to consider supporting the acrobatics and tumbling program for the future. Brandy, we don't want to keep you. We know you got a flight to catch, but we appreciate you taking a few minutes. And again, congratulations on all of your success here at Gannon. And we wish you the best in your future endeavors.
Thank you so much. It's been incredible. I love Gannon.
It is, again, your family. You're stuck here for the rest of your life, whether or not you've got that bond. So
I will be.
We appreciate it. And again, thanks again. Best of luck on Sunday. We can't wait to watch you compete.
Thank you so much.
All right, acrobatics and tumbling getting ready for the event national championship coming up on Sunday. It just, season flies by. It felt like just yesterday that we were starting off the year, and now we are at a position where we get a chance to talk about national championship competition. And again, as Brandy was talking about, they have dominated Gannon, the synchronized toss events, for the last 3 years, looking to make it another one coming up in just a couple of days. All right, so as we get set to continue the afternoon portion of our show, we're going to take a little bit of a break and be back with you right around the top of the hour. If we do, though, reach our overall goal from a university perspective of 1,000 total donors, we will butt in to give you that update. Right now, last time we checked, we were at 951. Time flies. 963. We're 37 people away from our overall goal of 1,000 donors for Gannon Day of Giving. So excited to keep an eye on that. In fact, what we're going to do for you while we take a little bit of a break, we're going to keep this ticker up on the screen for you. So that way you get an idea of just where we are at when it comes to our Day of Giving totals for Gannon University. So we'll be right back. Can't wait to join you in just a little bit. We've got volleyball, men's basketball, cross country, lacrosse, men's wrestling, men's water polo, basketball, and men's golf joining us in the afternoon portion of the show. And then Lisa Goddard McGurk back for Power Hour to conclude our 7 to 8 p.m. hour. Still going strong. Thanks for being with us continually here on our Day of Giving live stream. We'll see you back around the top of the hour, everybody. And watch as that ticker gets closer and closer to with. All right, we are back after a very short break, and as is pretty much customary whenever we take breaks with live streams, lots of things tend to happen, and a lot of good things are happening as well. Football team in the background warming up. I don't know if they're either warming up or they're getting ready to watch their head coach get pie in the face, but we're gonna show that to you in just a second here because Carrie McKay, you have some exciting updates that have been manifesting themselves within the last hour. We got a couple more teams that have reached their goal.
I sure do. Really excited to announce that football has officially reached their $5,000 goal and then some. So we're really, really excited to get the opportunity here in a second to pie Coach Eric Rayburn in the face. We are... If you can see in the background, half of his team is here.
I think that's by
granted,
design.
not to watch this happen, but I know that's going to be an added plus to their practice. So
yes,
we're really excited to get ready to do that. We have officially reached 53,000 for Gannon Athletics. We also have had our women's basketball team breach their goal. They are sitting at 5,338 currently. So really great job, Gannon alumni, Gannon basketball alumni, friends, family, fans, all of that. What else do we got going on here? We had another $50 donation to the ever-growing tower in the center that is overwhelming our board. They're sitting at $11,054, which is phenomenal. Our women's wrestling team is doing a stellar job. They're at $2,155. What else we've got? You know, women's volleyball has been sitting pretty still at 3,370. So just in a little bit, we have women's volleyball assistant coach Morgan Walters, who's also, fun fact about Morgan Walters, she joined the competitive cheer team my senior year as our mascot. So she,
you could have made that a trivia question for me.
I know, I gave it away. Oops, sorry, my bad. But so she's going to be joining here to talk to you guys a little bit about their program, their season, and all that's to come for their future. So those are all the updates that I have at the moment. But how are we doing with our overall number?
We are nearly there, folks. I can tell you right now that as we continue to scan here, when Morgan and Lauren Atwell are on the show, we're probably going to get there. 994 is the number.
94, okay.
Carrie really wants to be the 1,000th donor, so she is keeping a close, keen eye on what we have going on.
If anyone's watching, I am open to suggestions for who I should give a gift to. So maybe we should have a poll. What should my gift go towards?
Let us know in the comments. What will Carrie's 1,000th overall donation be to? I have a feeling that we're going to get to like $9.99. Then we're going to have like 1,015 because everyone's going to try to be number 1,000. Okay, so there are your updates. We're going to go ahead and bring it back to the camera that is waiting patiently on this man. That's Mr. Eric Rayburn, because Coach is about a minute away from becoming the first coach in Gannon athletics history to get a pie in the face because his team met their $5,000 goal. So for the second time today, we welcome in head coach Eric Rayburn. He does not have to worry about being on the air. Hey, this is easy. You don't have to worry about being on the air for this at all. you just get the exciting endeavor of the pie in the face. There is Carrie, whipped cream and all, and I think we're going to get one of his players to do it. So let's bring the camera over here, Eric. We're going to have you stand right over there, and we get to watch this happen live and in person. All right, team, who's going to be the guy? All right. So, Coach Eric Rayburn, the inaugural. Sorry if we messed up your hair, Coach. What do you think? Good? This is what you came to see, folks. This is what you get when a team reaches their goal. You get a coach with a pie in the face. Not as satisfying because of the top four coach Eric Rayburn, but that was exciting and that was a lot of fun. And so now we get a chance to showcase the payoff of your efforts for Gannon Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. Coach Eric Rayburn and football are to their $5,000 goal. But again, want to remind you that just because they've hit their goal doesn't mean you should stop giving. Make sure, as we continue along through our Day of Giving Centennial Celebrate live stream, that you give to all of our programs. $9.98, Carrie. You should probably get on this because we're about to get to the 1,000 mark for the university. But as we do that, let's go ahead and bring on Morgan Walters and Lauren Atwell from the volleyball program, who are going to get to probably witness history for us here today, as they are next up on the Day of Giving Centennial Celebrate live stream. Coming into the studio right now. We have had a lot of things happen in the last couple of minutes, so it's great for everyone to be back. We're more than excited, and go ahead. One of you can put the headset on, the other one of you can use the microphone, whichever one you prefer. All right, so let's talk about volleyball, shall we? And the excitement over Day of Giving. I do want to mention that the two of you are going to probably get to witness history because we're two donations away from officially reaching 1,000 from the university standpoint. So once that happens, we'll celebrate that as well. All right. First of all, Coach and Lauren, thanks so much for joining us. What a season again it was. Another run to the Elite Eight and an incredible season that was from this past year. Let's talk, Lauren, first of all, from your perspective and the career that you've been able to have. How much? What does this team mean to you? If you could just put it into words from your time on campus here, and what this team is, and everything it's been for you.
The second I stepped on this campus, I just felt like I was a part of a family, and everybody was so welcoming and so talented, and it was just so exciting. Being a freshman and feeling so appreciated and just welcome, and being so successful was just like all I could ask for and more. And then especially in going into sophomore year, getting a little bit older, knowing the teammates, it's really like having a family. So being able to compete at such a high level with a ton of girls that I love is amazing, and I couldn't ask for anything better.
Coach, when you look at the importance and the way this team's been able to have this upward trajectory, what has been the key year in, year out to get to see this team and the success that it's had?
Lauren talked a lot about the love that there is on this team, and I think that that's a huge factor for us. I think that they really do work hard day in and day out, and I think that they do it for each other, and they do it for the legacy that those who have played here in the past have left. And I think that every time a class graduates, they leave a new legacy as well. So it's really exciting to just see those guys work hard for each other. And I hear them say it all the time, like, these are going to be my future bridesmaids. And, I think that that's true. And I know it was true for me. And I was in a lot of my teammates' weddings and at them. And I know that these guys are going to have that experience too. So just watching them continuously get better and more successful and making their best friends in that process is super fun to watch.
And as we continue along in this interview, do want to mention, we just put it across the bottom of the screen, we have reached officially our university goal, 1,000 donors at Gannon for our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. So want to thank all of you for officially reaching our goal. And the great thing is we've got 6 hours to go, so still plenty of time for you to exceed that goal of 1,000 donors on campus, and of course trying to reach our goal as well in athletics. So that has officially come to pass at 2:09 here on this Day of Giving. As we're on this topic, Coach, there are so many things that go into the importance of Day of Giving and just what it means for the team and the ways that you can use this funding. Take us through just how you can use this funding to kind of propel your team heading into next season and what this money could be used towards.
So specifically, one of the things we're looking for, we're trying to raise money to put a little bit more of our training equipment into our brand new gymnasium. And one of the specific things we're looking for is to buy new boxes. So these are boxes that the athletes stand on and work on arm swing stuff, things that we stand on and kind of work on defense. And, the past couple of years, something that we've really just utilized to our advantage is our blocking. So this is something that's super important to our program and just a strength that's always been a part of our program. And actually the boxes that we've been using were handmade by the assistant coach that was here when I played, actually,
nice.
Back in about 2013 or 14. So they're getting a little rickety. We need something a little bit more stable, especially if we're going to throw these guys up on them. They get a little nervous sometimes up there. So that's kind of what we're working for. We're really hoping to be able to raise that money for that. And then the other specific piece of equipment we're looking for is a setting target, which we've never had actually at our program. And we're really excited about the possibilities of being able to get those two brand new pieces of equipment into the gym.
Lauren Morgan was talking about that, some of the teammates that you have right now, they'll be bridesmaids in a future wedding or just great friends that you can spend time with. Can you take us in depth of kind of the relationship building with this team and how close those relationships are and how important the student athlete experience is just from your perspective?
I don't even know how to put it into words how close we are. I feel like, everybody coming into college is worried about making friends, and not trying to sound like a nerd or anything, but I've struggled with making friends, and these girls just have been so welcoming and open and funny and just always make me feel like I'm comforted and always have somebody around me. So to be able to have those people on a personal on a personal level, also being able to have a competitive relationship with them, it's something that people rarely get to experience. Some of the best teams you hear just have this terrible team relationship, and just the way we're able to balance both of those things and still be able to compete and break records is amazing, and I couldn't ask for more. And we were at the sand beach courts yesterday.
Are you?
Open gym for some team bonding yesterday, and we stayed there probably until 10 o'clock, and we were only supposed to be there until 8:45.
That's great.
Staying after practice, that's how much we love being around each other. It's so amazing. Yeah.
I was gonna say, so you're not doing that today?
No.
I love it, but you're right. It just goes to show. The volleyball team is close; they always have been, and I think Morgan, even from your time and being here, take me through why Gannon is such a close knit community, and why a Day of Giving really helps with that community relationship and that community bond.
I can't even explain to you the relationships that I have with athletes that have gone through this program that I didn't play with. They were gone before I got here. And that's kind of just how the culture of this program has always worked.
Yeah.
You meet through alumni weekends, and for me, I've met others who are also coaching, and it's just always been a really, really fun program to say that you were a part of it. And it makes my heart super happy that these guys are having similar experiences in that way. And just being able to connect with the other alumni, whether you played with them or not, and then, you get to connect with them, their families, and it just kind of blossoms from that, and it's been super exciting. You always run into people in the community as well who I've run into a lot of people just out and about, and they, whenever they hear volleyball, they always throw a name out, and it's really cool that I get to be able to say, yes, I know that person, or yes, I played with that person, and so it just creates instant connection, and it just keeps like growing your circle, which is super exciting.
What piece of advice, Lauren, would you be giving and give to those who are making their college decision, trying to figure out, okay, what university do I want to go to? What's the best fit for me? Why Gannon might be the best fit for them based on the experience that you've had?
It's again, like we were talking about before, it's a very close-knit community. It's not too big, not too small. It's right in the middle. And just for me, that's what I was searching for, and that's what my heart wanted. I don't, all that big class schools and not being able to, have a connection with your professors, or, maybe not have such a close relationship with your coach just because, the team's so big or whatever. Just having that close-knit family and, not be too, overstimulated by it all. It's awesome. It's perfect.
It has been wonderful to get to see this team succeed and all of our teams succeed. And if you don't mind, I'd love to end with a little trivia question. We've been doing this for some of our teams. We're going to put you to the test and see how much you know. In defense, so Bob Shreve, an incredible man in our department, he's done so much for Gannon Athletics. He put these questions together. Admittedly, I really wouldn't probably have known many of them, as I'm starting to learn Gannon Athletics myself. So let's give you a crack and see what happens with this question. So, all right. So, I actually just put the answer on the screen. So what? So, I'll read the question to you and then reveal the answer so the public can see it again. So there are 2 Gannon volleyball players who have had their numbers retired. Who are those 2 players?
I know the jersey numbers. I don't know the athletes.
Okay. We could give you partial credit. What are the jersey numbers?
12 and 7.
12 and 7. Okay. If I gave you the year, would that be helpful?
Maybe.
Okay. So number 7 played from 1989 to 92.
Yeah, I got no shots.
Not better in terms of years on the other one. The other one played from 92 to 95.
This is all you, Mo.
Yeah, I feel like a failure, man. I'm going to be studying after this.
No, same.
It's okay. Some of these questions have been more difficult than others, so I'm sorry we gave you the difficult one.
That's okay.
Here you go. So number 7 was Kathy Wotus from 1989 to 92, and Heather Petrus from 92 to 95. Their number 7 and number 12 are the 2 who have had their numbers retired. So there you go. The more you know when it comes to Gannon volleyball, but really there could be more. There have been so many great players that have made their way through the Gannon volleyball scene, and just so wonderful to get to be able to see the success that this team has continued to have year in and year out. So Lauren and Morgan, we appreciate you both joining us. Best of luck this season, because we know it's going to come really quicker than what we expect, and should be an exciting year. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to personally apologize to Kathy and Heather. I will remember that for the rest of my life.
I think they forgive you. They forgive you. Again, it's been a little bit. It's before our time, so we get partial credit for that. All right, best of luck this season. We'll talk to you later on. All right, volleyball joining us as part of our Day of Giving live stream on this Friday afternoon. Again, the big news of the day just coming out a couple of moments ago that Gannon University has reached its 1,000 donor goal total. In fact, we have actually surpassed that total. We're at 1,004 and counting now, and we are inching closer to the school record of $234,461 that were donated in a previous year. So again, over 1,000 donations. We do, as Carrie mentioned, have a $100,000 donation that's going to be coming as well as a gift if we went over 1,000. So in theory, we've really already surpassed that. So we'll wait for those numbers to come in and just show you kind of how things are going as we roll along through the entirety of the week. So again, want to thank everyone for being a part of our live stream today. We continue to hear from student athletes and coaches who are part of our Gannon Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. Men's basketball is waiting on deck, ready to come on the show in just a minute or so. But as we've been saying, all of our athletic programs could really use your support. It is vitally important that even if teams have reached their goal, like football, women's basketball, and others, that it is still important to be able to support those programs. Men's wrestling, of course, as well. So make sure to support those programs and do everything you can to continue to give and be a part of this wonderful family that is Gannon Athletics. All right, we're going to bring on men's basketball in just a moment. Easton Bizzoli and Pace Prosser have been used to pyrotechnics and excitement over the course of the season because they, for the second straight year, made a regional final and won the PSAC championship. So they are no stranger to the spark machines. It should really not faze them. Let's go ahead and find out, shall we? Oh, it did faze Easton. You know, I figured out of anybody that you would be the least fazed by these spark machines. It didn't really seem to matter. You're all right. I'm glad you're a fan. I'm glad we brought them over. I have considered bringing all 6 of the ones we have now, but we figured that might be a bit of overkill. You can put, yeah, that's for you. The mic is for Pace. Yeah, you're good. All right, men's basketball, fresh off their regional final appearance, another PSAC championship, and boy, there is no offseason when it comes to these gentlemen. Pace Prosser, head coach Easton Bizzoli. What a season. Oh, my goodness. In your first year as head coach, my friend, take us through how things have been since then, and just has it hit you yet of the year you were able to have?
Oh, I haven't really thought much about our year other than probably have more disappointment than most people would expect. Like, only one team gets to be happy at the end of the year. And so, like, as great as the year as it was, and I'm just super fortunate for the guys that we had, like, it's quick because, like, maybe this summer I'll sit back and think about some of the specifics, but it's just all, it all happened so quick, and we're in recruiting mode here, and it feels like we've got guys on campus visiting all the time. So it's been really good. It's been a good off season. I wish it was about a week and a half shorter than what it is. But I don't know. Pace probably feels like he hasn't done anything because we don't do a ton at this time of year other than, maybe get some workouts in and stuff like that. But yeah, it's been good. It was an awesome group to be a part of. We got to watch a bunch of guys mature quickly with how young we were, and some of the injuries that took place, kind of put guys in positions where they had to grow up really quick, and they did that. So yeah, I mean, it's been good, and we've got a great group.
Pace, there's so much that has been said, and deservedly so, of the fact that you're such a young team. You come into the season, a lot of you guys have no idea who each other are, and then you get to the regional semis, and I remember you had said in the post-game press conference, like, I still have to remind myself that these guys have still only played 20-something, 30-something odd games with each other. Take me through, Pace, that year for you and your first season and so many others' first season here, and just what the key was to maturing with each other, getting to know each other, and working so well with each other so quickly.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest keys was is in the fall when we play our fall open gyms. That's a big building block for us. Everybody was kind of new, so feeling each other out. But I think as we continued throughout the season, I think we meshed better and got better as a team. Individually and as a team. And it was a lot of fun. It was quite the experience, especially for a first year.
Yeah.
And I think off the court as well, we meshed. I think that helps too. Spent a lot of time together, not just on the court, but off. And I think that definitely helped us.
How gratifying was the season for you in your first year? Because, again, I know the team had high expectations, but you still have to work your way in and figure out how to manage those expectations. How gratifying on the court, off the court was the season for you and so many of the guys that you became friends with for the very first time?
Yeah, I mean, it was some of the most fun I've had playing basketball in my entire life, meeting new people. I come from a small town, so meeting some new people and acquiring new friends and some new relationships was really special.
Coach, let's chat a little bit about Day of Giving and the importance of the day today. You guys are on your way to their $5,000 goal. And, of course, we talked last night with Mel Witherspoon, Cal Graham. I mean, the list goes on with the alumni base that you have for men's basketball at the Mill and at the Audi and now at the Highmark Event Center. Take us through how important this day is for you and how it can help bolster your team getting ready for next season, which obviously, as you know, plans are already underway for.
Yeah, well, Kyle and Mel, those are two of the best right there. I mean, I think one of the things that we're fortunate about with Gannon basketball is that we do have such a unique alumni base with the amount of success that has been here for decades, right? So, obviously that gives us a little bit of a go ahead and probably an advantage to have people that have been here and seen success. Like, any time that we're able to have an alumni come back and talk to our guys and kind of be able to step in and kind of give them a little bit of a word of some of their experiences and what they've experienced since, and all the success of a lot of them that that helps. And I think that gives us an advantage in things like this and in Day of Giving, where you've got people that just genuinely care about the program. And at the end of the day, it's just really important for us because we're fortunate to be able to treat this thing like a top tier program in America, and that's what we feel that we are. And at the end of the day, feelings don't really matter if you can't do it. And we're fortunate to be able to treat these guys well and to continue to be able to treat them well, and eat food that helps these guys be prepared, and travel in ways that is a championship level of traveling, which is it's stuff that doesn't really, it's not always noticed, but it matters. It matters to win night in, night out, and that's what we're trying to do. And so yeah, I mean, a day like today is a unique thing about Gannon and a unique thing for men's basketball, just because of how much it means for how we're able to function in the fall and in the winter.
Pace, I'm curious because as Coach said, so many of those alumni are season ticket holders who could probably engrave the name on the seats that they've sat in for the last 40 years, if not for the fact that some of them are plush and it wouldn't go over well with our facilities individuals. Some of the people that you maybe had a chance to talk to before the season, or just some people that you've had conversations with, were you shocked when you came in here at just the amount of stories and the amount of content that you got from those guys? And, take me through how quickly you realized the tradition and history of Gannon, and if that made you more excited for the season and even next season now going in as you prepare for that.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of surprise. When I was getting recruited, they told me like this place is super invested and it's a special place to be. And, I didn't really realize it. And until I got here, and it only took me like 2 or 3 games. I had like 2 or 3 people coming up to me before every single game, wanting to talk.
Sometimes during too, I'm sure, if they had the choice.
Yeah. It's really cool to see the people invested. You go around the PSAC and around the region, it's not like that everywhere else. I'm just really thankful to be here. To have people who care so much about the program.
Coach, when you came here, had an opportunity to coach under Coach Fee, and now taking over the reins this past year yourself, take me through the gratification that you've had in being able to be here. You've told me off camera, there are really few teams professionally, collegiately, and in high school that I like more than the Gannon Golden Knights. When you get here, the saying is you're immediately family, and we know that's true. But for someone who got here, became the head coach pretty quickly, how quickly did that ring true with you, the family environment, the family atmosphere, and just believing that you were a part of something that was as big as it is?
Yeah, it was one of the selling points to come up here a couple of years ago, was that. And similar to Pace's experience, like you hear that at a lot of places, and it's just not true everywhere. But you have to try to not, you have to put in effort to not get immersed in that stuff here. For it not to take place. I mean, you don't have to be around for long to feel like this is a unique community. So yeah, I mean, it's quick. I mean, just the amount of, even after the season of emails and phone calls from, season ticket holders or boosters, or even just, people in the community that, have sent words of encouragement on the year and have talked about some of these guys, particularly even by name. And it just is, it makes this place really special, and it makes you feel like, well, this is, you just know it's not everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, it's cool to be able to have people call and, you know, obviously not just be a little bit surface level, but you could tell they had a serious investment in our season, because they're saying, oh man, that Pace Prosser, you know, it's that type of stuff that just makes this thing unique. And it's, you know, sometimes you get that from maybe just some alumni, or maybe just a specific person, but I mean, it's from a ton of people, from some people that aren't even Gannon grads, and they're just Erie community people that have kind of bought into being a Gannon supporter. So yeah, it's been awesome.
And it's been wonderful to get to see this team, the 2 straight PSAC championships, the 2 straight regional finals, and of course an Elite 8 appearance from last year, and looking for even more this season. It's been wonderful to get to talk to the guys. I want to see if you can go 4 for 4 on trivia, because no one's been able to get all of them just yet. I'm going to put the freshman and the second-year head coach on the spot. It's okay if you don't know, because I don't know half of them either. We're going to start off. Should I start off here? Yeah. Well, we'll start off on the, let's call it, easier side. Maybe not.
I wish we got a heads up about this part.
What's that?
I'll tell you what.
Well, there's a reason I didn't give you a heads up. You'd have time to prepare. Gosh darn it. We don't prepare you for everything on here. There's got to be some stuff that's off the cuff. All right. So what year did Gannon men's basketball play in the national championship game, and who did they play?
You got to guess?
I have no idea.
All right. I know it was, I hope I'm saying this right. I know it was in the 80s. I believe it was in the 80s.
It was in the 80s.
I'm gonna say 80. Was it? I'm gonna say 84.
You're close. 86, 87.
Okay.
Who do they play?
Oh man. Unfortunately, I've been told this story a million times, and I'm thinking about probably 1,000 recruits right now. It wasn't Grand Valley State?
It was not Grand Valley State.
Okay. Who was it?
It was Kentucky Wesleyan.
Oh, I did know that. That's right, because Kentucky Wesleyan went on a run at that time.
That's
too.
right.
That's right. Okay.
It's okay. There's a bunch of schools to choose from. Grand Valley State's a good option too. They're typically there in the end. All right, we'll give you half credit for that and move on to this. I mentioned his name earlier, so Pace, let's see if you remember. Name the player who played every single minute of the 6 OT game against Youngstown State back in 1965.
Surely, if you haven't met this guy, you got to meet him.
I don't know if I have.
Mel Witherspoon.
Mel Witherspoon.
Yeah.
We talked to him last night on the
Legend.
show. So I asked him last night, this is the funniest side. I asked him last night if he chose to stay in, or he was forced to stay in, or he mandated to the coach that he stayed in. And he tells me that he didn't even know anything about it after the game. I'm
sure there'd be zero piece of him that wanted to come out. That's for sure.
No, 100%. I don't know. I don't know if I wouldn't feel anything if I went
right.
6 overtimes.
Yeah.
That's pretty insane to me. But what a stat. That game will live forever in history.
Yeah, I actually had a whole article on that sent to me from Chuck Pora recently. So
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, a whole write-up on that game. So it's good.
Hopefully you don't have a 6 OT game this upcoming year, because that means Pace knows he's never coming out.
As long as we win, I don't really care.
I know you don't care. All right, here we go. Who is the all-time leading scorer for the men's basketball program? Bonus points if you can say how many points he has within 10.
Oh man. You know what's funny is I show people the record book a decent amount.
Yep.
And I can't. I mean, it's in the 2000s.
All right. Well, here's a hint. Yeah, it's in the 2000s is correct. So you both, I'm sure, know Erie enough to be able to have a good idea.
Okay.
There's a very prominent building in downtown Erie in which this man's last name is identical with.
Prominent building in downtown Erie.
Yes. You could walk to this building from campus in like 6-7 minutes. Yeah. About 6 or 7 minutes.
Wow.
It's like the Highmark and the fact that it's got a lot of seats in it.
Warner?
The Warner, yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a relation. How about that?
Well, I'm not sure that I'm not
it's
sure
not a
that it is.
relation.
No, no,
He sold it like it was.
It just so happened that the
Yeah,
last name was the same.
okay.
Butch Warner is the answer. Over 2,000 points, 2,090 to be exact. Yeah,
You know what's funny is every single guy that's ever committed to Gannon has seen an image of Butch Warner and his record, and I still don't have it popped in my name like that. Like every single guy that's ever committed, you remember that, don't you? Yeah. So he's seen he's seen the all-time records at Gannon.
Really?
And Butch Warner is right there. How about that?
I'm surprised that Pace didn't then come up. I'm sure you could probably redraw and recreate the picture.
Well, don't get on Pace because I've shown it to 60 people and I didn't.
You'll never forget now. All right, final question. Hopefully this one is one that we can end on. So we know you're currently a member of the PSAC. What were the last 2 conferences that Gannon belonged to before the PSAC?
The GLIAC?
The GLIAC is one, correct.
I'm not sure I know who it was before that.
MCC, the Mid-East Collegiate Conference.
Okay.
Which is the GLIAC, obviously a more prominent conference in the current moment. But so those were the last 2, GLIAC and the MCC. So you know what?
I know there's banners in the gym from both. So
yes, yes, there are plenty of banners in the gym from both. So all right, we're going to give you about 2.5 out of 4. The average has been
generous.
The average has been 50%. So well, again, we try to be as generous as we can on this show.
Now I'm gonna be so prepared for this next year. There's not gonna be a single question you could ask me.
You're going to have every single nook and cranny of this record book completely memorized by the end of this. I'm not even going to talk. I'm going to let you just go encyclopedia mode on me and say stuff about it. All right. We've hassled these guys enough. Gentlemen, thanks so much again for being a part of this today. Best of luck as we roll along in the offseason. We'll be talking to you, seeing you more. But hopefully it's at least a bit of a restful summer for you guys before you get ready to hit the court again coming up this fall.
That's right. Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to you guys later. Easton Bozzoli and freshman, now going to be sophomore Pace Prosser, joining us on our Day of Giving live stream, which is here in the Recreation and Wellness Center Field House on this Friday afternoon, 2:30. You still have plenty of time to give to our athletics programs. At the QR code above your screen to the top right, that QR code, if you scan it, will give you all the information that you need to know on how you can A, sign up, B, give, and C, become an advocate and encourage other people to donate as well. So all of that, of course, we can be a part of as we roll along here throughout the show, and you can continue to donate tonight until 8 o'clock, our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving, going on throughout the 7 o'clock hour and all the way till 8 o'clock as well here on this extended version of the United Podcast. All right, I have a trivia question, by the way, for basketball. If our big board individuals are okay with this, Carrie and Taylor. Taylor, you all right over there?
Let's go for it.
Okay, all right, let's go for it. I got a men's basketball question for you, and then we'll get to the big board in a minute. All right, so
Make
this
it
is
easy.
I'm sorry.
Cut me some slack.
This is a 4-part question.
4 parts.
Yes,
That's the opposite
This
of
is
easy.
this is like one of those tests where you've got 3 questions and it still takes you 4 hours to get done. No, I'm kidding. Hopefully.
Okay.
All right. So there are 4 Gannon men's basketball players to have their number retired.
No, not a chance. I'm not getting this one. There's not a chance.
Well, in that case,
I should know this.
just so that Taylor, do you have any guesses?
I don't know the numbers, but I'm assuming Butch Warner.
Butch Warner is one of the 4. Yes. Do you know the other 3?
Are any of them within my lifespan?
I
was born in 1994.
I do not believe so.
Oh, geez.
You know what? I apologize. Their years are not listed on here, but it is possible. I apologize. I do not have their years listed on here, but it is possible. Butch Warner is one of them. You have one of 4. If you can get a second one, then we'll get to 50%, and that's been our average. No, it is not. Although that's a good guess.
That wasn't a guess.
She
redacts that statement.
It's a. All right. Any others?
I've never talked to a basketball alumni that's had their number retired.
I mean, if this was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I think we could probably phone Cleve
Phone a
Wright and he
friend.
would know.
Maybe
All right,
I can
so
phone in Cal Graham.
that could be one as well. I'll just give them to you. So Butch Warner, of course, is number 35, is retired, along with number 11, George Hesh, number 13, Glenn Summers, and number 45, Gerald Walker are the four Gannon men's basketball players to have their jersey numbers retired. I think 25%. So got a little work to do when it comes to making sure that, whatever. But hey, again, these are these.
However, I will say, if you asked me the question about Mel Witherspoon, I would have gotten that 100% flying colors.
I feel like I have to ask him about that every single time that I talk to him, because it's such a great story. 6 overtimes. Are you kidding me? Would we really want a 6 overtime game next year?
Considering that I would have to work it, no.
Now, if it was for the national championship and you got to go 6,
Yeah.
then fine, I get that. But regular season game, that's tough.
That's tough. It would be a long night. It would be interesting. That's for sure.
That's really rough. All right, before we get to cross country, do we have an update on the big board? We just the last update was a huge one, of course. We got a couple more teams over the $5,000 goal. And what other teams are we looking at right now, Kiri, when it comes to some of the big board numbers on our day of giving standings?
Well, I would really like to call on our men's basketball fans. I know that you guys are watching and keeping track of everything Gannon Athletics. I know you guys also well. So I need your help, because they currently are at, let's see.
Just a shade over 3,400?
3,414. And they've been there for a couple hours now. And I know Cal Graham did make a matching gift of 5,000. So we really need to help him reach that challenge. So I'm calling on all of you guys. Log on, make a donation, consider giving a gift, spreading the word, help them raise some money to continue being as great as they are. They really need you. Aside from that, we haven't had a lot of movement since our last update, but I do know we saw some gifts come in from men's soccer. Men's soccer is now at 1,855 last time I checked. So I know they are really pushing to get to that $5,000 goal. Billy has been texting me for updates because our updates on the live stream aren't fast enough. So keep up the good work, calling on all of our men's soccer alum, friends, and family. Make those donations, give to that program. I know I got the opportunity to travel with them this past season. And that was a really awesome experience to get to be on the road with them, see their team culture, and kind of just be along for the ride. And really amazing culture on that team. So consider making a gift to them today. Help them continue to reach their goals, keep progressing. They're incredible athletes, so they could use every ounce of support that you have to give.
And again, keep in mind, you can donate until 8 p.m. And we do want to mention, even though you have some numbers up there on the board that are above 5,000, doesn't mean you stop donating or stop giving.
Right.
Anything you can do to support our student athletes through 8 o'clock tonight, dramatically important. And again, we know just how important your donation is. Athletics-wise, it looks like just a shade over $53,000. So we are marching closer to our goal of 100,000 total for the athletic program. And again, as we roll along throughout this, we'll keep you up to date as to where things are standing at this current moment in time. But as of right now, what's standing is the lacrosse teams. They do a lot of standing. Actually, they do a lot of running, I should actually say. Head coach Rob Aarons and 2 of his student athletes about to head on to our sets for our day of giving. They're going to get the experience. I don't know, Carrie, let's see. Are they going to react to the spark machines? I think they kind of realize that they're there. Maybe. I really felt like Easton was going to be the one person that wasn't going to be fazed by this, but apparently he is. So let's do it this way. We'll have Robin for the whole time, then we'll switch out student athletes halfway through. So whoever wants to start can feel free to start. Brooke's going to sit in the chair first. Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Bring them in. Taylor, I appreciate your camera work too. I've been cutting the camera off a little bit early, and I feel like I've kind of been, it's not very fair to you, so I apologize. Welcome in to the show. Men's and women's cross country, Rob Aarons and student athlete Brooke Wissinger. Is it correct? I just wanted to, again, I always ask for pronunciation because otherwise I'm going to get it dead wrong. You can slide it a little bit for me, and that mic belongs to you. First and foremost, it's been an exciting season. Obviously, in the fall was an exciting season, but now we're starting to get close as one of the fall sports to actually getting back into competition. Coach, just take us through what the offseason has been like and your excitement ahead of the year, which is going to be coming up before we know it when summer ends.
Yeah. I mean, our offseason, really is really important for us. Kind of preparing for the next year, preparing for the next fall. We typically see a lot of improvements in some of our student athletes through this spring, time. So, this spring has been especially challenging with the weather for sure. Trying to find some places to run. I mean, honestly, today, we'll take a day like today over, snow and ice and wind and all that stuff. But no, we made a lot of good progress this spring, put a lot of miles on, and seeing everybody make those improvements and getting ready for next year. So.
Brooke, when you look at in your first season and getting a chance to be a part of the team, I know I talked to you a few weeks ago about how impactful the first year was for you. And I ask a lot of student athletes on this show so far today about expectations, your expectations of when you came to campus and how those expectations for a lot have been exceeded. What did you expect when you got here, and kind of how has that first year gone in terms of your student athlete experience and just what Gannon has meant to you in the first 365-ish days of being on campus?
So honestly, I really wasn't sure what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be definitely a challenge for sure. And then I was expecting a really hard balance. I was expecting it to be really hard to balance student life and athletics. But honestly, Coach Aarons and everyone is so accommodating and everything. And honestly, I feel like my professors, they're so accommodating as long as I give them, a heads up, I'm going to be missing this, this, and this. They're like, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
They've honestly made my life so much easier, and transitioning into college, just a breeze, honestly.
When you look at Brooke, and again, for you having your first year now completed, one of the things that we talked about and have talked about so often with Gannon Athletics is just kind of that family atmosphere and environment. You mentioned to me a few weeks back about how your teammates really took you in and have really helped you through things. How quickly did Gannon start to feel like home for you, and how quickly did you put some of maybe those fears that you had of coming to college to bed?
Honestly, I'd say within the first week after our Ohio Pile trip, I felt like our team trip.
Yeah.
I felt like we immediately were like a family, and it didn't take a lot to have that connection. And I'd never had that before. And to be able to slide right into it, it was an amazing feeling.
Coach, Day of Giving, of course, we know is such an important one for all of our student athletes and so many of our athletic programs. When you look at this day for your teams in particular in cross country, what are some of the things that Day of Giving can help you out and assist you with as you get ready for the season?
Yeah, well, I mean, Brooke just mentioned one of them. So, we were able to use some of what we raised last year to be able to take our team away during kind of our early season for a couple nights in Ohio Pile where we could do some, really good training down there. Did some team bonding, hiking, swimming, rock climbing. Well, there's a rock climbing wall there.
Especially the water slide.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Natural water slides
Oh, you
down
guys
there.
did the water
Yep,
slide.
yep,
Okay.
Yeah,
Did you do rafting?
We did not do rafting.
See, that's what the
but-
non-runners do.
Yeah.
I didn't have to train. I'm not the person that was there running miles and miles, but it's a cool place.
It's really, really cool. And like Brooke said, I mean, you could definitely just tell the difference, from when we kind of walked into that and then coming home, just felt like they knew each other for years, by the time we were done with that. And so, I mean, that's really invaluable and really set the tone for us for the season, and what was a really just kind of built our group into a group that's really tight knit and made practice, be a place that people like coming to and stuff like that. So, I mean, that's just one example, but, there's all sorts of things like that, just little things that make a huge difference in the lives of our student athletes.
When you look at the two teams and the success that you've been able to have, what are some of the positives that you've been able to take in your time as head coach year in, year out, things that you can stack with these two teams that you think will really position you well for the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now we have really young teams. So we had 5 freshman women this year and 7 freshmen on the men's team. So some of our freshman women, especially placing in our top 5 and top 7, and making really strong contributions. And so just kind of seeing that core, to be able to build around is super exciting. And having the for myself, for just the experience of kind of still learning the PSAC and kind of what it takes to climb the ranks there and stuff like that. I mean, that's been really beneficial, and kind of I feel like now I see what we need to do to get to where we want to go. And can kind of see that pathway, and we're making progress down that path, which is really exciting.
Brooke, I don't want this to sound like a dumb question, and it might, and that's fine. But growing up, people love playing team sports with sticks, basketball, football, whatever. But it takes a special kind of individual who has a lot of will and determination to say, I want to run for a living. Take me through the mind of a student athlete and kind of your career and starting in cross country. What made you really want to get into the sport, and what about Gannon has allowed you to continue to love it as you've moved forward here? Because again, running's not for the faint of heart, no question about it, especially when you got to run through courses and trails and hills and all that fun stuff.
Yeah. So you guys are gonna love this story. So originally I started playing basketball, and to get into shape, my one friend was like, "Hey, I need a runner," and I'm like, "Oh, okay. I've never ran before." And she goes, "You get popsicles every Friday." I'm like, "Perfect. Sign me up for cross country." And from there on out, the popsicles started me there. But from there on out, I loved it. It's a massive outlet for me. And I have like 2 other teammates on my high school team.
Yes.
And just having them was a massive deal, like lifelong friends. When you go running, everyone knows you're in pain. You make those friends with those other people because they know what you're going through. And to continue this at Gannon has been an amazing opportunity and experience for me, because like I'm in a hard major. I'm pre-med with LECOM and everything like that. And it has been a massive outlet for me to be able to go out and run my 5 miles and put my frustration out on the pavement rather than in something else. But having this opportunity has meant the world to me to continue that.
I got to tell you, I'm glad popsicles won you over, because it sure as heck wouldn't have won me. Are those like the ones you get in the summer where you – those are the good ones.
They're the nice ones. It won me over. So
those are the nice ones. And actually, this is going to sound ridiculous. We're going way off on a tangent here, and it's fine. We got a long way to go on the stream. But my son for Easter got like one of those popsicle holders. That's like a koozie for a popsicle. If I'd have had that growing up, I never would have stopped. Are you kidding me? One of the greatest inventions ever. Okay, I digress. Brooke, we really appreciate you coming on to this podcast. And again, best of luck coming up this season. We can't wait to see what the women's team does this year.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, now we bring in Braden Rush, who is part of the men's cross country team and is excited as well for the upcoming year ahead. Braden, you have a really hard act to follow with hearing from Brooke's story as to how she got into cross country, but I'm just curious, take me through that journey for you. What made you want to start running and how you've been able to enjoy it throughout your collegiate career so far?
So I started I ran my first 5K when I was 11. My grandpa always ran his whole life. So he's like, "You want to go run a 5K?" And I was like, "Sure, why not?" And from there, I just fell in love with it. That's kind of went, and then one thing led to another, and here I am today.
So you have a bit of a family legacy and history when it comes to running.
Yeah, a little bit.
When, Brooke made a really interesting point that, all these pent-up frustrations that you may have during the week of whatever stress it might be, you can let it go when you run. What's that release and feeling like for you when you're able to be out there and again, maybe for you be at peace and being able to run? What's that like, and how does that add to your excitement and experience being out there on the course?
I think a big thing now is in high school I didn't really have a team culture dynamic when it comes to that. So like when I came here, not only is an outlet, but some of these guys are my best friends now. And on our easy days, like our easy runs where you go out and just run, we have some good conversations, just talk about everything. Yeah. So it's almost like kind of like what she said, an outlet.
Coach, in a sport where it's done on the course by individuals, how important for you is it to be able to set that team chemistry, team camaraderie early in the season, and how have you been able to do that and see these teams bloom year in, year out with that team-oriented aspect? Because again, it is in some aspects an individual sport.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think for our runners, it really kind of gives them just a sense of peace, because kind of like we just talked about, but just kind of knowing the having your teammates out there with you, a lot of times, pretty much all of our workouts, we have pace groups set up and things like that. You have your workout partners, and so they know, when they're going into a race, they're around where they should be, or kind of they have those people to kind of key off of and push each other, and they know each other's like strengths and weaknesses too, where you might be able to help each other out on that end. Or one of the big ways that we see this specifically for the men is when we go into our regional championship, the distance jumps up from 8K to 10K. And so, just thinking about Braden here and Robert, one of our other freshmen who ran for us at regionals, that was their first 10K race. But they had a teammate who was a senior this year, who was in their workout group, who they'd been racing with a lot. So they were able to run together with Adam and kind of help each other through that race. And it certainly still was a challenge for that first 10K. But I think it definitely helps them to have those people that have been there before.
Braden, your first year at Gannon, and again going back to the expectations. What has Gannon meant to you in your first year, and just the excitement that you've been able to bring from the student athlete perspective in your first year here?
It's really meant a lot. Coming in, like I wanted to come in and like make an impact right away, and I think I did that, and I hope to keep doing that. So that was a big part of it. And also, we're such, like Coach Aaron said, we're such a young class.
Yeah.
So I feel like we have so much potential in the next upcoming years. So that was a big thing that we're excited for. And yeah.
How important for you from the student athlete perspective is the community support, whether it's people coming out to watch your races or just, of course, monetary and other things like that? How important is that to be able to have that bond with the Erie community and Gannon as a whole?
I think it's awesome. I mean, we run down the streets and then we just have random people talking to us.
Yeah, I mean, people in the public see cross-country runners more than they almost see any other team because the world is your course, right?
Yeah. So we run down the streets and we see countless people and we say hi to them. I feel like everyone here is just very welcoming to begin with. Not even the cross-country teams, everyone else. I walk down everyone knows everyone kind of type of thing. And when I'm walking, people always ask me, how am I? How's cross-country, how's track, that kind of stuff. So it's a nice environment too.
Yeah, it's been wonderful to get a chance to be able to witness the success, and obviously for both of you to be able to be here now heading into next season and have 1 year under your belt. Let's end with trivia, shall we? Because we've been doing this with every team. I'm sorry I didn't prepare anybody on this, but we wanted to do some things off the cuff. Got one question for the men's cross-country team, and let's see, Braden, if you can get this one, because I think Coach probably knows. All right, who was the first Gannon men's cross-country runner to qualify for the national championships? Actually ended up doing it twice.
Isn't it Joe Estrick?
Bingo. Bingo. 1 for 1. We have our first 100%er of our trivia question. Yeah, also inducted into the 2025 class of the Gannon Athletics Hall of Fame. So cross-country continues what has been a wonderful track record of success. Well, Coach, to both of you, thanks again for being a part of our show today. We appreciate you having on. Again, make sure to consider giving to the Gannon Men's and Women's Cross-Country program until 8 p.m. this evening. Continue having great success. Can't wait to see you in the fall. And until then, see you out and about in the community getting some practice in.
Sounds great. Thanks a lot, everybody.
All right, cross country. Heading out on our extended Day of Giving live stream. Again, a reminder, you can donate to all of our athletic programs simply by going to that QR code in the top right corner of your screen. All you have to do is just scan that code, and then you have options. You can go to different ways in order to give. You can advocate for other individuals to join you and match your gift or exceed whatever gift you may have given for teams. And again, also make sure to promote on social media that for the next 5 hours there's still plenty of time left in Day of Giving. All you have to do is go to that QR code, sign up, let us know who you're giving to, and make a contribution for all of our great athletics programs, both on and off the field of competition, this funding goes until. All right, it is near the top of the hour. We're nearing 3 o'clock. We've got a great array of guests lined up for you in the 3 o'clock hour, including cross country just ending. Women's lacrosse is at 3:15, and he can't hide any longer. Tom Boyd men's wrestling is coming at 3:45. Carrie McKay and Taylor Brown as we go back to our big board. So they can't. Coach Boyd's been busy, but he can't hide any longer. That pie in the face, he's supposed to get 2, actually, with over $11,000 raised. But where are we at right now on the big board? Carrie, any updates as we hit the 3 o'clock hour?
Yeah, so we just had a $100 gift come in for wrestling, men's wrestling. So they're at $11,154. I really want to know what their most raised has been in the years past. How high they've gotten.
I'm sure Coach probably knows.
Yeah, I can check that over the last 3 years at least. I could probably look into that. But we also had some new gifts come in for men's soccer. So they are over that $2,000 mark, which is awesome. A great milestone. They're at $2,080 currently donated to their program. And I actually was just talking with Taylor because some of these coaches we have them set up for 2 different teams. Like Rob, he coaches men's and women's. So the men's team and the women's team each individually have that goal of $5,000. But I think it'd be interesting and might as well if we combine those 2 totals and it's over $5,000 that we pie Rob anyways.
Well,
I
let's
think that's a
find
great
out.
idea.
So we got 2,200 for the men's cross country. Women's cross country is at almost 2,000. So I mean, we're what, 700 shy?
I think we're around 700 shy.
Right? Oh no, yeah, about
maybe a little bit over, but
yeah, we're fine. Taylor's looking at me like I got 4 heads. I'm not that far off. Taylor has increased the cross country goal to 22,000. I'm not sure what rules we're playing by now, but that is insane, Taylor.
Not
but
approved.
I'll tell you what, that'd be pretty ridiculous. You would have we would really have to buy out the entire Walmart of frozen pie crust if that were to be the case. But again, in case you missed it as well, we just got a chance to pie Coach Eric Rayburn in the face with his entire team behind. We do want to make a mention on the stream right now, just for theater purposes. When your coach is coming down to get a pie in the face, if you're a student athlete watching this, you are more than welcome to come to the rec center and
do the pieing yourself
and be a part of this and, cheer your coach in the back. I'm sure that would be very exciting. Again, we have women's basketball on the hook as well as men's wrestling for the pie in the face. So we know wrestling is going to be coming in the next hour. So we're excited about that and so much more as well, Carrie. In terms of athletics as a whole, it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're sitting at just over 54,000 and we're nearing 400 donors in total for athletics.
Yep, that's awesome. That's incredible. I think that means I need to update my chart, but.
Well, and that's perfectly fine. By the way, as we move it back here, we're nearing 1,050 donors for the university as a whole. Right now, we have 1,030 donors for the university in terms of Gannon Athletics, everything else. And so a lot of excitement over that. And we will continue as we learn more to bring that to you and make sure that we update you day in, hour in, hour out. We were updating you day in, day out before this day of giving actually began. So we'll continue to update you as we learn more and as we continue to see those donations come in. And again, a very big thank you to all of you who have already donated and who have been a really, really big part of this Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. All right, we're going to take a couple-minute timeout. When we come back here in our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving ceremony and celebration, women's lacrosse is joining us next, and we got a whole lot of current and potential records to talk about with head coach Jenny Pulaski and Charlie Hunter. That's coming up in a few minutes, and then, of course, we've got men's wrestling, a trio of wrestlers, Jerry Echeverria, Pat Jackson, and Logan Salat set to join our lineup on the stage. And then we'll continue along throughout the evening as well. Remember, still set to come on our show. Women's basketball, men's water polo, men's golf, and Lisa Goddard-McGurk joining us for our Athletics Power Hour from 7 to 8 p.m. to close the evening. So still 5 hours left of exciting Day of Giving content, and we'll be here with you back in just a couple of minutes as we continue along on our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving live stream from the Recreation and Wellness Center. All right, we are back on our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving live stream. We welcome everyone back into the Recreation and Wellness Center. Women's lacrosse sent to join us in just a couple of minutes. We let you know at the top of the 2 o'clock hour that the university as a whole had reached their goal of 1,000 donors. And now we are happy to officially report to you that Gannon University has not only passed their donor goal total, they have also now set the record for the most amount donated in a single day of giving. 326,862 is the number so far. Just an incredible amount of important financial gives from so many individuals who have just really helped Gannon University and Gannon Athletics be such an incredible success in the what's that? Oh, Carrie's giving me an update as well in so many different areas. Carrie McKay giving me an update that as of now, athletics has just went over the 400 mark for total donors as well. So things are growing in the right direction. Again, as we bring you back in, want to remind you once again, all of our live guests and when they're appearing are going to be on the bottom of your screen. We're going to get a pie in the face at the end of the hour here before we take a little bit of a break at 4 o'clock. Tom Boyd and men's wrestling have just been blowing the competition out of the water. So they'll join us a little bit later on in the show. Women's lacrosse set to join us in a few minutes as well. And you can see the other guests that will appear throughout the remainder of the day on the bottom of your screen. Also, if you want information as to how to give, how you can help support, how you can on social media help bolster the excitement around the rest of Day of Giving, that QR code in the top right corner of your screen where I am pointing is the place to go and scan for all of that information. All right, we are getting set to bring on our next team onto the Recreation and Wellness Center floor, and that would be women's lacrosse. And Taylor Brown told me that it is possible that Charlie Hunter's about to do a backflip. So let's go ahead and see if that ends up happening. I don't know, but let's go. Women's lacrosse about to join us. Jenny Pulaski and Charlie Hunter joining me on the show. Is it happening? No, it's not happening. It's all good. All right, go ahead and put that headset on, Coach, and Charlie, you can grab the microphone. First and foremost, Coach, it's good to see you. Congratulations on the victory last night. A lot of excitement in that rivalry game against Edinburgh, and you still got one more coming up this weekend. Take me through the season and just some of the things that you've observed and kind of where you feel like the team is standing right now as we wind down the rest of this regular season here.
Yeah, I mean, we have one game left this season. I think we're really excited. We want to go in, hopefully get an upset over St. Hill. They're a very strong team, and I think it's just been a lot of growth and learning this year as we've kind of gone through the season and trying to get better every game.
You know, when you look, Charlie, at the way that this year has gone, we're going to talk about some of the accolades that you've already went over and some of the program records that you could potentially set going into your final game. When you look at, your career as a whole, there are so many players on this team that have just been able to have incredible careers. Take me through what this team has meant to you and just how important lacrosse has been so far in your collegiate career.
Yeah, I mean, for most, just the girls on the team, I've made, the best bonds and friendships throughout, and they've always supported me and the coaches as well, to keep pushing myself and to be the best I can be. And I think just over these past 3 years that each year I've grown, more confident with the help of my coaches and teammates, and I'm just, excited to see what next year has for us. So
and it was fascinating because as we've gone through the year, so many teams come up with just an amazing amount of accolades and successful points. And in the face-off circle with draw controls, you've set some records yourself. You're also close to setting another couple and going over 100 for your career. I know you don't want to talk about the individual accolades, but when you look at just what this team has been able to do in terms of that and being able to consistently, I feel like, rewrite record books in some case, how important has this team been this year in terms of the growth that this squad has been able to have in the time that you've been here?
Yeah, I think last year we had a lot of seniors that graduated, so we knew we needed players to step up and fill those spots. And with me and Ella and Carol, we kind of knew we would have to be the forerunners for offense, especially. And we very much feed off each other when things are going well. And just starting from that, going to assisting each other or using each other in all different ways on offense has helped us a lot.
Coach, Day of Giving, as we know, is such an important day. You know this university well. You've been a part of it and know how special it is. Take us through just how this day and the support that you receive can help for the future, for the now, and what it will mean for this team.
Yeah, I mean, I think Day of Giving and kind of all of our donors and all the things we do through this obviously supports our student athletes. You know, last year, this was a big push and got us our new uniforms that we have for both home and away. And through, you know, what we're hoping to raise this year and kind of going into next year, we're looking to take a pretty big spring break trip in a couple years from now. So really just trying to continue to raise funds to give our players that amazing student athlete experience that we know they want to have while they're here.
How important is that for you as a coach? Because, of course, you want to coach them up so that they can be successful and win. But I also think, as you know, there's that experience portion of it. How do you balance that as a coach, and how important is that for you when you're recruiting, when you're talking to student athletes about wanting them to have the best experience possible?
Yeah, I mean, I think I say it a lot to recruits and even to our players now. You know, I love Division II because of that. I played it. I've been coaching it. I think it gives them the best of everything they could have, you know, in terms of playing at the collegiate level. And, you know, winning is important and we want to do really well on the field. But we know, you know, when they leave here in 4 years, you know, of their time with us, that they're probably going to remember, you know, the long spring break trip or they got to stay in a house with their teammates or got to go to Florida or things like that over, you know, the little nitty gritty wins and things here and there on the field.
Charlie, in terms of memories, I'm sure that you have a few as well. There were a couple of the student athletes that just talked a few minutes beforehand that had some really great stories. But what are some of the memories or specific stories that you'll take with you when this is all said and done that you'll be able to kind of talk about in the future? Do you have any specific stories or exciting moments that you'll take and remember forever?
Yeah, definitely. It was my freshman year when we beat Mercyhurst for the first time in a very long time. And it was just like a full team win. Everyone was just so excited. And I remember like there was 2 seconds left in the game and we were already throwing our sticks because we knew we won. And we just like all jumped on Haley, our goalie. Like we were so excited. But I think that was definitely...
You have some of the best celebrations on that bench. I remember a couple of games ago, I forget what game it was, and I was filming on the sideline, and all of a sudden I see a few of you like just literal tossing players in the air. Like, how do they come up with these celebrations? It's wonderful. And as Coach was saying, the student-athlete experience is so important. And I know, obviously, the play on the field is what you'll remember in parts, Charlie, but what about the student-athlete experience is so special here at Gannon that maybe, you know, at other schools isn't necessarily the case?
I think just the professors are awesome here. They're very understanding when it comes to just knowing we're putting our 100% effort into both things, being a student and an athlete. And we just have that like support that's unconditional. We don't have to ask for it. Like they have it, our backs, no matter what. And I think that's what sets us apart from a lot of other like schools in D2 where as if you like are struggling, they are there for like you to help. So
And Coach, you know, being part of the committee now and getting to help oversee so many Division II teams, I'm sure you get a chance to get some insight as to what other schools and universities do. What about Gannon sets us apart, sets us in terms of standing out with some of the things that are the intangibles, to your point, that we don't necessarily see that go behind the scenes?
Yeah, I think kind of, you know, to what Charlie said, it's that support all around. That's a big thing for Gannon. You know, I talk about it with our girls and with recruits as well. You know, we call it the Gannon family, and that's not just a lacrosse thing or an athletics thing, but a university-wide, you know, thing that we want to really support and really want to invest into so that, you know, they can do everything they want to do while they're here and be very successful. And I think we expect excellence of, you know, our students and our student athletes in everything they do at Gannon. So I think, you know, having that support there to back up that expectation is really important.
When you look at the way that the team has been able to continue to build and build and build, and obviously this is Day of Giving for 2025, but how important are success points like the records and things of that nature in building for future years? I'm sure that's something that you take into consideration and focus on when you prepare for even 26, 27 years down the road.
Yeah, I think, every year we want to grow. We always want to bring in players that are going to progress our program forward and mesh well with what we want in our team culture. And I think those, program records and things, it's exciting to see that impact. While we might not always have the wins or the losses that we expect or things like that, we can't always control those factors. Getting them to perform at their highest level while they're here is the ultimate goal for all of them as student athletes.
Charlie, I'm putting you on the spot, but take yourself a couple of years into the future. If there was somebody or a couple of people that you were tasked with talking to with, hey, why should I come to Gannon? Why should I be a student athlete? What would be your message of encouragement to them in terms of what Gannon meant for you and just why they should be a part of this Golden Knight family?
Yeah, kind of going off what Coach G said, like it is very much a family, and whereas it is a smaller school, so you kind of get the sense of just belonging and knowing just not everyone, but majority of people here, and creating those connections with anyone that you would like to. And I think that's kind of what I would say to people, and just put yourself out there.
I was going to say, this is a campus where you know almost every other person on campus. My wife did it on a campus of 18,000. It can't be that difficult with a few grand. Let's end with a couple trivia questions, if you don't mind. We really haven't announced this out to teams, but Coach, if you need to help, go for it. If not, then Charlie, I'm going to see if you can get two of these, because I think the going rate's been 50%. So if you can get one or two, I think that would be pretty cool. All right. Gannon started their women's lacrosse program in 1996. 6 years after that, in 2001, the Golden Knights went to the NCAA semifinals. Do you know who the coach of that team was?
No, I do not.
You're not expected. Were you even in 2001? Were you born at that point?
No, it was 2004.
Okay, I was going to say, I'm dating myself in 99. So if you're not born by that point, it really doesn't count, I guess. Coach, do you want to help jump in?
Oh my gosh, I'm blanking right now. I know he's at Salisbury. I've met him like 3 times. Oh my God. This happens to me every time. I'm stressing. Okay, go.
All right, Jim Nestor.
Nestor, yes.
Coach. Look, I get it. We had men's basketball on about an hour ago, and Easton was talking about how I was asking about the all-time leading scorer. And he's like, I've showed people pictures of this all the time, and now I have no idea. It's okay. You put a camera on, it becomes difficult. One more question, and I have a hint for this if need be. Who holds the career record in Gannon women's lacrosse for goals scored? Do you want me to give you a hint?
Yeah.
Okay. She was inducted into the Hall of Fame recently.
Wait, okay. I don't even remember the name, and we went to go see her get inducted. I'm blanking.
What matters is that you went.
Yes.
All right.
There.
All right, Coach, go for it.
Oh my gosh. I'm like really stressing right now. Oh my God. Was it Mary?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought. Mary Eschenauer.
Yep. Mary Eschenauer inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2025 this year. And there are a couple of teams that are teams and student athletes who have really helped pave the way for women's lacrosse. So we're going to give you 1 for 2. That's perfectly fine. Again, really, if we're talking in terms of batting order, you're right in the middle of the pack. So no problem at all. Jenny and Charlie, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been wonderful having you, and best of luck in your game this weekend. Hopefully the rain holds off for you and you get one final great game out there.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, women's lacrosse joining us on our Day of Giving extended live show as we continue on through the 3 o'clock hour. It's 3:22 right now. That means 4 hours and 38 more minutes for you to help give for our Gannon Athletics Day of Giving, which goes all the way until 8 p.m. on this Friday afternoon, April 25th. I would ask, it's not worth asking that. You both know that question. I was going to go on a limb and say, can you name the 8 Hall of Fame inductees from 2025? But both of you know. Carrie, you were there. Gosh darn it. You're on the committee.
Yes. What was the question? The 8 Hall of Famers?
Naming the 8 Hall of Famers from 2025. Maybe that's a good question for the audience.
Yeah. I know them.
Yeah, I know you know them. Taylor knows them too. Oh, okay. No, it's fine. We'll ask the audience, without looking it up, name the 8 members of the Gannon 2025 Hall of Fame class. And again, right now, the committee, by the way, in the process of looking for the next group on the ballot for 2026. So we're excited about that. We're going to be announcing some more information on the Hall of Fame in the coming months. So make sure to stay tuned for that. Going to be really exciting. A lot of exciting things coming up, including our end of the year athletics celebration on Tuesday, the 29th at 7 o'clock. Of course, Day of Caring is tomorrow across all of athletics. So it's a give and a receive and then give from student athletes to the community. So we can't wait for that as well. All right, let's go over back to the big board. It's 3:23. We are anxiously awaiting the appearance of the team, which red bar is dead smack in the middle. That's men's wrestling. They're getting set to join us in about 20 minutes, Carrie, but I'm curious for updates that we have from other teams or just as a whole athletic-wise.
Yeah, we've been having a couple gifts come in for men's soccer. I am certain that head coach Billy Colton is rallying his troops so he can see his bar grow. So right now we have $2,505 donated to their program, with more gifts coming in. And I know they set a pretty unique goal to get at least 100 donors donating $100 to their program. So Coach Billy Colton is definitely working to reach that milestone and making calls, sending texts, all of that, to get some gifts come in for his program. Other than that, we haven't really seen a lot of movement going on. So not much to update here on the other bars. But we are, like we said a couple minutes ago, we reached over 400 donors for athletics. So that's a really big milestone that we were able to reach and exceed. And I know the university just set a new goal for themselves, a money goal.
Okay.
And I did have this up on my phone, but I already forgot what it was. I think it's like 300,000 and something of that nature.
Well, if it's 300,000, they've already passed it.
No, it's more than that, but
Okay.
the first number is a 3.
Okay.
I think it might be 345
345,
or
okay.
something of that nature. I have to check in. I saw it on Instagram when I was scrolling, but everything's going really well. We are just overwhelmed with the community and how they are showing up for Gannon and the Gannon family and showing their support. So keep up the great work. We are so appreciative of everything that you're doing to support us.
Carrie, I'm just imagining you as you've been giving these updates like an Adam Schefter, just on your phone with different people texting, being like, what's this update? What's this update? Who knows? Who knows this? Who knows that?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to specify.
I'm not good with names.
An information aficionado, I guess, is the best word for it. That probably makes the most sense. Let's see. We got softball coming in here. They were supposed to play today at Clarion. Those games got postponed due to the weather. Is it still raining outside? It's hard to tell.
I think it's clearing up.
Okay.
I know that it was supposed to stop raining by like 5 p.m. or something of that 4 or 5 p.m. So I think it's starting to clear up. Hopefully it stays cleared up because I want to go for a run after.
I was going to say, well,
this stream.
if it does end up clearing up, then make sure to join us on campus, whether it be whatever building it might be. Just be a part of our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. Get out, enjoy the weather outside, be a part of our live stream. And we want to thank all of you, too, as we'll bring it back in here to the main desk. Our live stream has consistently had multiple hundreds of individuals on it concurrently throughout the entire day today. We're coming up on 7.5 hours of live coverage for our Day of Giving Centennial Celebrate live stream. And we have had quite literally multiple hundreds of individuals watching throughout the entire stream, and it's only substantially grown from there. So we want to say thank you to all of you who have watched this throughout the day. If you have given, we want to thank you as well for that. Your support does not go unnoticed. It means so much to all of us, from administration to student athletes and to the coaches and individuals who help their teams so much each and every single day to just have the best student athlete experience possible. So we thank you for that. We thank you for being with us. And we've got 4.5 hours left to go on this thing. We've got a few more interviews to come with our student athletes and our coaches. We are still awaiting a minimum of 3 pies in the face from men's wrestling, women's basketball, and our athletic director, Lisa Goddard-McGurgan. We hope that we can get to a few more as well, with a couple of teams that are inching closer to that $5,000 goal. So again, if you are able, whatever amount, it does not matter if it's as small as $5, consider supporting the Gannon Athletics and the Gannon University programs. All right, we're going to take a quick short break for just a few minutes. When we come back, It's the moment you've all been waiting for, at least since the beginning of the day. Men's wrestling is certainly been making sure things happen in the donation totals. They're over $11,000, and they are getting set to come on the program. We will be hearing scheduled to appear All-American Jerry Echeverria, regional champion Pat Jackson, and national qualifier Logan Salat will join us in just a few minutes. We'll be right back. All right, we are back on our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving live stream. We've got a fun and exciting segment for you to pass the time over in just a couple of minutes that was thought of on the fly as we get ready for men's wrestling to come in. We're going to play Name That Tune to get a little bit of a music endeavor to this show. Taylor Brown and Carrie McNair are anxiously cooking up songs that they're going to be playing, and then I'm supposed to guess on here. This is as a ode of appreciation to the trivia that I have been asking them. Of course, we've been doing trivia throughout the entire show. About 50, let's say 45% is a success rate. So now we're going to turn the tables, apparently, and we're going to see as we get ready for men's wrestling if I am worthy of if I'm worthy of getting these correct. So, all right, Carrie and Taylor, over to you. I don't even know what you're cooking up. So what do you got? Now,
Okay.
give me the parameters. Remember, keep in mind, I give you the topic and the parameters of the question, when I start. So, gotta give me some background at least.
Can you hear me? Is my mic on?
I can hear you. Your mic is on.
Okay, so this song is it is a Broadway hit.
They're saying Broadway because it's the only brand of the genre of music that I'm like somewhat familiar with.
And what else can we say about this song? The singer, based off of historical events, and the singer of this song was pretty famous. At least he got famous in my eyes from Glee. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna play a little snippet of it, and
Okay.
you have to guess the name of the song, the name of the Broadway musical,
Okay. hang on.
and
Song. Go ahead.
bonus point if you get the name of who's singing it.
Okay. All right.
Okay, are you
gonna
ready?
I'm just for awareness. I have absolutely no idea about Glee, so I don't know if that's going to help me, but it's not going to help me. But all right, go for it. Let's hear it.
Ready?
Go ahead. Oh, this is You'll Be Back from Hamilton. I have absolutely no idea who sings it.
Jonathan Groff.
No idea.
Is that how you say
And my wife
Groff.
my wife might be watching this podcast now, and if she is, she's going to be really mad at me because she absolutely loves Hamilton, and this is one of her favorite songs. For reference, one of our former students that I graduated a year ahead of us sang this at Broadway dinner at General McLean, and he did a great job, but I have no idea. So I get 2 of 3, right? You'll Be Back from Hamilton. That's really easy. Okay, so I'm 2 of 3. Again, for those of you watching, this is not Guess the Song. This is our Day of Giving live stream, but we're waiting for men's wrestling to come on. We're having some fun. We're enjoying things. This is exciting. 4.5 hours to go on Day of Giving. We have been asking trivia questions throughout the entire day, so we're doing something a little different now. And I'm 2 for 3 on the song here so far. So, all right, what do you got for me next, Carrie?
All right, this next song. Well, we're staying in tune, in line with our theme of Broadway musicals.
Great.
So this song's another Broadway hit. Probably not the most popular song in the show itself,
Okay.
but it's definitely one of my favorites.
Okay.
And they recently, I don't want to give it away. Give me a good tidbit, a good tip. It is a remake. All right, that's all you get because this one's pretty easy.
Okay. All right.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Again, you need to say, I won't make you.
Song musical. Who's singing it?
Yeah. Let's.
Now, can I say the character of who it is in it? Okay, the
I
character.
will give you half a point for that.
Okay, fine. All
Because
right.
this one you should know.
I have a max
You
of
should know.
2.5 every question. Then. All right, go for it.
All right, ready?
Yep.
Okay, go.
Oh my.
Shame. I'm ashamed.
Hold on. This is really embarrassing. I should know this.
Yeah, you should.
Lord. I know it's from Wicked.
Yes. Okay. 1 point.
I assume it's Idina Menzel who sings it.
It's
No?
the remake.
It's the remake. Oh, it's okay. So is it? I don't even know who plays.
do it.
I don't even know who plays it in the Wicked remake.
Okay. What's the character that sings it?
It's Elphaba, right?
Yeah. Okay. 2 points.
Okay.
Well,
So-
1.5.
Oh, is it Astonishing?
Nope.
No.
It's from the first part. Part 1. Part 1. Wicked Part 1.
Wicked Part 1.
So before intermission, this song is sang.
This is Defying Gravity?
No, not
Oh.
right before it.
Okay.
If you didn't get Defying Gravity, that'd be.
I would. Well, I would have known that. Okay. No. I tell me. This is really bad.
The Wizard and I
The Wizard and I. Okay.
by Cynthia. Cynthia is her name.
Okay. Cynthia. Yeah.
You didn't know that one either, Taylor? I thought that was.
I
was
don't.
easy.
To be honest with you, like out of all the songs in Wicked, that would be like third from the bottom on my favorite songs in that musical. It's not. But
Okay, what's your favorite Wicked song?
Well, my favorite Wicked song is Defying Gravity. Without a doubt. I mean, I know it's the most popular one, but I don't know if this is a hot take. I'm not sure that there has ever been a song sung better in a musical than when Idina Menzel sings it on Broadway. It's a tremendous song. Okay, I mean, I know Wicked. It's a fun musical. I enjoy it. I don't know.
Yes.
You only know Wicked because of Glee? Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So I get 2 points for that because I missed the song, but I got the character and I got the musical. So right now that puts me at 4 of 6. Let's do a couple more.
No. The character was half a point. You didn't know the name of the person playing the character.
Okay.
So you got one and a half.
But hang on. The original, well, not the original, but the best one to do it is Idina Menzel. So technically I get it.
Well, is that the one that I played? No.
Well, I don't watch remakes. I'm gonna sound old. I don't watch remakes. I watch the good ones on Broadway. Okay, I digress. All right, go ahead and up with the next one here as we roll along in our Day of Giving live stream.
You have one?
This is we're a few minutes away from men's wrestling coming on the show, so we're gonna get pie in the face. But right now we're playing Name That Tune. As again, your donations, you can continue to have them come in and learn more on our QR code at the top of your screen. All right. Alrighty. Next up.
This next, we're staying with Broadway.
Okay.
We clearly got a theme right now, but
This is the only genre I know, so that's why.
So this next show is a classic. It's phenomenal. I've never seen it on Broadway. Fun fact, I've never been to Broadway.
Is it Les Mis or Phantom? Which one of the two is it?
Phantom.
Okay.
Phantom of the Opera.
Okay.
This song is from.
Is it a song sung by Bianchi? Because that's a character I played in high school.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Wait, you were the Phantom?
No, I wasn't the Phantom.
Oh.
I was the Italian guy. No. I'm too big to be the Phantom. Are you kidding me? No. All right, go ahead. What song? No, go ahead and play it. Stop. That's insulting. That's insulting. Stop the music.
Oh,
that is
stop it.
insulting.
Yeah, which one is it?
It is called the Phantom of the Opera.
That one.
That has to be arguably the most insulted I've ever felt in my musical guessing career. If I missed that, my high school music teacher Bruce Yates, who is now retired, would probably come to the field house and strangle me.
Well, I didn't pick it.
Yeah,
so
no,
we're blaming Taylor.
No, I played the role of Ubaldo Bianchi, the Italian guy who ends up dying at the hands of the Phantom in the middle of the show. It was my sophomore year of high school. It's a wonderful musical, don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's a complicated story. Like, there's this girl named Christine. She's in love with this guy named Raul. All of a sudden, the Phantom comes, tries to say, "Hey, you should love me because I sing great music." But he's got the distorted face, and that kind of, and that's why he wears the mask. And I actually reprised the role of the Phantom my senior year when we did Broadway Dinner. So I at least got to play a little bit of it. All right, we got time for 2 more. So.
2 more.
Two more on Name That Tune. We might bring it back to a little bit later in our Day of Giving live stream. So
Okay.
let's see what else we got here.
All right, let me think. I'm looking through. Okay. I got another Broadway one.
Okay.
This one is, in my opinion, a really big classic as well. A female-dominated cast.
Okay. Mamma Mia.
Nope.
No. Okay.
Nope. It's about. Let me think.
It's 6.
No.
Okay.
Getting warmer though.
Now I'm starting to guess this without even knowing the song. All right, go ahead and play it. I'm curious.
Okay.
Oh, Cell Block Tango.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a Cell Block
I had to
Tango.
stop it right there.
For some reason,
Getting risque.
I forget. So like the song 6, I believe that's what it's called, from the musical 6. It kind of starts out somewhat similar, so I always forget about it. Okay, so yeah, that was a good one. Okay, Taylor, you can go ahead and get ready for men's wrestling here. Carrie's got one more for me. So, all right, I've done okay. I'm a little over. I feel like I'm around 50%. If I get this last one right, then I'm feeling really, really good.
Yeah, you don't get any hints for this last one.
Okay, I get no hints for
because
this
it's too
one.
easy.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Ready?
I hope so. Go ahead.
What is it?
It's Summer Nights.
Okay.
I have to admit this is going to be an unpopular reaction. I do not like this musical at all.
You know, I can see that. I think it's a little bit. I
don't
love
like it.
Grease. I was in Grease when I was in high school.
Yeah.
And I do love the show, but I can understand why some people don't like it. I think it's a little bit overrated.
So to be honest with you, I think I've always believed that Grease should not be a musical. It should be a comedy. It should be like a comedy where like it's all a bunch of guys essentially joking around and doing dumb stuff. I almost view it to be like these guys think they're all that, but really they're just a bunch of guys with slick hair and they're making dumb mistakes. Like that's what I kind of view it as. So, okay, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that one. But, well, good job, Carrie. That was exciting. I appreciate taking a few minutes here and going off the radar with a couple of things. So, again, thank you. This has been a lot of fun. So back to our originally scheduled programming on our Day of Giving live stream. Well, for those of you who have been watching our live stream for its entirety, you've been seeing our stats, you've been watching the big board, you've been watching it rise and fall. There has been one consistent team, though, that has been at the top of the list for virtually the entire day. They reached their goal as soon as we came on the air this morning, and since then, they have just skyrocketed their way up the top of the standings and are doing a really, really great job with being able to get the word out for Day of Giving. This is where I remind Carrie McKay that we need to get a pie ready because it is time to bring on, in just a second here, men's wrestling to our Day of Giving live stream. Head coach Tom Boyd, Logan Salat, and Pat Jackson joining us on the show as part of our Day of Giving live stream. Dressed to the nines as per usual. This team does it right, that's for sure. Coach Boyd, I'm wondering if he's going to be whatever by this. All right, so we're going to have one of our student athletes switch out. So Logan, you or your Pat can decide whether or not you want to go first here. So yeah, Logan will go a little bit later. So one of you can grab the headset and the other one can grab the microphone, whichever one, it's up to you. So, and then if you guys want to scooch in a little bit, that way we can get everyone in the shot. So, all right, folks, this has been the team that has set the standard for athletics and Day of Giving. They are over $11,500 in terms of funds raised on this Day of Giving, and we're happy to bring in Tom Boyd and Freshman of the Year, Pat Jackson. Coach, first of all, congratulations. What an incredible job. Over $11,000 raised. Take me through the importance of this day for you, which clearly it is, given what you've been able to do so far.
Well, I have a great alumni. It's been very helpful to have about 200 plus alumni that I can call and text and reach out to. They help our program in so many ways, and it's great that anytime I need something, they will pitch in and help our program. So anything we need, I have a strong alumni.
Maybe more than any program, I feel like in America, especially in Division II, we have seen men's wrestling just have an incredibly strong alumni base, and there's such a great amount of caring. We saw, of course, when Don Henry went to the Hall of Fame, there was such a great standing for that. And you know, Coach, in your time here at Gannon, that's always been the case. What is it about this program that makes the alumni and the former student athletes and the people that surround it want to continue to come back year in, year out and be a part of this just as much as they were when they were on the mats?
Well, I think that the blood, sweat, and tears that we put in together all the time, it just bonds you for life. You're doing this every day. We're in the wrestling room working hard. We go through all these trials and tribulations. You get knocked down 7 times. Somebody's there to pick you up. And that builds that camaraderie, that family feeling that we have, and it just carries on throughout your life. And once a wrestler, always a wrestler.
Yep.
And Coach Henry, having been here for 39 years, and I was on his 4th team. I've really focused on trying to keep us together, and keeping us together has really helped.
Pat, you come in freshman year. Of course, you knew the success of this team, but you took off as one of several individual student athletes who had such an incredible season. What did you expect when you came here, and where are those expectations and excitement now? And again, I'm sure you knew coming in what the powerhouse of this program looked like, but what did it feel like living in living color throughout the entire season?
Well, I'd say when I came in, I obviously had high expectations along with the rest of the guys. So it was kind of like we all put everything aside, and it was like, let's better ourselves, let's better each other every day. So when you get a great group of guys together and we're all working towards the same goal, it's going to go good. Like everybody's on the same pattern, we're on the same path, we're working together. And when you do that, it's just unstoppable. And now my hopes, going into next year, it's the same thing. Let's just continue to get better every day and keep everybody happy, everybody together. We have really good team bonding as a team, like whole. It's one of the best things I've ever seen. Like the way we all just get together regularly. We'll go play basketball. We'll go play pickleball. Yeah. Like you've seen us around, and we're always doing something together. So I think that plays a big role in it as well.
Who's the best pickleball player?
Well, I might be a little biased, but I'd have to say myself here.
Oh, okay. I'm sure I'm going to ask you this because I'm sure you do. Do you have a record book? Or like a pickup basketball record book?
No.
I find it hard to believe that you don't.
We do a lot of series.
You keep track. Okay, all right, you keep track. It's funny because in a lot of situations, having high expectations can seem daunting. And I know that obviously for you, Coach, the expectation coming into the year would you would have most, if not all, your wrestlers with the opportunity to advance to nationals. But, Pat, I want to ask you this because it seems like your unit, this team, thrives under the intensity of high expectations. So that's something you would agree with. And what is the key to making sure that you manage those and you understand what you have to do early in the year? Because again, it's difficult, I'm sure, for teams to be able to manage all those expectations.
Yeah, and I think like us believing that we expect highly of ourselves when we get put in those situations, it's like we're ready. We're training for these moments. Like these are the moments that we want to be in. A lot of schools or sometimes will crumble or they'll feel the difficulty of the situation, and like for us, it's just like we've been practicing there. We believe in ourselves. So it's time to just go take care of it.
Coach, another successful season. Of course, you get 9 to nationals. You have the pair of All-Americans, and you've really, again, as we've been talking about, you've been able to build a foundation of success. When you look at Day of Giving, and so much of it is just the community support, it's the donor support, but it's also the relationships that showing that you've been able to build. I know this is a program near and dear to your heart, but when you look at a day like today and you see everyone pouring their self into a program that they were part of, how gratifying is that to you to know that a lot of the work that you've done has been able to pay off?
It's amazing. It's amazing to the connections over the whole time I've been here, 30 some years, to know every single alumni that's wrestled here, to watch them throughout their lives, go to their weddings, to be a part of their families, to congratulate them on their successes, to be there for some of their struggles. It's that important, and it's a part of my life. It's every bit of what I do on a daily basis. So the alumni know that, my wrestlers know that, and that's why it's just a wonderful day to have those alumni know what these guys are going through, having gone through it themselves, and then just being there for them. And they may not always meet them, they might not know everybody, but they've been there, so they know what these guys are going through. So they're more willing to go, hey, I remember, I wanted that, or I needed that. Now I have an opportunity to get back to this program that I was a part of, that changed my life. I mean, my alumni, they believe in Gannon, they credit Gannon for their success. And so these guys, someday when they graduate, they're going to say, hey, I remember when I was on this live stream. I remember when we were all in the wrestling room playing pickleball, and basketball. That bond, and it just continues to grow. And like I said, 200 plus alumni I've reached out to today, and it's amazing the responses I get in anything I need.
Yeah, quite literally, the definition of family is Gannon Athletics, and in a lot of ways, Gannon Athletics and men's wrestling with what they've been able to do. Last question for you, Pat, before I hand the mic off here to Logan and get a chance to hear from him. You've still got a lot of time left. You just completed your freshman season. You have a lot left here, but I'm sure you've already made some great memories and whatnot. And your coach talking about some of the moments off the mats as well, and even you that have really been impactful for you. Is there a story from this year that you're going to take and remember when 10, 20 years down the road, you're talking about all your great memories from the wrestling program? Other than the fact that you're the best pickleball player allegedly on this panel?
Definitely on the panel, probably, right?
I don't know. I think I could take him. All right, that's a different story for a different day.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know what story of mine, but I do have a lot of memories. I can share a couple memories with you. When we were all down at Nationals, we got there and we went out to dinner. It was really cool. We were walking through the city of Indianapolis. Good time.
And hopefully getting a chance to do that at Nationals a few more times. Can't thank you enough for joining us on this program and what you've been able to do in your first year. I think it is pretty evident, Pat, that you're very ingrained in this Gannon community, and can't wait to see what you do next.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Logan Salat coming up next, and I'll go to you, Tom, as we bring in Logan Salat. You know, we've talked a lot about the support that you have with this team, and I think one of the things that is pretty evident is you encourage so many of your former student athletes to give words of encouragement and whatnot to current student athletes. And we see in Pennsylvania, you know this better than anyone, that it's such a great breeding ground for incredible wrestling and talented success. How much of the current family, that dynamic that you put together, Coach, how big of a part of that is when you go out and play? How much of that goes into talking to your prospective student athletes? You know, when you speak to them and talk about what this program means.
Yeah, I have a lot of alumni that are coaching out in the community and are still involved in the sport. So they're out there watching, and I get calls all the time from alumni saying, "Hey, got a few Gannon students to take a look at." So that connection continues in all aspects, or maybe, you know, I've been here long enough that I've coached children of guys that I wrestled with, so twice now. So it becomes a family, and that connection, like I said, I want that to continue to build.
So, Logan, let me go to you here. You're a local kid. You grew up just down the road wrestling at a prestigious high school in McDowell and having a lot of success there. I'm sure the process for you of choosing where you want to go is you have options, you have places you can go. What if you settle on wanting to stay home, and what if you can go back and remember your recruiting process? What made you really want to be a part of this Gannon family?
I mean, right away when I got down to a few schools that I knew I wanted to visit, really get to know, Gannon was already there.
Yeah.
You know, I was young. I didn't think much into it. I had this like one-shot mindset. I wanted to progress in Division I. It didn't really matter how I got there. So, you know, I took that avenue, went there, and then I quickly found out and grew up fast, like knowing it's more about the coaches, the people around you than it is just being at that, you know, Division I school. So, yeah, I mean, my high school coach, Rocco Wellick, coaches at Gannon now, and he trained me my whole life. So him being here, Coach Boyd, you know, his son, I was around him a lot in high school. So just having good connections and guys I know that could help me be successful. When I went into the transfer portal, it was a no-brainer to come back and be around guys who I know are going to make me better.
So I'm just curious, because you've had that opportunity, of course, to experience what it's like in other areas and other division levels. What is that difference that you see here at Gannon that isn't necessarily the case other places? Because a lot of people preach family, a lot of schools preach, you know, camaraderie and the congealedness as a group. What about it for Gannon is different, just from your perspective and what you've seen?
I'd say the Gannon team is more like a family. You know, there's not many cliques. It's like we all can get together and have a good time. You know, if it's 10 of us or if it's 30 of us, the coaches are just awesome. Like, they're really, like, they care about you more as a person and athlete. And that part is just, that's amazing. You don't get that really anywhere else. But training wise and competition wise, I don't know. Me and some of the guys were saying it's all the same. Just the trophy has one more dash on it.
That's a fair point. You're not wrong. Coach, I'll leave the last one to you before we get into a bit of trivia, and I have a feeling you're going to ace all four of these. I have absolutely zero doubt about that. But, Coach, for you, your team has obviously performed very, very well in this day of giving. But as we know, all of our programs in this athletic department have continued to have great success. How important is the sum of the parts in the whole for Gannon Athletics to be able to be all recognized when it comes to day of giving?
Well, I couldn't be, you won't find a bigger fan of Gannon than myself. I've been here that long. I just love Gannon and all the coaches here and all the programs. We feed off each other. We make each other better. We're there for each other, supporting each and every team. I think it's very important that every team is successful. That is what Gannon is about. And so I'm happy to be a part of Gannon and Gannon Athletics, and all the support that we have is just exceptional.
Yeah, and it starts with this men's wrestling program and a great year previous and another great year ahead as we roll along through. Got 3 trivia questions for you guys. Should be a lot of fun. Tom is the encyclopedia, so I'm going to go ahead and let him help if need be here in this situation. So, Logan, I'm sure that Coach has also instilled a lot in you as well in terms of knowledge. And Pat, if you need to help answer as well, go for it. Who is the one Gannon men's wrestler to win a national championship? Bonus points for you guess the year and the weight class.
Is it Doug Joseph?
It is Doug Joseph.
1979. Is it 79?
You're a couple of decades off.
97?
That was 97's the weight class.
Okay, well, 97 weight class.
Oh, you were talking weight class, not the
weight class. So 197.
197 weight class, yes.
What year? Oh, this is early 2001.
Right at the beginning of 2001. Logan Salat is 1 for 1. He's got it here. All right, we've had a lot of All-Americans in Gannon men's wrestling. Who was the first?
We had our little alumni get together last night, and pick up big as well. And I was there, and the gentleman next to me said, "Hey, Tom, Gannon's first All-American will be here tonight." I said, "Yes, Sean Haight, you're sitting right here." So Sean Haight was our first Gannon All-American. I hope he's listening, but because I teased him the rest of the night.
Did you?
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so Sean Haight was our first All-American.
All right, Logan, what weight class? Close to yours.
Wow.
Yep. Almost identical to what you have been at. All right, they have certainly changed. All right, 3. There are who are Gannon's only 3-time All-Americans? There are 2 of them. Todd Proper is one. Who's the other?
Was it RJ?
Yes, it is.
These guys.
Yes, it is.
These guys. Bonus question. Bonus question. This is going to get you a 4 out of 3. What other sport did Todd Proper play while he was at Gannon? Football.
Boom. We crushed it.
I there's nothing else I can say. These guys know what's going on. Gentlemen, I can't thank you enough. Again, congratulations on your success with Day of Giving. Pat Jackson, Logan Salat, and head coach Tom Boyd, thanks again for being a part of this. This has been really wonderful, and we can't wait to see how this continues to go as we roll on through our Day of Giving live stream.
Perfect. Thank you very much for having us.
All right, gentlemen. Again, joining us on the show. Your conversation part's done, Tom, but you got to go over here because you have duty calls for Tom Boyd because with raising over $11,000 worth of funds for Day of Giving, that means head coach Tom Boyd gets the honorary pie in the face. And you're lucky, Tom, because we thought about giving you 2 because you've had the $5,000 goal twice. But there you go. Carrie, you got to fill that up with 2 cans of whipped toppings because of the $11,000. Well, Tom, remember, it's for every $5,000 you get one. So we're only giving you 1 for now. But remember, it could have been a lot. It could have been a lot worse. So this is our second pie in the face of the day. Remember, if a team reaches their $5,000 goal, you get a pie in the face, and I think that's enough for $11,000 raised. $11,154 raised. 5 of those dollars will be going to more cans of whipped cream. Pat and Logan get to do the honors for head coach Tom Boyd. Surprisingly gentle for their head coach. That was your opportunity there. Tom, I'm a very big fan. I'm a very big fan. Well deserved. Tom Boyd in men's wrestling. What a job they have done today. Over $11,000 raised, and you heard about this great alumni base that men's wrestling has, and of course all of our programs have on the campus of Gannon University. And again, as we continue along on our Day of Giving live stream, we have more teams as well to be excited about as we roll along. All right, we're going to take a break until about the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. But when we come back, we've got more live guests. We'll finish out the final 3 hours strong of our Day of Giving live stream here on what has been a wonderful day so far for our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. We will continue to update you with everything happening in the current total amount of donuts. We'll update as well on here. So more to come. We'll be back in just a bit around the top of the hour. Thanks again for being a part of our live streams. See everyone back for the final 3 hours of an exciting Centennial Celebrate Day of And with that, we welcome you back inside the Recreation and Wellness Center on a beautiful Friday afternoon. We are 3 hours still left to go in our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving as we continue along with our athletics live stream. Welcome in, everybody. Isaac Petcash joining you inside the Recreation and Wellness Center. It has been a wonderful day. We've talked to so many great student athletes, so many incredible coaches, administrators, faculty, President Dr. Iwanenko, and so many more. And as we continue along here, our show, we've got more live guests to come in the final 3 hours, and we'll get to those in just a moment. But before we do, let's go back to the big board. Carrie McKay's got some information as to some teams, Carrie, that are close to their goal, because if they get to a certain number, there's a match that's going to be involved.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. We just came back from a break, obviously, and to see what came in just 40 short minutes was really cool and really exciting to update those graphs. So we are currently sitting at $57,154 donated to athletics in some way, shape, or form, which is phenomenal. That's over $10,000 more than our highest number that we've ever received for Day of Giving. So that's awesome. We're at 425 donors. So I think we saw about 20 donors come in over our break, which is awesome. So I want to challenge you guys. Well, not challenge you. I'm going to alert you and remind you of some of the challenges that are ongoing that need your attention. So In a minute here, you're going to hear from Nancy, who has already achieved all of her matches that she pledged to athletics, which is phenomenal. So just like her generous gifts, we have some other donors that have pledged matching gifts as well, but we cannot reach those numbers without your help. So I want to draw your attention to a couple matches. Our first match, the one that we're closest to, is Cal Graham's women's soccer match. Again, this is a matching goal. It's $1 donated. He will match every $1 donated to double your impact. And that is up to $1,500. So right now we're sitting at only needing $621 more dollars. And over the break, we did see over $2,000 come in. So I know we can do it. We have 3 hours left. So I know we can do that for our women's soccer team.
Yes.
So I'm calling on you. We have 3 hours left. All it takes is a gift of $5 or more to help reach that goal for them. The next match, again, another match pledged by Cal Graham, is our women's basketball challenge. He has pledged to match every dollar up to $2,000. This match started a little bit later in the day, so that's why we haven't yet reached our goal yet. We still need $1,275 donated to women's basketball to reach the match goal or match gift that was pledged by Cal Graham.
Yes.
Again, another matching gift pledged by Cal Graham for men's basketball. He has pledged to match every dollar up to $5,000. Right now, we are just a little bit over $3,000 needed for men's basketball for them to reach that additional $5,000 pledged by Cal Graham. So we really need your assistance in reaching those numbers. Again, it's just really awesome that your impact can be doubled by incredible donors, incredible supporters, and alumni of Gannon Athletics and Gannon as a whole. So we're calling on you, Night Nation. You've been doing great so far. 3 hours left. We can do this. Keep it up.
Yes, indeed. And I also want to turn your attention towards the university-wide goal as well. Of course, a few hours ago, we went over our goal of 1,000 donors for the university as a whole. And as a result, I've been informed that the university has set a new goal before the end of the night tonight. Gannon University now looking to raise $365,000 by the end of the day today. So we're getting near that goal. We can do this, Night Nation. We are so close. Again, whether it be athletics or the university as a whole, our day of giving, just an incredible day so far, and still 3 hours left before we officially conclude our 24-hour day of giving. So make sure to continue to join us as we continue on our live stream. And to Carrie's point, we're happy to welcome in Nancy Eisman-Elwell, who is joining us on what's a busy night for you, Nancy. You've got a couple of things happening tonight, so we appreciate you taking a few minutes with us here today. What a day so far for Day of Giving. This has been just wonderful to see all of the support coming in for athletics and the university as a whole.
Absolutely. Yes, I agree. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited to see that a lot of these goals and matches are being met. It's I'm sure everybody gives and supports for different reasons. My husband was AD here for many years. Both of my boys graduated from Gannon, as I did, and I think Gannon just pulls you in. I think a lot of it is, for me anyway, it's the culture, and you see the unity among the administration and the coaches and the student athletes and the faculty, and it just feels like family. And I think right now in this world that we live in, we need that, and I think that it makes you feel that you're a part of something that's very important. And it is to me, and I'm sure that all the people that are doing this, must have sort of the same feeling.
You make a really great point, because whether it's first-year student athletes, graduating seniors, alumni members who have been on this show, it doesn't matter how many years removed you are from Gannon, you still feel like family. You still feel like you can be a part of Golden Knight Nation, and that's something that I think is really second to none from other universities around this area and really across America, if you think about it. And Nancy, of course, you and Bud's relationship with athletics has been just so ingrained for so many years. And I know for you, this campus has a special place in your heart. When you see the support and the outpouring that you're seeing today, how gratifying of a feeling is that for you to know that, the legacy is continuing to be carried on generation after generation for Gannon?
Well, it's very important to me, and I was kind of thinking of this today when I was thinking of what I was going to say, and I was remembering even after Bud retired, he went to all the Gannon games, all the basketball games, and you know, my boys were also playing basketball, so I didn't always get to come to the games when he was there because it was like, you know, you had other things to do besides basketball every single night. But he was so passionate about it even after he retired, and I know I would listen to the game on the radio just to see if they were winning or if they were losing. Because if they were winning, it was great. We could talk about it when he got home. If they were losing, I would turn the radio off and go right to bed.
Because you know you're getting the silent treatment otherwise.
He's pulling in the driveway. I got the lights out. I don't want to hear it. But you know, he was committed to it. For the rest of his life, even after he retired, and when he did retire and he was honored at a basketball game, and I know you've seen the plaque in the Highmark Center, and he did say to the audience there, "My heart's in this place," and I've never forgotten that. That's why I chose that quote for the plaque, and you know, the legacy when he passed and we established the scholarship in his name. He always was grateful to Gannon because he came on a basketball scholarship, and he always said he never would have been able to afford college without that. And so the fact that his legacy is still goes on, I know that would mean a lot to him to see that move forward and to see it. And he would be so proud of the success that they've continued to bring. Since he's been gone, and the great job Lisa's done and the ADs before her, but. It means a lot to me too, and I know that's how he felt about Gannon. Yeah. He felt like it was family, and I feel that too. So I think it's wonderful.
No question. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the Bud Elwell Scholarship, which will be recognized again at the end of the year banquet coming up on Tuesday evening. In addition to the Doc Beyer Award and so many other great accolades and scholarships and awards that are presented and whatnot. And you talk about that when you're here, your family, and of course, Bud's heart was in the Highmark. There are so many others whose hearts are in the Highmark or McConnell Family Stadium or the Recreation and Wellness Center. Take me through why, in your mind, from your experience and from Bud's experience and his legacy at Gannon, why you believe that there's that connection there and what allows it to continue on to this day. You know, sometimes we see one generation passes through an area, and once that generation's gone, the magic is gone, right? Because the people who are living in the area at a certain time, they don't necessarily understand the history and the tradition. But it just seems like that history and tradition has always been there because you have so many people who have either graduated here and have chose to stay here or have kids that grew up here. And I'm just curious if you felt that and continue to feel that through your time here.
I do continue to feel it. And as I said, when I was with Bud before he retired, and we had been together a few years before we got married. And then, he still had that. And I think because he was AD for so many years, and he brought the women's program along, and that meant a lot to me because I wrote the women's sports column in the Sunday paper for years. So that was, I remember times when one time women basketball team, I think it was Girard, won a state championship, and it was on the back page of the sports section. And so the fact that Bud was so committed to it, it really meant a lot to me. Both of my boys came here. My older son Ford played baseball here at Gannon, so sat through many games, and at the baseball field, and Bud would go get us coffee, and one of the other mothers and I, a few mothers, and we would get garbage bags, and we would have them pulled all the way up to our neck, and we'd be sitting on the chairs, and that wind from the lake would be coming in. Oh
my goodness!
And in those people, my son graduated in 2009, and I still meet some of those mothers for coffee. We have a group, so it isn't even, and they one lives in Franklin and one lives in Pittsburgh. So it's a connection that. It's a connection that you just have. And like I said, because he was here for so many years as AD, and there are so many people that remember him. And I've got to be friends with a lot of them, and those relationships mean a lot. And I think that's how the relationships are with the student athletes. You hope that they will, and they do. When somebody's inducted into the Hall of Fame, teams come back, people come and follow the people that they had, memories with, whether they were starters or whether they were just on the team, and it doesn't matter. And I don't know that, I think they realize that maybe even more after they leave. Because they remember, they have the memories, they have the pictures, they have all the events, and I think that means a lot to them.
And to your point, I think when you're in it, when you're involved in the midst of your student athlete career, it's hard to really put anything into perspective because you're going to class, you're taking finals, you're taking tests, you're in competition nearly every single day. But then when you know, and we were talking about this with men's wrestling specifically, who's done a tremendous job. You mentioned the Hall of Fame. We saw the ovation that Don Henry got when he was inducted this past year. I mean, one of the greatest ovations I've ever seen. And I think it just goes to show that when you are here, and we've heard so many student athletes talk about the relationship that they had, not just with their coaches, but their professors and their administrators and the faculty members, and that they knew almost every single person on campus. And I think that the note that we really see is when you are a student athlete here, your mark gets left on the university, and the university's mark gets left on you. And I think that's why, at least in my view, Nancy, we're really seeing this Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving going as well as it is, because people are understanding that, reflecting on that, and now understanding that we have a milestone marker of 100 years of Gannon University, and putting us in a great position for the next 100 years as well.
Exactly. Yes, I agree. And like I said, when you're here, and I'm involved with some of the student athletes, with the Hall of Fame when and the administration, and the couple of the boards that I serve on, and the faculty, and there just is, everybody there just seems to be that culture of positivity. And I don't think that leaves you. And I think like you said, after you leave, you realize, because you have a chance to, the impact that it left on your life. And I know that's how it is for my boys too.
What a wonderful opportunity to get to experience this, and to have you along, Nancy, for this entire day. Has this day, I know there are so many memories you have, but has this day lived up to what you hoped it would be, just in terms of getting to see all this support?
Absolutely, because it's like Kelly said, it's even better than it gets better. It gets better every year.
Right.
And I think that is a testament to, the ongoing connectivity that the student athletes have. And I think I think the administration, the coaches, I think everybody has to take a part, or has to have credit for that. And whatever goes on here, it works.
It works both on and off the field of competition. I feel like every single team is playing 3 or 4 months past the season end, because you're getting in playoffs, and it makes it exciting for us, because we have no really off days, and that's not a bad thing. We love getting to follow our student athletes and whatnot. Well, Nancy, it's been wonderful and a joy to be able to have you on. I know you got a lot of things happening tonight, so thank you for taking a few minutes with us. And again, your support, we always appreciate it, and what you do for this university. So thank you again, and looking forward to seeing you Tuesday at the end of the year ceremony, because we flipped the script right from Thursday and Friday all the way to next week. It's a busy but great time of year.
It is. Thanks for having me, Isaac. You do a great job as well.
I appreciate it. This has been fun so far. Luckily, it's not too warm in here. Otherwise, I'd be worried about overheating, but we're all good. Enjoy the night tonight, Nancy.
Thank you.
Nancy Eisman-Elwell joining us on our Day of Giving live stream as we continue along through the 5 o'clock hour. We've just been showing you throughout the day just the sheer amount and volume of support that Gannon Athletics and Gannon University has been showing throughout the entirety of this day. And as you can see from a university-wide perspective, we continue to be on the track, not to 1,000, we've passed that, but to 1,100 donors. We're at 1,091 so far from a university. Over $333,000 raised so far in less than a 24-hour period. Just so exciting to get to see so many of these teams and these student athletes be supported really in the way that they deserve. So we're excited to be able to be a part of that, and be a part of your day and the day that you help us to be able to have success in on a year-to-year basis. Again, I want to remind you as well, we have set records both in athletics, of course, with the most money raised in a single day of giving, and as well as we have been able to set the record for the most donations at a university perspective, as well as the most amount of money generated and funding generated for Gannon University on a day of giving throughout the entirety of this day today. 5:15 is the time. We're getting set to bring in Men's water polo, a couple of the great student athletes, including some who help us out in the athletic department as well, getting set to join us. So we'll bring them in just a moment's time and let you know that if you want to contribute and be a part of this day of giving, you can do so. All you got to do is scan that QR code at the top right corner of your screen. It'll take you to every single piece of information you need to know, what you can do to give, how you can help be a collaborator and an advocate for Gannon Athletics and Gannon University as a whole, and of course, how you can help us on social media spread the word around about the importance of Day of Giving, because again, it's been a wonderful day and it doesn't stop until it hits 8 p.m. this evening. All right, let's bring in our next team hailing from the pool. Well, in just a moment, the power source currently is in the midst of being challenged here. So give us just one moment. We'll be right back in just a second once we get our power source figured out. All right, I'm very impressed. We went 9 hours and 15 minutes without any technical issues, and it only took us about 35 seconds to figure out the technical issue here. So we are in the process of getting our camera ready to go because we got to make sure the spark machines work and the grand entrance is fair for men's water polo. Here, Taylor, I got it. I got the camera. We can multitask here. You're all good. And put this battery on the camera and get set to go. You're watching our Centennial Celebrate Gannon Day of Giving live stream here inside the Recreation and Wellness Center field house. Been a bit of a rainy day today, but it really doesn't matter much when you have the opportunity to be able to give and be able to support Gannon Athletics as a whole. This is a really, really annoying battery right now. I don't know what's going on. Taylor, I don't think this is your fault. I think this battery is just being a pain in the neck here. So we're going to get this situated and then continue to move on here. Okay, Carrie's going to save us. Carrie has an update as to where we're sitting right now with Gannon Athletics. Thank you, Carrie, for saving me from destruction here. What do we got?
Yeah, no problem at all. I'm getting my screen back up behind me. But I just wanted to update everyone. There was one matching gift challenge that I completely forgot to mention, and I can't believe that I forgot to shed light on that because it's a really fun and exciting one because it is a match that is pledged by our very own Matt Darling and his wife. We're getting super close to getting towards that match. Their match was the Centennial Spike Challenge. And for every $1,000, if 50 donors are donating to the women's volleyball team, the Darlings have pledged to donate $1,000 back to that program if we reach 50 donors. And we are 64% of the way there. So we just need 18 more donors in the next 3 hours to secure that $1,000 gift. And again, it can be a gift of any size. So I don't know about you, but if I was on that team and I heard that, I would get on, donate $5 so that my coach could give me $1,000 in return.
Yeah,
that's just me.
I think that's a no-brainer. And you look at where volleyball is, if I can see them on the screen here, just to the right-hand side there.
380.
I mean, that could get close to pushing them over the top, depending on the gifts and whatnot. And again, remember, if your team goes over the $5,000 goal, you get a pie in the face. We've already seen Coach Eric Rayburn, we've seen women's basketball make it. We've seen Tom Boyd get pie in the face. There's nothing better because the coaches are the ones who, of course, give out direction year in, year out. This is the one opportunity for student athletes to be able to give a little bit of it back. So we would absolutely love to get to see all of our teams, if at least not most of our teams, get a chance to reach that $5,000 goal. So thank you, Carrie. I appreciate it. I believe we are all set to go now. Let's try this one more time, shall we? we? Second time's a charm. Yes, it is. There are their handsome faces. Men's water polo coming in to the show right now, getting set to join us here on our Day of Giving live stream. And here they are, dressed with their great men's water polo shirts. And, of course, they play in the fall. So getting set for what will be an exciting fall sports season coming up in just a few months. You like the touch, right? I was going to say, it's a pretty neat thing. It's good to have both of them on. We'll let them get situated here and get them ready for our show here. Paco, you can go ahead and put the headset on, and then you can go ahead and take the microphone. Go ahead, folks, if you don't mind. But you know how to put that on, Paco? You got it? Okay, hold on. Yep, if you put it on the left side and then bring that down. Perfect. All right, sounds good. Gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind, for those who have not gotten a chance to meet you, take us through, and you can slide in down a little bit. That way we've got you in the shot here. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and what year you are from the men's water polo team.
I'm Michael McGarry, and I'm a freshman on the team.
Yeah, I'm Paco, and I've been on the team. This is going to be my 4th year next year. So
we got a freshman and a 4-year coming up next year in what will be an exciting season. Gentlemen, I know for you and your coach Zarko really puts an emphasis on the team aspect of things. There's a reason he can't be here today, because right now women's water polo is competing in the WWPA championships. He's pulling double duty. But also, I'll start with you on this, Paco, because we talked to you about Day of Giving just a few weeks ago and the importance of what it means to you. Take us through, if you wouldn't mind, how important this team has been for you in your time here at Gannon and what it means to you as you continue your collegiate career.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredibly important. I mean, I'm from Seattle originally, which is, about as far as you can get while still being a domestic student.
Correct.
And so having that instant support system first getting here was really important, because I didn't know a soul. And so I felt that right away from my teammates. I felt that right away from the department as a whole. And I think it's really helped just structure my entire life since I got here, really, to be honest. I think without that structure, I feel like that transition and certainly being this far away would have been much more difficult for me.
All right, so let's go from somebody who grew up far away to someone who really had a difficult drive to get here. Michael, you're a McDowell guy. You grew up just a little bit down the road. And again, I know that you have choices, right, when you decide where you want to go for college, even if you're not necessarily being recruited, right? You make a decision as to what's the best fit for you. And I know it's your hometown, but take me through why Gannon just fit from your mind, from a playing perspective, from a student perspective, and what really made you excited about this university when you made the decision to come here.
Yeah, there were multiple things that went into it. Obviously, like you said, there was it being close to hometown, which was very nice, but also both my parents went here to Gannon, so I kind of knew the experience from them about how much they liked it and how much they appreciated it. And also lots of people around here have experience with Gannon, and everything I heard about it was positive. So it didn't make much sense for me to go far away when there's a great choice for me nice and close. So that's why I decided to come here.
How close is this team? I know it sounds like a redundant question, Michael, but for you coming in as a freshman, being part of a new group, it can seem intimidating at times. How quickly were you able to kind of get adjusted, be welcomed in, and make this program home for yourself?
It was probably the first hour, once everyone kind of got together, introduced themselves. Once you made the first couple jokes, everyone kind of clicked together. And it's nice because water polo is definitely a smaller sport. So there's really not going to be niches or cliques amongst the team like with bigger sports. Maybe that happens sometimes, but especially with water polo, there's everyone there. It's a smaller knit kind of relationship with everyone.
Who's got the best jokes on the team?
Oh boy, Alvaro's got some good ones.
Does he?
Oh yeah.
It's always the goalkeepers. I'll tell you what, they've always got some tricks up their sleeve. That's for sure. Paco, you have gotten a chance to live the Gannon student-athlete experience with your time in the pool. Of course, you do so many things with community and volunteerism around the university as well. Of course, we use your help with athletic events all the time. I feel like we use and abuse you more than you really need to be. But take me through how the student-athlete experience has helped you here at Gannon and what it will mean to you and what it has meant to you. Because a lot of the people we talked to today have talked about, okay, these are relationships that I can take with for the rest of my life. And I'm wondering if you could just speak to kind of what that relationship has been for you being a student athlete here on campus.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's definitely been a very fruitful relationship for me. Water polo is still, at least within the scope of Gannon Athletics, a pretty young program. Only, being in existence for only a couple decades. We don't necessarily have like that deep network of alumni that you see that some other sports have, but it's growing, and it's growing kind of at the same rate that the sport itself is growing, and that's been really rewarding to see, just meeting people that played here, or seeing how water polo as a sport in itself can grow. That's been very rewarding, and I think that relationship between having those connections and having those people that took this class or did this, and kind of helping you mold your path forward in a constructed way. I think that's been very helpful for me.
How can a day like this and Day of Giving help the team with everything that you were able to do during the season? I mean, there are so many things that, of course, require financial contributions. How does the donations and the gifts that are given for Day of Giving help this team throughout the year be able to do some of the things that it has the opportunity to do?
I mean, donations are huge for us. I mean, we really depend on them, because there are only, at this moment, there's a new one joining. So there's 7 Division II water polo teams in the entire country. So we have a conference that is just those 7 teams. We don't have a PSAC to be a member of, where we're only going to the other side of the state. If that's the furthest we go, we actually have to go across the country in order to get a lot of our competitions in. And we can't do that without support. And so things like this, things like our mailer thing that we did earlier. I know my mom donated that, so shout out to her. But we strongly depend on them, and I don't think we can do anything, most of what we do, without them. So.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. And again, it takes a village, as I'm sure, Michael, you've learned, and and I want to ask you, because growing up and going to McDowell, we've talked about this with other student athletes. There's a thing about Erie that a lot of people who grew up here, sometimes they stay here. We've got second, third generation. I'm not. Are you a second or third generation? I'm sure.
I guess I'd be a first generation born and raised, but both my parents are from PA, and then they moved here and stayed here when they came to Gannon.
Take me through what this community has in your mind, just from your experience, that in terms of relationships and community support that maybe is so important for you guys that other areas don't. Because again, we've got 2 guys from opposite ends of the country. And I'm just curious, Michael, just from your time here spent in Erie, what that community has meant to you, and kind of how exciting it is to get to see.
It's meant quite a bit to me. I was always growing up, and I did not like Erie. I wanted to get out, but kind of the older I got, the more I appreciated the relationships. Erie, in my mind's it's a larger area, but everyone around here has that small town home feel. And so the relationships you have with everyone's always willing to help out. And even from Gannon, McDowell, we'd always do fundraising and kind of start there and local. And it was a really great support and relationship with helping the community and helping our team that we got from everyone. So it's been great to kind of see how everyone around Erie just kind of always helps people out.
Paco, for you, growing up on the other side of the country, take me through what the experience in Erie has been like for you, kind of compared to what you grew up around.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly been very different. I'm from a place where, mountains always have snow on them, and they're pretty big. And I do kind of miss that element coming out here, but I felt like the community here has been very welcoming. I feel like in a big city like Seattle, you can kind of get lost in everything. And there's a lot of people just are weird about being friendly, and here that's not the case. Here I feel like I open the door for somebody, they'll say thank you, or they'll say hi, and that's been something I've really enjoyed about coming here, is because I feel like people are a lot nicer, I guess.
I know there's snow on the mountains where you grew up in, but are you used to just the driving snow at this point now, and the snowstorms that we get?
Yeah, that was definitely an adjustment.
You can be honest and say you're not adjusted to it yet.
I came in, I was like, I'm ready for this. And then my first 2 years, we actually had pretty mild
winters.
winters.
The winter was nothing.
And I was like, oh, all right, whatever. And then this past winter, I got what I was expecting. So I don't know. I don't love snow, but it's there's worse things. I think if you know what you're doing with it, I think it'll be okay.
Okay, Michael, before I say this, are you a snow fan?
I hate the snow.
Okay, good. No one in Erie really likes the snow.
Yeah,
they're
we just
lying.
tolerate
They're
it.
lying to you if they tell you that you do. I mean, like skiing once, snowboarding every so often. It's fun. It's fun going sled riding or tubing as a kid. Once you get to like 7 years old, it gets old.
It's fun for 2 months, but then 7 months is not fun.
My thing is, it's fine to snow until after Christmas, and then once the new year hits, it needs to be done. Like, get it out of here. I'm sick and tired of the whole let's go until April thing. I'm just on my soapbox complaining, but I don't want to waste your guys' time. But again, it's a thing we have to bear. But gentlemen, I appreciate you guys coming on tonight. I know that things even in the off season are busy. I feel like you're in the pool almost every single day. You probably are in the pool almost every single day. But it's wonderful to get to talk to you, and can't wait to see what you do this season as we get ready for the fall, because we all know it's going to be here before you know it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen from the men's water polo team joining us on our Day of Giving live stream. Again, appreciate all of our student athletes and whatnot joining us on this podcast, our extended podcast. We've been going for almost 9.5 hours strong now. 2.5 hours left to go in Day of Giving. No excuses. If you have not considered giving a gift, please do. Any amount helps. It is vitally important that we help our Gannon student athletes make it happen as we roll along through this Day of Giving, the Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. The cans of pop are out, which means we are getting near to power hour. We had coffee in the morning. We've got pop now. We've got Cool Whip at the end of the table. Carrie McKay, this table is getting filled up with things.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. Dr. Pepper was definitely needed. I was hitting a little bit of a lull, but I need to energize myself so that we can make it through these next couple of
Taylor,
hours.
do you mind handing me a water, by the way, while you're talking?
Oh.
Thank you.
and
So sorry.
And reach some goals. So I updated our board behind us. We've had a couple donations come through. I would like to draw everyone's attention to men's soccer. They're getting super close. They're at $3,501, and every time I check, there's more donations coming in for them. So I'm highly suspicious that Coach Billy Colton is getting on all of those alumni and fans and friends and family to help reach that goal. I do know that our system is a little bit backlogged right now because I got a tip that we received a $5,000 donation for one of our teams. I'm not going to announce it until it comes through.
Okay.
Because I want everybody to be on their edge of their seats, but also I don't want to be wrong. But I do know it's there.
See
It's
what I
just
told you,
taking
Taylor?
a second
Adam
to come
Schefter.
through.
Adam Schefter.
What?
I received via a source that an unnamed team received a donation. This is journalism at its best, Carrie McKay.
Wow.
We need to get you a side gig in television.
Hey, I actually did get a tip from Doug Othout, who
Okay.
texted me earlier today and said, I am very impressed with how comfortable you are on camera. And if anybody knows who I was like 2 years ago, anytime I had to record anything being a coach, it took me at least 2 hours to get a good take that I was all right with. So maybe live streaming is the way to go for me.
I was gonna say maybe it's that. Maybe it's just data on a big. I mean, you're doing such a great job, and Taylor, you as well, and everyone making this happen and making this a wonderful stream so far. And again, it is our Day of Giving standings. This big board has been by us. You see so many of the teams. 4 of them have already eclipsed their goal. Others getting close. We have many in the $3,000 range, a couple at $2,000. Folks, all it takes is a couple of you to just have an opportunity to give back to athletics teams, and we could pretty much fill that entirety of everything by the time we get to the end of the night tonight, because we still got just about 2.5 hours left to go. Women's basketball is getting set to join us in just a couple of minutes, so we can't wait to have them on. Jordan Popick and Bella Deer are going to join us in just a few minutes' time, 5:32 p.m. But, Carrie, you were talking about, obviously, when that comes in, we'll talk about the potential $5,000 donation, but also I want to reiterate, a couple of matches that could be on the horizon as well if just a couple of people and a few of you decide to reach out and give.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have, again, we are getting close to fulfilling our women's soccer match. We have $521 left to go. So again, every dollar that comes in for women's soccer is going to be doubled up to $521 more dollars. So help them keep growing, keep getting more donations in so that they can get closer and closer to their goal. Women's basketball, same thing. They have $1,225 dollars left of their match. So for every dollar that comes in donated to women's basketball, again, that will be doubled again up to $1,225 more dollars.
Okay.
And then for men's basketball, same thing. Every donation that comes in over the next a little bit of time, up to $253.
Okay.
Again, that will be doubled.
Great.
And then a different type of match. So those are 1-for-1 matches. So those are actively being matched as donations are coming in. Now, for the volleyball Centennial Spike Challenge, that one will not be able to get that $1,000 until we reach 18 more donors donated to their program. Again, it can be $5, it can be 10, it can be 500, it can be whatever you want it to be. Any donation that comes in, whatever size, shape, however it may come in for volleyball, if we get 18 more donors to pledge a donation to volleyball, we will then be able to see $1,000 come in from their head coach.
Okay, there you go. So we are continuing to see donations come in. Now I'm interested to make a prediction to see if I can guess the team correct. Taylor, no. Taylor's in the know already. So I'm now curious. I'm interested. I'm excited to see what team it will be. And I'm excited to get to see all of you continue to support on this Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving on Friday. 5:35 is the time. We have 2 more teams joining us before the end of our show. And for the last hour, it's an athletics power hour. We're going to have Lisa Goddard-McGurk get pied in the face. Our athletic director is taking it up for us on this final hour at 7 o'clock of our Gannon University Athletics Day of Giving live stream. All right, we're going to get ready to get women's basketball on in just a moment. Before we do, again, want to remind you, as we've rolled along throughout the entirety of this show, that in the top right corner where I'm pointing right there is where you can go to our Day of Giving QR code. It has all the information that you need to be able to donate, to give a gift, to be an advocate for Gannon Athletics and Gannon University on Day of Giving. And of course, one of the most important things is to promote on social media. Make sure that you are continuing to reach out to those of you, to those friends and family members who could be supportive of any Gannon Athletics program. We, again, completely and really appreciate your support. All of it is just so important this time of year to be able to really give back to our student athletes who do such an amazing job every single day to make things happen on and off the field of competition. All right, Bella Deer and Jordan Popick getting set to join us on our Day of Giving live stream. I keep wanting to say United Podcast, Carrie. I feel like that's just now ingrained in my blood at this point.
No, I hear you. That's been our routine every Thursday.
So, all right. So we are, give me 1 second. We're getting ready to roll here for what's going to be, again, another exciting Day of Giving interview with 2 freshmen, Jordan Popick and Bella Deer from women's basketball. So we're going to set to bring them on in just a second. Once they are all here set to go, our spark machines still plenty of sparks left in the tank. So let's bring them on. Bella Deer and Jordan Popick from women's basketball. We had head coach Cleve Wright on a little bit earlier in the show. And so now we get a chance to bring the players on too. So good to have them on this Friday afternoon, 5:30 p.m. on the East Coast. Again, thanks everyone for joining us. How's it going? All right, you can put that headset on. Jordan, if you want to take the microphone and get a chance to get started here. I'm sorry, Taylor. Let me change the camera. You're good. It's my fault. It's my fault. Maybe I need a pop. I don't drink pop either, but maybe I need one. Jordan, if you want to slide it a tad bit, that's totally fine. Hold on, you got it?
May have had him on backwards. We got it now.
It's okay. You're not the first. It took your coach a very long time to figure out how to put the headset on, which is funny because he had one for the Elite Eight, and I think it was just fine. Anyway, it's that time of the day. We're drinking pop. We're keeping the energy up. And first of all, thanks for coming. Of course, we're just shortly removed from your Elite Eight run and what that was able to entail. And Jordan, I'll start with you in this. And for the last 2 seasons, this being both of your first, we've had an opportunity to watch this team in the Elite Eight and be so successful. And if you would, just take us through what that Elite Eight experience was like for the team this year, getting a chance to be a part of it, going to Pittsburgh, all the, pizzazz and whatnot that went with it, and how exciting that was for the team.
Yeah, it was definitely a very special experience, being that it was like the first year, but I think it was also cool that it was in Pittsburgh. Like it was somewhat local. But yeah, just getting the chance to be with the team surrounded by everybody in that atmosphere. And like, it's like you dream about that when you're a little kid and then you're there and you're like, wow, this is really official. Like NCAA signs everywhere.
Right.
And, so definitely very exciting. And then actually playing on that stage was a cool opportunity.
Did it ever hit you in the moment, Bella, that you were there? Because so many that I've talked to today have been like, even the coaches that played here or were around here said it took me until after I graduated college to realize everything that I had done. Has it still hit you, the season that you've had and what you were able to accomplish and all of those things? Have you had time to even reflect on it?
I mean, it honestly isn't crazy to think about. I mean, I remember like we were on the way there on the bus, and I was like, we're literally playing in the Elite Eight right now. Like only 8 teams in Division II are playing. Like it's crazy. It's like I've had little realizations like that, but I mean, it truly is insane that only we were one of the top 8 teams like in Division II to play, and so it's really cool. I mean, I feel like it'll be crazy every day to me to think about. So
one of the storylines around the team this year was the youth and the incoming freshmen like the two of you and just a couple returning players that had only been with the team 1 year. And it was fascinating to get to see how close you were able to bond and how quickly you were able to bond earlier this season. And I'll start with you, Bella, on this. Just take me through, if you would, just how important that team camaraderie was from the beginning and how quickly you were able to, with a key in terms of adapting to the team and what made you feel like a family so early in the year, because it showed.
Yeah, definitely. The girls, they were so welcoming. I mean, from the first time we were here for camps over the summer to move-in day, they were all helping all 4 of us move in like all day long. They're just so welcoming, which is truly it's necessary that they have that throughout, like with 4 freshmen coming in and like just building the keeping the culture of like the tightness and togetherness that coach always talks about.
Yeah, Jordan, for you, the expectation every year is to be able to get to the NCAA tournament and whatnot. And it can be daunting as an incoming freshman to say, oh my gosh, I have to try to be a part of this right away. How were you able to adapt so well with the team that you had? Again, knowing that you did have some veterans that helped you out along the way, but it just seemed like quickly things really clicked, not just from an on-court perspective, but also from what you were able to accomplish off the court with the relationship you had with so many of your players. I'm sorry that I'm stepping on the mic. My fault.
I think everyone's very intentional on the team with connecting with everybody, and I know like some of the returners were very intentional with me and like just kind of like mentoring me and making sure like checking in with me mentally, because that can be like that's a big part of the game, and like you can be your own worst enemy sometimes, and so just holding me accountable in that way was really big. And obviously like support from my class, like we're all going through the same thing, and it's nice to have people alongside of you like doing that. But I think like my teammates were very reliable. I could trust that they were going to like do what they needed to do. They're consistent. And that's like one of the best things, you don't have to be good at everything. And you can trust that, like Brie Claxton's going to shoot the 3. Like I don't have to come down and shoot a contested 3. That's not my role. And so I don't have to like have that weight, that pressure, that's just a silly example, but it applies in a lot of different ways.
No, it's okay. I totally understand. Everyone has that urge to put a pull-up 3 whenever you're on a fast break. I get it.
Exactly.
But Bree does it so much better than most. Women's basketball, as you saw earlier today, reached their $5,000 goal. They're a little over $5,400 in what has been, again, just an amazing day of giving across all of our athletic programs. And I know you both are only in your first year, but I think you're supremely qualified still to answer this question with the importance of this group. Jordan, if you would just take me through how important Day of Giving is to be able to do some of the things that you did even this year, right? Traveling to Vancouver for the Tip-Off Classic. And we'll talk about the Tip-Off Classic more in just a moment. But all the things you were able to do in the Elite Eight appearance and things of that nature. Take me through how special those opportunities are and what a Day of Giving kind of helps with that for your team.
Yeah, I mean, the support from fans, anyone around, just like obviously plays a big role in what we're able to do. Like it's a big, a lot of people have to contribute to those types of things. And it is a good opportunity as well, just to like be able to give back, I guess. When we, people are so giving and so generous and very kind and very supportive of all of us, and we appreciate it. So like those little moments that we get to give back and just like connect with fans and things like that are very important. And when we were in Pittsburgh, like there were so many Gannon fans there. It's just like, it's not just like financial support, that type of thing, like that helps us get to or do trips like Vancouver and things like that, which are fantastic experiences, but also just like showing up and being there to support in like big stages like that.
I will tell you on the topic of Pittsburgh, selfishly, it was really nice to get to see a successful team inside PNC Park. That made me really, really happy because you don't get that very often. Again, that's an aside. I just figured I'd note that out. And Bella, for you, the experiences, whether it was the Elite Eight, the tip-off tourney, so many of the other things that you got a chance to do during the season, you create memories, right? And memories that'll last a lifetime. I just talked with one of the alum, Julie Kleber, last night, and so many others who have talked about how those memories last forever, and there's something that you can take from those memories. How gratifying has these experiences been for you, even in your first year, and something that you may be able to take with you for the rest of your life?
Yeah, I'm so grateful for every opportunity and every memory that I've made here. I mean, it was just very exciting to be here, be on this team, but then to furthermore go to Vancouver for the first games of the season and then to make it to the Elite Eight in Pittsburgh. It's just like, it's very, very, makes me very grateful for everything I have, because like not many people play college basketball. Not many people are getting these opportunities. So,
okay. So last season, you start the season in British Columbia. You end the season in Pittsburgh. Next upcoming year, the hope is that you end the season in Pittsburgh, but you're going to likely get to start the season in Erie for the CCA Tip-Off Classic. How exciting is that opportunity to be able to get to play in front of a home crowd? Obviously, you're going to be playing a bunch of games over a span of a few days. When you heard that you would get a chance to be hosting something like that, and you've now participated in that tournament and know how many great teams are a part of it, how exciting will it be to bring that tournament home?
It'll be very exciting. I mean, as Jordan said, like the fans, the community here, like in Erie, like the fans, they really show out at our home games and stuff. And like we saw that in our very first game in the Highmark, it was loud. I mean, you couldn't even hear each other on the court, which is just awesome for like that atmosphere. And so we're really excited to bring that for the tournament.
Jordan, how about for you?
I am super pumped. Just like kicking off the season in the very beginning of it, being at the Highmark, like that's not something we've been able to experience yet. So that'll be very cool. And then also just, the high competition, a lot of familiar teams, just that like either we've seen or heard about or been around, teams that were in the Elite Eight in previous years. So that'll be a great just challenge for us, I think, coming out with competition. And, we are a lot of people returning. So hopefully we get into stride quickly.
Yeah, luckily you're not losing much, which is a really nice thing. And I want to, before I let you both go, I want to ask about, we've talked about the financial importance of the community support, but you mentioned, Bella, about when you got into the Highmark for the first time and the new building was there and you couldn't hear and the fans were going wild, and they go wild every single game. That's just who they are and how great that they are. How impactful is that community and fan support is in game and emotionally for this team, knowing that they have your back? And again, it corresponds with Day of Giving too, but just the importance that you feel knowing that these fans in this community has your back.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, there'll be a call and the fans will be on it. I mean, it's just great to have like a supportive support system. Like obviously we have each other on the court, which is great, but then we know we have a backbone of fans and the community surrounded by us.
I'm sure, Jordan, the same for you. To Bella's point, that they let you know when there's a bad call.
Definitely. Yeah, I would say it's very fun. I mean, coach is always bringing around alumni, and they're coming up to us and they can name our names and they know who we are, and they're like, yeah, we were following this game and that game, and it's people I've never met before, but they know who I am and they can name a play that I did in the last game or something, which is just, I mean, it means a lot to have people just pay attention and follow along and care so much. And then obviously just fans that have been there for so many years, longer than, I've been here. Even my parents like come after games and like are saying, we just met this fan and that fan and they were raving about you. And I'm like, they are always just in shock of how nice and friendly and supportive everybody is around here, and how, like, I mean, they show up every time. So it's a very special thing for sure.
The alumni tell you about the play you run, and then you have to ask them, what the heck are you talking about? I ran so many, I don't even know. They know the specifics more than you do. Can you run the film on me? All right, want to thank you both for being here. I know, obviously, that things are still busy. Coach has you practicing day in, day out, but we appreciate having both of you on, and the great thing is, being freshmen, you get a chance to run this back next year, so hopefully we get to see you back in Pittsburgh again in Erie to start the season. But thank you, Jordan and Bella, both for coming on tonight.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
All right, women's basketball reaching their goal earlier this afternoon for what was, I believe, the fourth team officially to reach their $5,000 goal for Day of Giving in the Centennial celebration, 100 years for Gannon University. We are continuing along in our Day of Giving live stream. Before we go to a break, I'm going to look at Carrie and see if that tip that she gave is allowed to be officially confirmed. If not, we're going to go to break. All right, we're going to hold you. We're going to hold you on the fishing hook for just a few more minutes here. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break and be back for the 6 o'clock hour. We've got so much more going on. Men's golf is going to join us. We're going to chat about the excitement over Day of Giving and the regional for them as well, because Whispering Woods is hosting the Atlantic East Regional coming up in a couple of weeks in the downtown-ish Erie area. So we're going to talk about that and what it will mean for that team and the excitement that you can get around it as well. As a reminder, Day of Giving continues all the way until 8 o'clock this evening. We still have more than 2 hours to go. You take a look at where athletics is right now. We have raised over $58,800 from 442 donors. If I back it out to the university as a whole, 1,115 donors, over $335,000 raised. This has been a record-setting and monumental Day of Giving, as it should be, for the Centennial celebration for Gannon University. All right, we'll step aside, take a quick break, be back with you for the 6 o'clock hour. Hopefully some great news to share with you when we get to that point. Stay tuned, everybody. Our Centennial celebration continues on our Day of Giving in the next hour as we get ready to get set for the top of the 6 o'clock hour. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right, we are back on our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving live stream. Welcome in, everybody. Isaac Petcash joining you in the Recreation and Wellness Center. We have a full crowd inside here right now, inside the building, getting ready off to the side. A couple of our members of the men's golf team, and inside of our viewing audience room, hundreds of people, quite literally, at this moment watching our Day of Giving live stream. We hope you had a wonderful Friday. If you're just joining us, this is our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving live stream. We are live until 8 o'clock tonight. I want to stress to you all right now, I know it has been a long day. I know we started with a live podcast last night from 6 to 8. I know we started this morning at 8 a.m. You're probably tired. You're probably thinking, man, I just want this to be over. Let's lock in, people. We got an hour and 45 minutes left to go. No excuses. Let's make this happen. Let's make this last hour 45 the best hour 45 we have had, because we still have a really, really, really exciting opportunity to be able to have such many gifts given to the athletic department and student athletes at large for Day of Giving. Carrie McKay has just made a challenge to everyone tonight. Can we get to $75,000 total by 7 o'clock? We got 45 minutes to do it, Carrie. Let's go ahead and take us through where we're at right now and what we need to do to be able to get there.
Of course. So sorry. Lots of exciting things going on. Let me get my board up to show you where we are at. I know that if you are checking in and you're looking at our goal on the website of 100,000, it might look like we're a little bit far away, but that's not really the case because of our matching goals. Again, I cannot stress enough that every donation that comes in is worth more than you are giving. That is an incredible place to be right now. And I really think over these next 45 minutes, we can get up to 75K. And I need your help. I've been sending emails out to everybody that I know. I have been texting tirelessly with the coaches. We have some really great news that just came in that we are getting really close to being able to have that going for 6 straight for women's golf. And that's huge for Dixon Cup standings. So again, I'll remind you, we are in first place, but we want to make that no competition. So another great thing is we had baseball. They had a sweep today, and they're still fully alive for the PSACs. So a lot of great things that are going on. Baseball is super close to their goal as well, a little bit under 1,500 until they reach their $5,000 goal. So how awesome would it be to have the great day that they did and then be able to pie head coach DJ Gannon in the face if they reach their goal? We need you. So hang in, like Isaac said, hang in there for a little bit while longer with us. We're going to give you some awesome more updates. And I think men's golf is anxiously waiting to come on the air.
Yes, they are ready and set to go. Let's bring them on right now. Kyle Westphal and Rasmus stepping in from men's golf joining us. Do they ever have a busy next couple of weeks, folks? And they are trying to reach their goal as well. As Carrie McKay mentioned, their golf partners on the women's side sitting right now in first after day one of the PSAC tournament. So they're off to a great start. Dee Dee Peterson currently sits in first place overall in the individual standings. And of course, as Carrie mentioned, baseball sweeping Lock Haven today. They're going to look to lock it down, no pun intended, and get a series sweep tomorrow on senior day. And if they do that, Taylor, it's a pun. It's okay. It's no big deal. And if they do that, then they're going to get a great opportunity to get into the PSAC playoffs, knowing that IUP, the team that they're just behind, is in the fray. Kyle and Rasmus joining us from the men's golf team. Gentlemen, it's great to see you guys. We appreciate you taking a few minutes here to join us. So you're very familiar with Whispering Woods in the last couple of weeks, and we'll start by talking about the regional coming up in the next couple of weeks at Whispering Woods. Kyle, I know you had a chance and the team had a chance to be able to play that course, but I just want to ask you from a playing perspective, how exciting is it to get to be able to have a regional right here?
Oh, it's very exciting. I think we have a great opportunity to host the regional here at Whispering Woods in Erie. We have a great advantage on the golf course, and it's going to be a great opportunity to show what we're made of. We just had a playoff win on a regional preview, so that's great momentum moving forward.
Giovanni sank a 15 or so foot putt. What was that reaction from the team when that thing went in?
Oh, that was amazing. We all went crazy. It was great for him.
I was going to say, not a high chance of making that putt either, so what an ending to that. Rasmus, when you look at what this regional will do to help your program and get everybody excited for it, take us through, A, what it means to be able to play it, and then B, the opportunity that presents in front of you when that regional comes in the next couple of weeks in May?
Yeah, it's wait, can you say that question again?
Yeah, no. I was just going to ask about how exciting it's going to be to be able to play in front of the home crowd and the opportunity that awaits you to potentially perform really, really well at the regional tournament.
Yeah. It's definitely fun to play here at our home course because you get to see so many supporters out there, and seeing familiar faces is a really fun thing. And yeah, home course advantage, that's always exciting.
When you look at, and I'll go to you first with this, Kyle, because, we know that earlier in the season, it was a tremendous opportunity for you guys to bring home program history, and you accomplished that with your first ever PSAC team championship. Take me back to that moment and what it meant to you to be able to win it, the momentum you've been able to carry over. What's so special about this team that has allowed you to have so much success this season?
Yeah, I know. I think we had a slow start to the season. We got third place in our first event, which we were pretty kind of disappointed with.
Yeah.
But we all worked hard. I think after that we won I think we won every event in the fall, including the PSAC championship, which, like you said, was our first one. So that was awesome to do, and then keeping that momentum into the spring. We haven't had the greatest start we wanted, but we're working to it, and we see that result with a win in the regional preview.
As we move forward through the season, Rasmus, one of the things that I think, and by the way, I appreciate your smiles on the course, by the way. It made it easy for me to take pictures over there at Whispering Woods. This team has, it seems like a really cohesive bond. You guys understand, and I was talking with the women's golf team in our preview in talking about getting ready for PSACs and getting ready for big tournaments. And one of the things that they said is it's a sport where you can't get too high, can't get too low, but you have to believe that the people behind you are going to be able to pick you up when you make mistakes. How much trust do you have in each other on the golf course to believe that if and when you do make a mistake at times, you've got other guys to be able to pick you up?
Oh yeah, I have a lot of trust in the guys when we're playing. I sometimes look at the leaderboard while I'm playing and I see that maybe I drop one or two shots and I see that somebody else picks them up, and then that just motivates me more to keep pursuing, doing better and better.
So let's talk a little bit about Day of Giving. Kyle, you're a local kid. You know this area really well. You've played every golf course here, I think, about 7 million times, and you know the community and how important it is. Take us through, if you don't mind, just how important a day like this is today for this team and what it can do to help set you up for success in future years to come.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Like you said, growing up in Erie, we have a tight-knit group of golfers, both, youth golfers, older players. We all know each other. But for the opportunity to kind of give to Gannon Golf, it would give us opportunities to play in more tournaments, send more guys, get better facilities here, so it would really help us out. Anything helps to improve our play.
As a local kid, and we talk about this with so many student athletes about how the bond and the relationship between the Gannon community and Erie is really, really strong. How quickly did you notice that when you came to Gannon? Obviously, you had a great high school golfing career in this area, and then coming to Gannon and having that opportunity to get to continue it. How have you felt like that relationship has been between the Erie community and Gannon since you've been here?
I think Erie is definitely a Gannon town more than anything. I know so many people I've met, hey, I go to Gannon, oh yeah, I graduated from there, 20 years ago. That's awesome. And one thing, actually, I played in a Erie golf tournament, and I was playing there, Gannon golfer, and then an older guy, both Gannon golfers in the past. So, they're all around. We all hang out with each other still.
I was going to say, when you play EDGA and you're a match play, it'd be hard-pressed to not have to, 3 or 4 that you got to go through to be able to win the tournament. Rasmus, for you and the opportunity to come to Gannon and get to be part of this team, how gratifying has it been for you in the time you've been here to be part of this team and what it's meant for you during your time on campus?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to come here. It's definitely different from back home, but it's a great experience to be here.
When you got here and when you started your time here, how quickly did this feel like home? I mean, I know it's never going to feel like home, but how quickly do you feel like this became a second home for you, if you felt that way, and kind of what this place means to you?
Yeah, it went really fast. You come into a new school, but you're part of the golf team, so you get settled in really, really fast.
Yeah.
And since we have a couple of other internationals on the team, we bond easily, and the Americans on the team as well. You know, they're pretty funny, so it's easy to get along here.
Okay, who's the funniest on the team, Rasmus? Do you have
the funniest on the team?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like they had to do a stand-up comedian routine, and you had to pick one to listen to.
This is I'd have to say Kyle. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly.
Would you agree with that sentiment, Kyle?
That's sweet of him.
Yeah.
I was thinking Michael.
Captain
Michael.
Michael would be a pretty good one. He just seems like a guy that could crack a joke, whatever, and it would be pretty good. Guys, we've obviously talked about Day of Giving and just the importance of the community support and whatnot, and I think that is evident. But I want to ask, and just in closing here, you guys have had an opportunity to be a part of this team now. You know how special this Gannon area is. For people who may be considering a college choice or wondering where to go and what to do, what about Gannon is so special that would be a recommendation, Kyle, for them to come here as opposed to anywhere else?
I think Gannon, to be honest, being a local kid, I came to Gannon not with a ton of expectations for what it would be like. I was kind of open-minded, but it's been awesome, especially being on the golf team. We hang out with each other every day. It's been awesome, and I want nothing else.
Rasmus, what about for you?
Well, it's such a good community here. So as an international student, that's what means the most, that you can be a part of something. And that's Gannon does a really good job of that.
Yeah. All right. Before we go, I want to ask you guys just out of curiosity, because I'm always fascinated about players getting to play at different places and kind of your favorite places. But you get to pick one golf course in the world. You cannot pick Augusta National. That is off the table because that's way too obvious. One golf course that you could play without any restrictions of any kind. Rasmus, we'll start with you. What course would you pick, and where is it and why?
Well, what comes to mind first is probably TPC Sawgrass down in Florida. Iconic 17, 16, the finishing holes there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think you could birdie 17?
Probably.
I believe it.
Probably with a couple of water balls, but eventually, yeah.
Couple mulligans without a doubt. All right, Kyle, how about for you? No Augusta.
No Augusta makes it so hard.
I was going to say, well, I don't want to make it easy for you guys.
I think any course, I'd have to go semi-local.
Okay.
Oakmont Golf Course in Pittsburgh, hosted the U.S. Open this year. Just a great course.
Yeah. Have you gotten a chance to, obviously the U.S. Open's coming up this year. Are either the two of you going to get a chance to go down and check things out?
No.
Oh, I wish. I know a couple of people are volunteering and whatnot there, but maybe someday. Who knows? Gentlemen, we really appreciate you guys coming out onto this podcast tonight. I do want to wish you luck. We're going to be talking a lot more to you in the coming weeks about the regional, but it's so exciting for this to be at home, and we can't wait to see what you guys do and accomplish, and hopefully similar results to what we saw in your victory as a team in the regional preview. So best of luck. Can't wait to see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
All right, Kyle and Rasmus joining us on our live Day of Giving special. Appreciate the men's golf team coming on. Scott Stano, their head coach, currently in Kutztown, because as we've been talking about, the women's golf team, as it stands right now, is in first place overall after day one of the PSAC championships. They are going for a not first, not second, not third, not fourth, not fifth, but a sixth consecutive PSAC team championship. And Dee Dee Peterson, who currently stands in first by one stroke after today's action, is currently in not first, is currently looking for not her first, not her second, but her third straight PSAC individual championship. Other results today, as we talked about, baseball sweeps Lock Haven today. Folks, they are still very much alive for the PSAC tournament, and they can use your help for this and other future year success if you get to the baseball program in the next hour and 30 minutes. So make sure to consider that. And again, DJ Gannon, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He would be happy to get pie in the face, no question about that, especially with that happy ride home from Lock Haven tonight. A tough loss for women's water polo today in what was a crazy back and forth game against Fresno Pacific in the WWPA playoffs today, but some history made for women's water polo as Jade Strickland moves into 7th place all-time in Gannon program history with 184 career goals. She's also now in 5th place overall in program history with assists. She's sitting at 99 total for her career. So what an effort today from Strickland and the Gannon water polo team, and they'll continue on in their endeavors with an opportunity to pick up some placement awards later on in the weekend. So congratulations to all of our teams competing again. Men's golf getting ready for the regional. They would love your support for Day of Giving coming up as we get ready for that regional at Whispering Woods in the early portion of May. And then acrobatics and tumbling, in case you missed it, Brandy Duran literally came on the show at 1 o'clock when her feet were set to walk off and onto the plane to head to Sioux Falls, South Dakota for the individual event national championships in the synchronized toss event on Sunday, April 27th. So we got a lot of exciting things going on around the athletics department, whether it be sports that are happening now, sports that are happening in the fall, or sports that are happening in the winter. The list goes on and on and on and is endless. Also, speaking of men's golf, we can't release anything just yet, but we also know the teams for the Atlantic East Regional. So that news is hopefully coming out very, very soon. So we're excited to be able to reveal that and show you what teams you'll be able to see at Whispering Woods when the regional commences in just a couple of weeks' time. I am going to send it in just a couple of minutes over to the big board. We'll talk with Carrie McKay and Taylor Brown about what is going on here around the Gannon Athletics page and things of that nature. I also want to mention, too, this is something we have not brought up that it is important to bring up as we continue along through our Day of Giving. One of the things that we talk about is how important the alumni base is here, how important is former student athletes and coaches are to Gannon, and when you're here, your family. We also want to mention as well that 3 of the 8 inductees this year to the Erie Metro Hall of Fame class, and that is a very esteemed Hall of Fame, so many incredible people from Erie sports as a whole, is without a doubt in that class. 3 of them are coming from Gannon this year. Women's basketball head coach Cleve Wright, Dave Szynski, and James LaCourchick are all being inducted into the Erie Metro Hall of Fame, all with great careers at Gannon in various different departments. So we salute those 3. We wish them congratulations, and just again, showing one of many reasons why Gannon Athletics continues to be a preeminent program around the country, and why your support is so important and so invaluable for so many of those teams. In just a few minutes, we're going to get to some more updates on the big board. We want your support throughout all of 8 o'clock. We've set a new goal. Can we get to $75,000 raised by 7 o'clock? We are well on our way there, but we need your help. We need you to be able to support us in whatever way that we can, and we appreciate any donation that is coming here. Of course, our overall goal of $100,000 is also something that we believe we can attain as well, and we feel is very, very, very important. And we don't take my word for it, though. Take the coaches and the student athletes' word in our administration as well, because as we know, Carrie McKay, this is crunch time, right? I mean, you're a former coach yourself. We watch athletics all the time. We're in the 4th quarter of this ball game, and we got to get things rolling. Take us through what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, we're down to the wire. And as we all know as athletic people, that's where it really matters, and that's where it counts and where change can happen. So we are calling on all of you to help us reach 75K in the next, we have how many minutes left? We have 28 minutes left to reach that goal. I know it's a big ask, but I also know that Knight Nation and the Gannon family is capable of incredible things. I've seen it so many times over this past year and over the past 9 years that I've been working here at this university in this amazing department. I cannot say enough that the support of the team behind our teams is really, truly incredible and inspiring, and there is nothing that they can't do. I mean, look at the numbers behind me. From afar, I can see that very tall skyscraper bar from men's wrestling. Just what they were capable of today was incredible. I want to see some of our other bars grow, and they have in the past couple of minutes. So we're getting really close. We're just under 450 donors. We're at 449 right now, and we have 1 hour, a little bit over 1 hour remaining. We are at $60,324, and those numbers keep increasing. I'm going to keep making asks and see what I can do and what connections I can tug on a little bit. But I need everybody watching to share this stream. Log on and get your friends, your family, maybe your friends that aren't your friends or whatever, everybody on the stream that you know, and help us reach our goal. We need you. We can't do it without you. We have acrobatics and tumbling. We had $1,000 gift from a very generous donor just come through, so they are at $1,225. And I know I've been told from a source that is currently running through the airport to reach their connection in Chicago, I believe, to get down to nationals. So they could use your support. And obviously we can't help them catch their connecting flight, but we can help them reach their $5,000 goal right here and now.
And Carrie,
So-
keep in mind too, for acrobatics and tumbling, your support helps them go to events like championships, and they are looking for a 4th consecutive national championship in that synchronized toss event.
Yeah. And I know we're looking for some fact checking here, but again, if they get this national title in this event, it'll be the 4th time in a row, like Isaac said. And I don't think that's ever been done. So I think they are an incredible team. You guys, probably one of my favorite teams to watch. So exciting. The athleticism, the dedication, the sisterhood on that team is phenomenal. And they could really use our support. So show them your love right here and now by considering making a gift to their program. If you cannot make a gift, like I said, share the word, spread the word, share the link, go on social, get people to log on. How many viewers are we at right now?
We're almost at 500 concurrent.
I feel like we can beat that number. I know we have over 600 student athletes, so I'm not sure why we're not over 600 viewers. So
well,
let's log on.
I caveat with this: Instagram viewers do not count. We are probably nearing 600 if you count Instagram viewers. But I will say, as we've been going through this stream, viewership has steadily increased. But we're at the final 90 minutes, and work is over. So just hop on.
Log on.
And
We can use support.
that QR code above Carrie's head to the right-hand side is how you can get all the information. It's really easy. All you got to do is scan it, make sure that you use it to the best of your abilities, and then go ahead, donate, give. Make sure that you also, to Carrie's point, you share on social media how important the Centennial Day of Giving is. We've got an hour and 24 minutes left to go, and I thought what would be appropriate, because we have so many teams that are competing to get to that $5,000 goal, that we would share the 6 plays that are competing for our Gannon Athletics Play of the Year, which is going to be revealed coming up on Tuesday night at the end of the year ceremony. And a reminder, as we've been talking about, your support can be helpful for Gannon Athletics. Your support on social media can be very, very helpful. Keep that mic, Carrie, because I want you guys to comment on the plays of the year here, especially Taylor, because Taylor was here for more of the plays than I was in the fall. But your support for the play of the year as well will allow us to vote and elect what we think is going to be the best play of the year. So go on to social media after you've given your gift for Day of Giving. Head over to our athletics page, Gannon Athletics, on X, on Facebook, and Instagram, as well as our YouTube page. We have all of our 6 plays of the year up, and all you have to do is like, comment, and let us know which play that you want to be the play of the year, and your options are as follows. So here are our nominations
for the 2024-2025 Gannon Play of the Year.
With our first play, and it comes from the fall. How about this goal by Paige Taylor? Can I just say, there are no buzzer beaters in soccer, but I really think that there should be a term in the Merriam-Webster dictionary for a buzzer beater, because, Taylor, this was about as darn close to a buzzer beater as you can get. I'm going to show you again. Paige literally put that in the top corner like a postage stamp, and you were there for that moment. I can only imagine what it was like in person.
Yeah, so originally we got to host the PSACs.
Yes.
And we opened up with Kutztown, and we ended up dropping that match 2-1 to them. So it was really like a redemption game. And I just remember when we were hosting regionals, the women's, you saw the look in the women's eyes, and it looked like they weren't losing this game. It was an intense game the whole time. And then the final seconds, Paige just took her shot, and really no one really thought it was going to go into the back of the net until you hear an eruption of the athletes, and it was actually one of my highest moments statting, so it was pretty cool.
That was some shot. If only I'd have been there to be able to get it on video too. I feel like a lot of these great moments I just missed at the very last moment, so I'll take the blame for that. It's fine.
It was electric.
I can imagine. It's electric. Sorry, going back to our songs from earlier. All right, here's number 2. So this play I actually called on the radio. Gannon down, I believe it was 4. That was down 3 at the time, 21-18 with mere seconds to go. And Tank Mason, what a catch on that home run heave to set up what was the game-winning touchdown for Gannon to beat Edinburgh in a rivalry game. Just a broken play that didn't look like it was going anywhere. And Tank said, just chuck it up to me. I got this thing. And he did. And it's great that we're going to have that Tank back for another year. What a catch. And just putting the dagger in the hearts of what was Edinburgh that day. That was an exciting play.
Yeah. Anytime we win in a crosstown rivalry is an amazing day for us. And that was a great play. And also, what a name, Tank. What a name. How fitting.
An appropriate name, too. Tank is a tank at wide receiver for Gannon. You know who else can provide really great offense when he's hitting the ball well is Ian Soto. This was a couple of weeks ago against Slippery Rock. What makes it even more impressive, in addition to the fact that it's just your typical walk-off 3-run home run, is he did this in a driving rain. If I pause this, you can see this rain pelting down. I was inside on this day because I believe we had an acrobatics and tumbling event. I just remember watching this, I think with you, Taylor, on the scorer's table, and I was like, I don't even know how the heck he got the ball out. It was windy, it was rainy, it was ridiculous weather, and Ian Soto just completely crushes one out in what was a huge win for baseball. That kid has power, man. If he can hit the ball, it's going to go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to play sports in the rain.
Yeah, good job, Taylor.
So should I tell the people what you were calling him when he hit that home run?
Go for it.
Juan Soto.
Juan Soto, exactly.
He hits from the wrong side of the plate, though. He's a right-handed batter.
Well, you know what? He got us the win, so that's all that matters.
That's what matters. And again, keep in mind, baseball, they're still alive for the PSAC tournament. They got a real shot coming up on Saturday and when they play IUP next week. All right, here is our next nominee for Play of the Year, Jerry Echeverria. Maybe you've heard of him. You know, he was only an All-American or whatever. Don't call it an upset. Look at this takedown, this flying takedown against second-ranked Christian Davis and in his weight class. Picks him up like a load of lumber and then slams him down to the pavement. Huge takedown. Jerry would end up winning that match in what was just an incredible all-around effort for Jerry. Men's wrestling, Carrie, they did really well today with Day of Giving, but they also did really well this season. They got 9 of 10 to national championships, and it's moments like that really showcased how good this team was this year.
Yeah, I actually got the honor of being able to travel with them down to Indy this year. And that was a really cool experience because wrestling is a sport that I, before getting that opportunity, I really needed to learn a lot about, and getting to be there and see all of the hard work that they always put into everything they do, and then getting to learn about that sport from who better himself than Tom Boyd. It was just really incredible, and getting to watch Jerry wrestle at that level, it was just a phenomenal experience. They are amazing athletes and, even better human beings. And I can attest to that for sure.
I'll tell you what, there is a level of intensity at regionals and national championships that it's really hard to find anywhere else. I talk with competitive cheer and dance, and you know this because you've been to Daytona. The atmosphere in Daytona is unlike anything else. Yeah. And I sparingly try to use the word an atmosphere unlike any other, because I think it should be reserved for only the most incredible and dynamic of moments. Regionals and national championships for wrestling is just something else.
No, it was awesome. Like,
It's
it was just
something
like
else.
buzzing, and everybody's so like, excited,
Yeah.
and the fans that are there, like the cheering sections was just like incredible, and getting to watch the my favorite part was getting to watch the champions parade at the end. Like that was such a cool experience for those athletes to get a part of that and feel like it truly was such a professional and amazing experience for them. Watching the finalists walk out with their designated walkout songs. I'm like, this I feel like it's straight out of a movie. So it was really incredible and it's just cool to be a part of it.
Jerry Echeverria are one of our nominees for Play of the Year. So here's our next nomination. Playing water polo is hard. You have to tread water. You have to do it without being able to move your arms because you got the ball in your arms. So try playing water polo when you've never played it before, when you're treading water with your arms, when you have defenders draped over you, literally trying to dunk you into oblivion, and then try to do it. And I mean, scoring is hard enough, too, because you've got to shoot into a very small goal against very capable goalies. Try to do it when you're not looking at the net, as Emma O'Gorman did against Salem in the WWPA Erie Classic. To this day, I have absolutely no idea how she made it look as easy as it was. Zero, not looking whatsoever. Defender draped on her back. The shot clock, by the way, and I remember this because the shot clock was almost turned off. It had almost expired to nothing. And Emma O'Gorman, doesn't matter, flashy finish. And then what I love is that she just turns around and says, all right, what's next, coach? Sign me up. What a heck of a play. In women's water polo, though they didn't get the victory today, they are on what I believe to be a really great upward trajectory. And I think that this team has got a lot of great things going under Zarko Sadakovic. And I think, too, when you look at the senior leadership this year, whether it's Molly Sabunia and net Jade Strickland, who we've been talking about in the senior group, this team is really set for years to come. I really think this is a dark horse candidate for Play of the Year, in my opinion. I think that this is no easy feat. She makes it look easy. But when you take into the degree of difficulty of how that goal comes to be, you got to factor in the swimming, the treading of the water, the defender draped all over you. It's difficult, Taylor. I mean, you know that really well.
I mean, you got to give props to these student athletes. I remember talking to two of my friends. One's an athletic trainer here. She played, and I remember watching the water polo for the first time because I wasn't familiar with it. And I just remember asking her, how exhausted are you playing after, like, how exhausted are you after playing like back-to-back games? And she said, sometimes you put it all out on there and then sometimes you reserve energy. And I'm like, watching them, I just got tired, and I'm just like, you know what? I give props to you guys.
You know what the scary thing to me is, too, when watching water polo is the games are short, right? The quarters are only 8 minutes long. You're in and out of there in just over an hour. I mean, most of the games in the WWPA Erie Classic were an hour and 15 minutes, and yet it is still one of the more exhausting sports out there. Now, I don't want to put a competition between swim and water polo because it's not, and the teams really, really are fond of each other, and they really care about each other. But I'll tell you what, swimming is difficult because you got to hold your breath, but water polo, it gives you your breath back, but then it basically takes away your entire lower body. So I'm really not sure which one is worse, to be honest with you. All I know is that these are freak athletes, and Emma O'Gorman, oh my, she deserves without a doubt to be in our nominations for Play of the Year. Here is another nomination. This is Nyla Burgess. You can't stop her. If you try, you're just not going to work. Take a look. I want you to take a look first and foremost at what the situation was for Nyla Burgess in this national championship. She had an opportunity to really get a great spot on the podium, and it was this pancake toss, as deemed by head coach Aaron Vandiver, that led to what would be a pin and a opportunity to move on to the third round of nationals, and really helped in what was her fourth place finish as an All-American at NCATAs. When you go back and you look at this in slow motion, the degree of difficulty is really hard because Nyla only has half of her opponent's body in her arms. Then to be able to hold on, grab the neck for what I believe is a crossface. Again, I apologize. I should know this, but I don't. And to be able to hold down for the pin. How dominant, Taylor, was Nyla Burgess this year? You literally couldn't stop her.
Nyla this year, I mean, excuse my language, but she's a beast. I mean, watching her compete at home, she was pretty impressive. And I know Aaron had talked highly about her. So really watching her live, it was amazing. I mean, I remember, I forget what meet it was, but she was down and she ended up coming back and pinning her opponent.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy moly.
She was one, it's so fascinating. So my brother actually wrestled. Both of them did for a few years. My oldest younger brother wrestled for over a decade. And one of the things that deem you as a great wrestler, at least as coaches would say, is you can be down major decision level points with seconds to go and still feel like you have the moves to be able to pin someone and win. And we saw that with Nyla this season. She was just one of many on the team, and I think her maybe more than anybody else, who you could be down 15-2 with 30 seconds to go and you still have a pin in play. You don't feel like the match is over. And so congrats to Nyla Burgess. That deserves to be a Play of the Year nominee. And it's also important to note as well, with women's wrestling, and one of the reasons why you should give to their program in addition to all the programs, but women's wrestling specifically, is because next year, forget NCWWCs, it's going to be NCAA. Just like men's wrestling, they'll have an opportunity to go to NCAA championships and have that lineup. Could you imagine that lineup from this year at NCAA championships? Now they get a chance to do it again next year with so many returning student athletes. And it's going to be a lot of fun to get to watch them compete at NCAAs. And again, your help and your support and your gifts can help them get to that point and be a part of what's going to be an amazing year for women's wrestling, because both wrestling programs, man, watch out. They're going to be lighting the world on fire for a long time. So those are our nominees for our Play of the Year. Again, you can vote on the Play of the Year all the way through the end of the night, Monday night, on YouTube, on our Facebook page, on X, on Instagram. Like, comment, share. Let us know what play you think should be the Gannon Athletics Play of the Year. We do have some preliminary data back, but sources tell me, and the source is me, that we're not revealing any of that information until Tuesday night. So if you're asking us who's in the lead or anything like that, I'm not giving that info to you because I want you to be able to go out there and vote. And I don't necessarily want any vote to be influenced. So make sure to go out and vote. Again, after 8 o'clock tonight, you can do so on social media, or you can do it while you're giving, currently right now between 6:50 and 8 p.m. All right, we are gearing up for the 7 o'clock hour. It is going to be our last hour of our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving, and we need your support. It is one of our most crucial days of the year, and it is a crucial year as well for our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. We have so many programs that are so close to their $5,000 goal, and we are creeping up as well on our goal of $100,000 raised for the athletic department. So, in case you don't know what our teams do, and for many of you on this, you do, here is a look and a highlight reel of the year that was from Gannon Athletics, some of the best plays, some of the most exciting moments, and some of the most neat pictures that you don't necessarily get to see of exciting behind-the-scenes footage from Gannon Athletics and what made this year so special as we get ready to round into the 7 o'clock. As we come on the air for the final hour of our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving, here is where we currently stand. We have some breaking news to announce as a university at large. Remember, at the beginning of the day, our goal for a university perspective was 1,000 donors. We smashed that goal at the 2 o'clock hour. So then Dr. Walter and Dr. Mary Iwanenko came on social media and they said, we've happily hit our goal, but we want a new goal. And that new goal was $365,000 total raised. As you can see, that goal has also been smashed. So with an hour left to go in our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving, Gannon University has eclipsed its secondary goal of $365,000 donated, a goal that was set just a few hours ago. Again, just going to show how important and how tremendous this Gannon family has been in the last few hours. Here is where we currently stand with the Gannon Athletics Fund. As we have been talking about, our goal as we go across the next 60 minutes and throughout all of Day of Giving is to get to $100,000 donated. Regardless, we want to make sure that as many teams as possible reach their goal of $5,000 donated and gifts given for our teams. We have so many teams, and we'll hear in just a second, that are oh so close to that $5,000 goal and just need a little bit more support from you. Your support, of course, goes to so many things. It goes to athletic success. It goes to trips. That can be trips like the Elite Eight that women's basketball went on and that women's volleyball went on earlier this season. Trips to the regional, trips to PSAC, early season trips that can set the tone of the regular season for so many of our athletic programs. And of course, opportunities for our student athletes to bond with each other that makes the student athlete experience one of the best of their entire lives and ones that they will never forget. Welcome in, everybody. It is our highest viewership yet. We have hundreds of people joining us on X, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram on our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. Welcome in. I'm Isaac Petcash. We have 59 minutes left to go, both on our live stream and on our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving as a whole, to be able to help all of our student athletes and everyone at Gannon University make sure that their experience and their success is paramount on the Gannon University campus. We've been thrilled to be with you for the last 11 hours inside the Recreation and Wellness Center field house. And guess what? We may be tired. We know you are too, but man, we're powering through. We got an hour left to go. This is going to be the best hour that we have. Joined right now by Carrie McKay and Taylor Brown at our big board. We're going to show us some data in just a few moments. Our athletic director, Lisa Goddard-McGurk, will be joining us in a few minutes as well for this last hour, Power Hour. And we've got some exciting and little fun things to get you ready for the final hour of our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. So with that, let's head over to our big board, which has been really, I think, the highlight of this live stream. I've just been the captain that steered the ship. These have been the ones that have made it really look great. Carrie McKay, where are we at right now with T-minus 58 minutes left to go? You got to turn the mic on really quickly.
Oh, first things
Bingo,
first,
there you
need
go.
to turn the mic on. And second, I need to give a quick shout out to Paco from the men's water polo team, who helped me making this lovely big board chart that you see behind us. He helped show me some fun little technological things that help keep us updated and make this all possible to be updated regularly throughout the stream and throughout the day. So thanks, Paco. You're amazing. As always, we appreciate everything that you do. We are currently at $61,839 donated to athletics, which is phenomenal. Again, this is over 20,000 more than the highest that we've ever reached for a day of giving for Gannon Athletics. So again, we are knocking it out of the water, but like Isaac said, we are not done. We have like 58 minutes left to push through.
57
56,
officially.
sorry.
We're getting there.
Sorry, the numbers. We're almost there, though. We have had an incredible 456 donors give to Gannon Athletics in their favorite team. So I can't say thank you enough. But we are not done yet. We do have 56 more minutes. So let's make the most of those. This is our Gannon Athletics Power Hour. So let's power through. We have, I want a special shout out to women's volleyball because they did get their match. So Matt Darling is $1,000 poorer. Sorry, that's not
richer.
a good way.
Wait a minute,
to
or
say
richer
that.
when you think
Or
about
richer. Sorry, I knew as soon as I started that sentence, it wasn't going to end well, but here
it. So
we are.
$4,400 for volleyball. That's
Yeah,
again,
so
they're
they need
close.
Like 575
Just over 550. Yep, 575.
more dollars to reach their goal. I just texted the coaches, so I'm sure they're going to be reaching out to some people to get that goal. They are so close. If you're on now and you have any connection to women's volleyball, please consider making a gift so that they can reach their goal. They're right there. Another close team is our men's soccer team. I know we've been talking about them a lot, but they're inching up there. They're at $3,741. So keep chipping away there. Baseball is at $3,551. Another close team as well. We've seen smaller goals bigger goals reached in a shorter period of time. So I know we can do this. Let's keep chipping away. Women's wrestling has been really killing the game. And this is, as a newer program, I'm incredibly proud of the initiative that they have taken and really stepped up this year. And I got earlier in the day the opportunity to take them over to our old phone-a-thon room and get them on the phones calling their contacts, their alumni, and they just were really full gung-ho about it, and they were just excited for the opportunity to talk to some people that support their program. So if you are on now and you are willing and able, please consider donating to women's wrestling. Incredible group of girls who work really hard and are amazing athletes. What else? What other teams do we have? Women's soccer. They are inching up in the poll. They are at 2,559. Again, they still have a matching gift that is live from Cal Graham. So for the next, I think it might be, let me check my sources really quick. Let me scroll down. Sorry. For the next $221 donated to their program, that will not be just $1 donated. That will be $2. Your gift will be doubled for the next 221. So let's keep chipping away there. Women's basketball, again, they've already reached their goal, but they still have a matching challenge live from Cal Graham. So for the next $1,200 that comes in, that's actually $2,400 that would come in. Same thing for men's basketball, another 1-for-1 challenge for up to $500 or $5,000, excuse me, for the next $3,253. So those are our matching gifts that are still live, but all of our programs still need your support, whether it's acrobatics and tumbling, baseball, competitive cheer and dance, football, lacrosse, men's cross country, men's golf, women's soccer, women's soccer. How fast can I go? Not very fast. Men's swimming, men's water polo, women's water polo, men's wrestling, men's basketball, softball, volleyball. Who else? Who did I miss? Women's basketball, women's wrestling, and athletics greatest needs. However, we did reach our goal, which is phenomenal. So great work there. That's all I've got.
Carrie McKay making sure to give us the rundown in an expedited amount of time as we bring back in our athletic director, Lisa Goddard-McGurk. It seems like just a few minutes ago we were talking at 8 a.m. Now we're talking at almost 8 p.m. What has this day been like for you in watching? It's just been an incredible day. Of course, the university has met their 1,000 goal. They've now met their $365,000 secondary goal. And for athletics, it's been wonderful to get to see all these programs and hear from all these programs about what this day really means. And I'll tell you what, but the stories from the student athletes we've heard, just been wonderful to get to hear what this program means to them and this day means to them as well.
Absolutely. They are amazing. I think I started with that at 8 a.m. and I will just continue to echo that. And it's been great to, stop down here throughout the day and speak to some of our student athletes and, listen to them. And they're just such great ambassadors of the university and our mission. So, yeah.
And we still have 52 minutes to go, so plenty of time as well. And, Lisa, we've been talking about it's so poetic, right, that we have the Centennial celebration. The Day of Giving is going so well. And even on a day like today, a Friday in the middle of April, we have teams that are also marching to the playoffs and winning. We just talked about baseball sweeping Lock Haven to stay alive in the playoff race. Of course, acrobatics and tumbling, huge wins. Acrobatics and tumbling is on a plane right now. We hope to head to Sioux Falls, South Dakota for the individual event NCATA championships. Women's golf is currently in first, vying for their 6th straight PSAC championship. Diddy Peterson currently sitting in first place as an individual. She's vying for her 3rd straight championship. And just 2 seconds ago, we got the official go-ahead to announce that all the teams in the Atlantic region have been announced. And of course, Gannon, as the host institution and as the PSAC champ, is part of that Atlantic region. So we get a chance to watch some incredible golf at Whispering Woods, Lisa, in a time of year that is just wonderful for college athletics and for Gannon as a whole.
Absolutely. Congratulations to men's golf in making the regionals. And we're excited to host a bunch of very talented teams, and for the Erie community to have that high level of golf and competition in the community. Encourage them to come out and support our men's golf team and all the teams that'll be traveling to Erie, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, let's name them. Why not? Because we just got the release and consented out. So Gannon is going to be joined by 9 other teams. They'll be joined by Charleston, West Virginia, the champions of the Mountain East, IUP, Davis and Elkins, UPJ, Millersville, Cal PA, West Liberty, Bluefield State, and Livingstone. So a lot of PSAC teams, actually a lot of teams that you saw in the Atlantic Regional preview from last week, Lisa, and this past week, I should say. And man, what a way to end it in a playoff. Giovanni Di Lorenzi sinking a 15-foot putt that I would never be able to hit. But, it just goes to show so many of our athletic programs, and we said this at the top of the day, and if you haven't gotten the idea by now, they're all so successful in their own right, whether it be successful playoff runs or the improvement year by year of these teams, and how important that at our Centennial celebration, we continue to recognize that in the fact that you are very hard pressed to find a team in Gannon Athletics that is not extending their season by 3 to 4 weeks and sometimes a month and a half, it feels like.
Absolutely. And, the great thing to complement that is our GPA has been over a 3.4 consistently for, I don't know if it's 4, 5, maybe even 6 years now. So they are performing, in athletic competition, but they're performing academically. Once again, we did a wish reveal this year for a deserving wish child, which is amazing because our student athletes raised over $10,000. And we were a finalist, one of 22 finalists out of all NCAA Division II schools for the Award of Excellence, recognizing our contributions and connections to the community and our student athletes' leadership. So it's not just exclusively to athletics. It is about excellence across the board. And I mean, once again, what amazing student athletes.
You make a mention of so many of the things that your help and support can help with. And our student athletes, really, again, it's student first and athletes second. And you mentioned the Make-A-Wish reveal. We've been showing in the last hour some of the great moments from the year, in case you missed it, because, again, this is some of the things that our student athletes get to do, what that Make-A-Wish reveal looked and sounded like just about a month ago. Just an incredible moment there from 11-year-old Joshua, and just one of the seemingly hundreds of great moments and more to come that have happened throughout this year, Lisa, and we've gotten a chance to be a part of all of them.
Absolutely. I just want to take the time to recognize these 3 amazing individuals who have been down here all day long and part of the evening at this point. I mean, thank you so much. What a testament about your commitment to excellence and really supporting our student athletes. You guys have gone above and beyond in the lead up to this Day of Giving and then just continuing it. And I can't thank you enough.
We appreciate it, Lisa. It means a lot. And I think when we talk about and Carrie and Taylor, you can both comment on this. When we talk about the team aspect, everyone thinks about, rightfully so, the student athletes and the coaches with programs. But, our athletic administration team, we have a lot of love and care for our programs as well. And for us, their success means our success. And one of the things that we've always prided ourselves on, Lisa, and I know you talk about it so often, is being a part of a greater whole, and that the sum of the parts is greater than the individual. And I think one of the things that you've seen today in this live stream is everyone who's come on this desk, whether they're a freshman, a senior, someone who's never done this before, alumni, what have you, they've all been excited and energized. And I think it just goes to show that, things like this matter to the student athlete, to the community, and to athletic administration as a whole. It's been wonderful to be a part of it.
Well, thank you guys for just putting this all together. And, I know it's been a long day. It feels like it's getting a little warmer here in the field house. So that must mean the temperature outside is getting a little warmer. But I'm like, it feels a little warmer than it did at 8 a.m. this morning.
Makes me feel a little better to know that at least it was raining all day and it wasn't bright sunshine like it's been the last few days. Otherwise, I felt like we should have moved this outside. But this has been a lot of fun. I mean, we've been here talking about all the numbers and whatnot with the student athletes and whatnot. But Taylor was talking to us off air. It hasn't really felt like 12 hours, even though we're coming up on that mark right now.
The saying, it's not really a job if you're having fun. So really, at the end of the day, it's our job to promote student athletes. And I love promoting student athletes. I don't know about you guys, but it's been a great day.
Well, I don't think we have to answer that because we've been on doing this for 12 hours. So if people don't know that right now, then they probably won't get it at all. Speaking of promoting and being excited about student athletes, we've been talking about all the accolades and the awards that so many of our student athletes have gotten, and we're getting excited and ready on Tuesday night to celebrate all of them for our end of the year celebration at the Bayfront Convention Center. We're going to be giving out many awards. We'll recognize our male and female senior student athletes of the year, play of the year, which you just saw the nominees from, and so many other awards, the Doc Beyer Award, the Bud Elwell Scholarship, PNC Achievers, the list goes on and on. And, Carrie and Taylor and Lisa, as we go through some of the list, these are just some of the individual and coaching accolades, too, that we have seen throughout this year in fall, winter, and spring sports. We've had the PSAC Football Western Division Freshman of the Year, the Western Division Men's Soccer Athlete of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, Division Coach of the Year. We've had D2 CCA All-Americans for men's and women's soccer. We have had a United Soccer Men's Coaches Scholar Player of the Year, PSAC Women's Soccer Division Defensive Player and Freshman of the Year, Volleyball Division and Coach of the Year, a PSAC Champion Scholar in volleyball, Ryan Barkley winning the PSAC Champion Scholar in swimming, and as well the PSAC Men's Swimming Freshman of the Year. So, again, it's not a one-program university here, and so many diversity that we have seen from our programs and our success are wonderful. And I think one of the things that we talked about, Lisa, with so many of the student athletes and coaches, and you can attest to this too, is the fact that if one program is thriving, it helps every single other program at the university too. And the one thing we love is that student athletes love watching other student athletes' success, which has been a lot of fun to see.
Absolutely. It's really that motto of, we lift as we rise. So, I think it energizes one another. It inspires one another. And it's all about the concept of team. Everybody strives for excellence because they want to, achieve our collective goals. And it makes it a lot of fun.
It has been wonderful to see, and I'm wondering now with 43 minutes to go if we can get an update as to where we are now in just a couple of minutes. I'm sorry, Carrie, you have been typing furiously on the keyboard. I have picked a terrible time to come to you, but again, want to remind you that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen for the next 45 minutes or so is where you can go, your one-stop shop for all the information on Day of Giving, how you can give a gift, how you can support by being an advocate of Day of Giving, and of course, how you can promote through social media until 8 o'clock our Day of Giving. Because again, the last 45 minutes are just important as the first 11 hours and 15 minutes, because as we've been talking about, this day is a big day, but the sun will come up tomorrow and we get a chance to continue to support student athletes. And so this is just a small token and a testament as to what we've seen. And, even though it is almost May, we still have a lot to look forward to at the end of this year.
Absolutely. We got Baseball Senior Day tomorrow.
We do.
So that'll be exciting. And hopefully they, are able to continue what they started today. That was 2 impressive wins
was.
today. Congratulations to them for sure.
I was just thinking about this as we hope the rain holds off, and we do. But we did just show an Ian Soto walk-off 3-run home run in the driving rain, so I don't know. maybe the bad weather is a good omen. Who knows? Lisa, we have talked about the gratification that so many of us get, and we just mentioned how important this is for us. And it's not really work if you're having fun and enjoying this. How gratifying every day for you, I know means a lot in getting to watch this, but this day in particular and showcasing who we are to the public, how gratifying is it for you to just get to see what you've been able to see from your perch as athletic director all day today?
Once again, it's just a great opportunity for us to highlight the amazing student athletes, our coaches, and our phenomenal administrators here who are diligently working all day long. Not that they don't work every day, all day long, but, to take time away from their other responsibilities to, facilitate the opportunity to share the stories of all of our programs, share a little bit more about what athletics greatest needs means and all the support that the administration that we collectively provide to our student athletes. So thank you again to you guys for, helping facilitate this. This is the first time we've done an all day live stream. So, and our podcast last night.
Yes.
So everybody was here late last night and here bright and early setting up for this morning, but it's been phenomenal to watch. Every year is truly a blessing to be a part of this program and this university, but excited that you were able to showcase that for so many people who have been tuning in throughout the day.
And the stories that we have heard today are just phenomenal. We heard what courses men's golf would love to play if they have the opportunity to. We heard stories from Pittsburgh and women's basketball and how wonderful it was to get to be at a place like PNC Park. Heck, we learned today that one of the freshman women's cross-country runners got interested in running because she was offered free popsicles on Friday. I don't know if that would be good enough for me to be interested in running, but it worked for her, and that's what we love. And so it's just those stories that we love to get to hear and love to get to share with you in the public. Let's share some information, shall we? Over to the big board. Carrie McKay, we've got updates by the minute, like it is election night at 11 o'clock. Give us the deets.
Yeah, it's 39 minutes till the end of Centennial Day of Giving. And yes, it's been a long day, and I can't believe there's only 39 minutes left. But we are currently sitting at $62,980 raised towards Gannon Athletics, your favorite teams, and our greatest needs. We have 467 that's right. Incredible donors that have given to our student athletes. At the end of the day, all of this goes to directly influence and support them and their experience and make it even better from year to year, which is what we are dedicated to as an athletic department. And I can say that confidently because I've been here as a student athlete, and the growth that I have seen across not just our department, but the university as a whole, the change that we've always been consistently making towards just the better for all of our students, because at the end of the day, that is what we're doing this for. Our students need you for 39 more minutes tonight. So I'm calling on all of you to help us make some more milestones. We this just in, we only need 14 more donors to donate to volleyball so that we can have Coach Darling reach his goal. And I think I before accidentally said that we did reach the goal, but he didn't reach the goal.
No,
So-
you said we got the $1,000 match from Coach Darling.
Okay.
But we're getting really, really, really close. Actually, their number went up. We're
Yes,
just only
yes.
a few away.
Yes, we are at 4,525. So we are super close to reaching that $5,000 goal for volleyball. So let's keep pushing there. We also had some donations come in for acrobatics and tumbling.
Nice.
They are now at 1,325. Our women's soccer team is right under 3,000. Let's help get them over that hump. They're at $2,959 donated to their program. Our women's wrestling team, again, doing great. $3,056 donated to their program. Someone else made a donation to Athletics Greatest Needs, so that bar went up as well. We are at $5,000. 573. And no surprise here, the bar for men's wrestling has been risen
Have
again.
we had to change the graph and expand the graph again?
Yeah, we expanded the graph, make it a little bit taller to accommodate their excellence here. Wow. $11,699 donated to men's wrestling, which is just phenomenal. So the gifts keep coming in. We are so appreciative of everything that you are doing to support Gannon Athletics. Let's keep it up for the next 37 minutes.
We got plenty of time still. Remember, there's plenty of time as long as there's a minute left on the clock. We have learned that. And Paige Taylor showed that to us earlier in the women's soccer season. So we're excited about that. When we talked at the beginning of the day, Lisa, about, our experiences and what makes us love Gannon Athletics, you talked about that every single day is a privilege for you and the time that you've had the chance to be here. Have you ever experienced a day of giving like this one today for your time at Gannon?
I have not. The outpouring of support has been it's amazing. And I just, once again, I'll reiterate, nothing great is achieved alone. It's the collective efforts. And this is a testament to our fans, our families, the alumni, all coming out, faculty, staff, supporting everything we're trying to achieve in Gannon Athletics, which is really supporting our student athletes. So these collective efforts are definitely going to have an impact on our forward progress. So thank you.
No question about it. We've got 35 minutes left to go. We're powering through. The pop is gone. The Cool Whip's still there. That's reserved for you at the end, Lisa, but we'll get to that a little bit later in the show. What are some of the things that, I understand that obviously there are so many things that we have on the horizon and some of the future projects and success that we look to have for Gannon Athletics. Can you take the public kind of a little bit over the horizon and some things that maybe we're looking forward to in the future, some of the things that will continue to advance us as a preeminent program across the country in Gannon Athletics?
Absolutely. I think, one of the things that is just continues to drive us forward is the vision that we collectively have for what we want to achieve in athletics. And that's a multi-pronged approach. And that is crafted by the input from student athletes, from coaches, from staff, to be able to move us forward. And, quite honestly, I think I talked about this, if I can remember correctly, back to 8 a.m. this morning. But, we really focus on those building blocks, right? The student athlete experience, the external relations part, facilitating opportunities for alumni to connecting with the community, giving back to the community, academic and athletic excellence. So when we're, reviewing and looking at our life skills programming, trying to be responsive to what the student athletes are requesting to really have that, holistic experience, and so then even, opportunities for academic support. So it's all of those things. And, every year we try to, we have our charge session coming up in May where we'll take a time to reflect and see, gather everybody's input and see how we can get better and how we can continue to, move forward in each of those categories. And it's, once again, I think when you focus on those building blocks, the results take care of themselves. You pay attention to what's important and what gets you to where you are. And it's been amazing to see everything that we've achieved, but we've had that attention to detail. We've had amazing student athletes that understand it's about academics, athletics, excellence, and then, sport is a great uniter, and giving back to the community and that engagement, how important that is too. So it's been fun. So I think we'll just continue to, try to be a little bit better every single day, and that's how you move forward.
You mentioned the word united, and I think it's such an appropriate word to use in a world that, regardless of what side of the aisle you on, it is a country and a world that continues, unfortunately, to become more divided. But yet we're in a situation here at Gannon where the united part of it continues to just be such an important part of who we are. We talk about sport being an agent for so many things, but really in our view and from, even my experience, it is an agent for unity and excitement. People smile when they come to athletic events at Gannon. You forget about the rest of the world. And for the first couple of hours that you're there, you can just focus on what's going on. You can have fun. You can enjoy yourself. And that's been something that I think is gratifying to the student athletes or the people that are watching now, or even some of the former alumni that go to these games, is that regardless of what's happening in your day-to-day life, and if you have struggles that are happening with whatever life events are happening in your life, you can take a couple of hours, enjoy Gannon athletics, and have a unifying experience that you may not get as much as you would like in this time of year in 2025.
Yeah, I think one of the things I didn't mention was, and I think we continue to try to elevate this experience, is the involvement of the greater student body, our faculty and staff, in coming out to the games and supporting, our student athletes, and just enjoying and creating an exciting atmosphere. And so, those are different pieces as well. Like, how do we bring our Gannon community together and gather around sport and enjoy that? And that's been fun too. So looking forward to, connecting with our coaches, administration, getting the feedback from our student athletes to see, what are some of those incremental steps we can continue to take to move us forward.
30 minutes left to go. We've got a half hour to go in our Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving, and the numbers are continuing to be crunched. We now are over $63,000 in total of donations. And when Carrie McKay picks up the mic with a half hour to go, that means important information ready to be shared. So, Carrie, I'm going straight back to you at the big board. You're the Steve Kornacki of the night. That's the official title. You don't know who Steve Kornacki is?
No, I haven't known who any of those people
Okay,
are.
he's an election expert. It's okay.
Oh, an election expert.
He's an election numbers expert.
Oh,
like
okay.
you are the Gannon Athletics Day and Centennial Day of Giving standings expert
All
on the
right,
numbers.
That sounds like a good thing to
Take
be
us
expert
through
on.
what we got, because we got some new information and new data coming in.
Yeah, we did. We are super close for men's soccer. They are currently sitting at 4,341.
Yeah, they're close.
So we had a pretty big gift come in, I believe, because that took us into the next 1,000 mark. So they are super close to reaching their goal. So I am calling on all Gannon men's soccer fans, friends, family, alumni. I'm sorry, I can't speak. Words are hard right now. But you know what isn't hard is picking up a phone or computer, clicking a link, and donating at least $5 to their goal. If we can get together and rally behind men's soccer, I get the honor and the pleasure of getting Billy Colton a big pie in the face. I cannot wait. I have confidence in you. So let's do this, Gannon. We are also super close again for volleyball. Volleyball is at that 4,525 mark.
Wow.
We did just have another donor come through, so I'll need to check who that went to and update my graph in a second. Who else do we got? Women's soccer again is inching towards their goal. They're at $3,000 and $3,080, I should say. So they're again getting pretty close as well. So let's keep going, guys. We are almost there. We are at 470 donors and a little bit over 63,000. No,
Wow.
pretty well over 63,000. We're close to 64,000. So let's get there, guys. We can do this together.
We are getting very, very close, and those numbers, they continue to go up. And remember, we still have time to get so many of our teams to that $5,000 mark and for them to be able to reach their goal. And then we're going to have to make a run and see if Walmart has more pies so that we can we can make that happen. Do you have another update, Carrie? That one that came through?
Just another gift for just guess who.
Let me take one look at the board and take a guess. Would that be for the one in the middle there?
Men's wrestling got another $100 donation, so they're at $11,799.
Yeah,
they are killing it, killing the game.
Yeah, man, they are doing tremendous. And again, we just see the we've talking about the alumni support, the donor support, just so much of what it is meant to be able to get to see this plan in motion for the Centennial Celebrate Day of Giving. Lisa, of course, we at Gannon Athletics are looking to be able to continue to raise funds and gifts to be able to support us. But I think what this live stream has showed, whether it's having Nancy Eisenman-Elwell on the show tonight, Dr. Iwanenko was on a little earlier as well. We've had plenty of people. Jordan Salai came on the show at the beginning of the day. One of the things that we have shown and hopefully illustrated through this live stream tonight is the fact that the collaboration between Gannon Athletics and Gannon University is so important, and it continues to become stronger and stronger every single day. And for us, it is wonderful to get to see the success the university has had with over $370,000 in gifts, in addition to what we've been able to see for us in athletics.
Absolutely. Once again, together we're stronger. And so I think that spirit of collaboration and that concept of team resonates here at Gannon.
Mm-hmm.
It's about supporting each other, no matter what that endeavor is coming out, showing our support for one another. And it's really exciting to see how well the university has done on this day of giving, and really appreciate the guests that have come and participated throughout the day as well. I think that just speaks volumes to your point.
Here are all the guests that we've had on, by the way, recapping what we've had on. Of course, Lisa came on at the beginning of the day. Jordan Salai and her team were on earlier. We talked to football, men's soccer, women's soccer, Dr. Walter Iwanenko, competitive cheer and dance, women's wrestling, men's and women's swimming, acrobatics and tumbling, baseball, volleyball, men's basketball, both cross-country teams, lacrosse, men's wrestling, Nancy Eisenman-Elwell, men's water polo, women's basketball, men's golf, and women's golf was off doing their thing at PSAC Championships. So it's been an overall really successful day for everyone, and just getting to see everything that has happened over the course of the last 11 hours and 35 minutes or so. We have a literal second clock that has been going on here on our computer, and knock on wood, we have not had any technical issues yet. I really hope that doesn't happen in the next 25 minutes. What are you looking at me for, Taylor? If it hasn't happened yet, you know what? If it happened, maybe I should just start playing Final Countdown on the loudspeakers of the field house. Anyway, speaking of, again, you talk about improvements to Gannon University, Rec Center Fieldhouse, Lisa, about to get some new turf this summer as well. And we've just been talking about the improvements. Of course, we talked about the Highmark Event Center and it reopening as well. And just those improvements really starting to show from a facility standpoint as well.
Absolutely. It's about, once again, it's about incremental improvement and that reflection. And so really excited to have the new turf coming in the indoor field house, as you can imagine, especially for the alums who are there with the eerie weather at times. This field house is critical, especially for our spring sports, and especially this spring. I think winter is finally done. So yeah, absolutely. So, the improvements there, once again, looking at the varsity weight room, which is located just off the field house here, we had some improvements there with some new equipment, branded benches, branded bumper plate. I mean, it's, once again, just continually trying to elevate that student athlete experience and pour into them so that they have the equipment and tools that they need to be successful, and the support behind them too. So
one of the things that we talked with Mel Witherspoon last night, and even some of the alum and individuals today, was when you have that upgrade in facility, when you showcase how the investment in student athletes. I mean, we date back to January 15th and what that was like in the Highmark Event Center, getting to see that opening game. It still gives you chills. It still gives you a lot of excitement. And, it's one of the many exciting events and exciting milestones that we've had in the year of athletics. I don't know if this is it for you. I've only been here a few months. You've had a chance to be here a lot longer and experience a lot more. But when you go back and you list all of the great things that have happened over the course of an academic year, I don't know if you ever get a chance to have it settle in for just how much goes on in the span of a year. Has it ever settled in for you? Just you sit back and you're like, man, I don't even know where to start with everything that's happened over the course of my career, because I can imagine for you, there's just been so much, and I'm wondering if you've ever gotten a chance to just take it in for a minute.
That's a really good question, because I feel as though, I think everyone who works in college athletics, just needs to take a step back and appreciate, because, in our industry, it is, one game after another, because you're especially for administration who has multiple sports. So you're just and I feel as though we all have that commitment to excellence. So it's constantly reflecting on how you can get better and make this better. And so I think, it's really important to take the time and, reflect on all the accomplishments and the achievements and the impacts, we've had on each other and, the positive impact on our student athletes as well. And yeah, it just even thinking about this year, so usually around May, end of May, beginning of June, that's usually when, you can take a little bit of a breath and really reflect and celebrate that. And that's why we usually have our summer celebration too, because it's important to celebrate even the smallest wins.
You're right.
And I appreciate that.
And we get caught up so much in the day to day. You never think
Absolutely.
about, one of the things that I've been told as a parent, and people give advice, and I'm sure for you, days feel long, years feel short. And I think whether it's in life or in your job, and certainly here at Gannon Athletics, that really is the truth, because we get to see so many amazing things, and we have so many amazing events on campus because we have teams being so successful. And you think, man, we have game after game after game after game. And then you get to the end of the year, you're like, where the heck did all that time go? So I totally understand. And it's been wonderful to get to see the success of this athletic program this year and the last few years. And speaking of success, we have another milestone to tell you about from the university as a whole. We just hit 1,200 total donors. That is an amazing number. That 1,000 donor goal at the beginning of this entire process was a lofty goal. It was a hefty goal. It was one that would require everyone to meet. We've smashed that, and we've then gone 20% over what we even expected could potentially happen. So from a university perspective, what a job done by everyone from, whether it's athletics or university administration to make this all happen. Well, as we've also talked about athletics' greatest needs and so many other things throughout the last few months, we continue to work on and develop projects to make sure that our student athletes have the best possible experience and opportunity on campus. Want to go back and show you what opening night sounded and looked like from the Highmark Event Center, just because I think it's fun to reminisce as we get down to the final few minutes of Day of Giving. Here's that mini movie from the 15th.
Keep being committed. Keep being committed.
Get on three! 1, 2, 3! Yeah!
All right, here we go. Stay diligent and just keep getting better. Let's go, family on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Gannon baseball program has given me so much opportunity to get out here and be a student athlete and really showcase my skills, as well as have a great time in the classroom and have a lot of support behind me from both coaches and awesome teammates.
You'll see it all the time here when we come out for the games, the people that come around here, the community, not just on the field to support us, but just helping us with our Day of Giving. It is a tremendous help to all of us.
Gannon for me has really turned my life around, really. Both the community and the athletics program has got me where I am now and got me to a place where I feel comfortable being. Our community and our alumni and every sporting cast we have in our program is crucial for me and all of the other guys involved.
Thank you. We really appreciate their all support. It means a lot for us. They push us forward for everything, even in athletic or daily life. we really appreciate it.
The last 3 years here at Gannon have been amazing for me. As being an international student, I also grew up as a person. I learned a lot about the culture here in the United States, and especially since I'm in the women's soccer team, my teammates have helped me a lot in the last 3 years. And I love the way that all my teammates try to support us, especially at practice.
For the past few years, our team has gotten continuously better with, breaking records, going further NCAA tournament, and we've been able to do that because of the community support, whether it's from the administration here at Gannon or the donors in the community, and just having our fans from around the community as well helping support us. It's helped us become even better and push us further as a team.
Means a lot to me, the way they've been treating us, the way we get treatment for our games, after our practices, getting us different types of food on the road, it means the world.
I feel truly blessed to be here. It's a blessing to be a part of a program that really cares about the players. The fans care. We've got good teammates, got good people around us, around the organization. I love my coaching staff. I'm real close to my coaching staff. It's everything I want here. This is a great experience. I can't express how blessed I am.
I love the girls. They're such a different, a diverse group because a lot of them are international, more so than domestic. So you just get a lot of different cultural experiences. And it's really nice because everyone loves each other and treats each other like a teammate. And whenever I see them on the course, they always cheer me up and I always cheer them up. So it's just a really empowering program.
It really is super helpful. We get to travel to a bunch of different tournaments and more competitive tournaments and tournaments, farther south with more donations. So we really appreciate everything. And also just different gear and different resources, and the sim room, of course, is super helpful. So all those different things and tools just means a lot to us as a team.
All right, we are back with some breaking news. As we were running some of the team videos and testimonials in that great video from the Highmark opening, news comes fast in this business, as we've learned. Breaking news, as we have learned from the university, Day of Giving has been extended until midnight tonight. So exciting news, because that means we now have another 4 hours and 14 minutes to be able to get in your gifts. And again, your support is so critical and so important that we feel it is important. The university knows it is important to be able to give everyone an extra little bit amount of time. Now, we're not going to stay on the air with you until midnight. I'm sorry. They would turn out the lights on us inside the Recreation and Wellness Center. But again, a reminder, as we get off the air here in the next few minutes, you can make sure to continue to give your gifts and encourage people to donate for the next 4 hours all the way until midnight. And this is just another opportunity to give everyone a little bit more time to be able to get in those matching gifts. And it's been a lot of fun, Lisa. So let's just give it another few hours, shall we?
Yes, why not? That's terrific.
Yeah.
I'm excited that they're extending it, and I'm excited for everyone at this table that they will not be here until midnight. But we're hopefully waking up in the morning ready for baseball, and hopefully we've reached our goal.
So keep the urgency, even though the deadline has been extended. If you were planning on giving soon, make sure to give soon. Again, you can keep that 8 o'clock deadline for yourself, but we've got another 4 hours to get to. And Carrie, I believe in a couple of seconds, is going to give some updates, because we, as an athletic department, have just crossed the $64,000 mark. Is that correct? Yes, $64,000 over has been donated. So there is still plenty of time for you to be able to get those donations in and give to the programs that you hold near and dear to your hearts. Carrie, if you are ready to get that big board fired up and give us what I think is going to probably be our final update of the evening as we get ready for the 8 o'clock hour here, Carrie.
Yeah, sorry, it's coming up. I pressed the wrong button.
That's okay.
Don't worry.
It's okay.
It
takes a couple of seconds. The big note board must populate.
The final big board update. One, I am incredibly excited that we're extending till midnight because guess what? That means I still have a chance to pie Mr. Billy Colton in the face. He did text me about it, and I know he's super excited. So we are so close. They are still at that $4,441 mark, but I have no doubt that we're going to reach that goal. And also, no surprise here, our men's wrestling bar has continued to grow. They have raised over $12,000, $12,049 for men's wrestling's scholarship funds. So this is just incredible. They have blown everything out of the water. I'm so proud of everybody that has donated and given to that. Such an amazing cause. Again, they are killing the game here. Our women's soccer team just got another gift in. They're at $3,280 as well. And again, volleyball is still super close at that $4,525 range. Who else do we got over here? Baseball, again, still super close, but still sitting at that $3,551. And then we have women's wrestling at $3,056 as well. So a lot of teams that are inching their way up. There's still time. As you now know, you can donate up through midnight as we're extending our day of giving until 12 p.m.
Carrie, a couple more donations just came in as you've been talking. We are now over $64,400. So we'll see where those numbers come in for some of our athletic programs that are looking to meet their goal. And again, as Carrie mentioned, it's on your screen. Our day of giving is extended until midnight, not our live stream, but we will keep up to date. And if Billy Colton does come down to the rec center at midnight or tomorrow or whatever, maybe we can put that on social media or something like that.
If Billy came to the rec center at midnight, I'd come to the rec center at midnight just to give him a big pie in the face.
Okay, so stay tuned for that because who knows what could happen in the next 4 hours or so. Lisa, I'm going to let you get ready for the big grand finale here of this podcast and this live stream. But before we let you go and head you over to the pie in the face zone, just your final word and maybe a message of thanks for everyone who's been a part of our day of giving today and just what it means to you to be able to get to see this one final time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for all of your support. It means so much to our coaches, the administration, to our student athletes. The impact of your donations on their experience is tremendous, and we cannot begin to thank you enough. As I said before, together we are stronger. So we appreciate everybody's support and excited that the day of giving has been extended to midnight. As I said, we're inching closer to our goal, and hopefully we all wake up in the morning because hopefully everybody's going to go to bed here at some point.
No doubt.
And we have a tremendous, phenomenal surprise and have reached our goal. So, and thank you again to this team here, the team behind the teams who has made this live stream and built this excitement for this day. And thank you so much. Go Knights.
Go Knights. What a day it has been. And like Lisa said, you've got 4 more hours to be able to enjoy this here on our day of giving live stream and day of giving. We're going to wrap things up in just a couple of minutes as we just shared with you the final numbers, but those numbers, of course, are coming in as we continue to appreciate your support of Gannon Athletics and Gannon University as a whole. All right. We are getting the final couple of little things together. Lisa, if you want to go ahead and take your headset off, because I'm not sure that whipped cream belongs in the headset. So you're all set to go. And again, thanks to all of our guests. Just going through them again. Lisa Goddard-McGurk, of course, joining us. Jordan Salai and her team joining us. We had all of our athletic programs, including football, men's and women's soccer, competitive cheer and dance, women's wrestling, men's and women's swimming, acrobatics and tumbling, volleyball, men's basketball, both cross-country teams, lacrosse, men's wrestling, men's water polo, women's basketball, men's golf, baseball, and of course, women's golf holding down the fort for us, sitting in first place after day 1 of the PSAC tournament in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. Of course, also thanks to Nancy Eisenman-Elwell and Dr. Walter Iwanenko for joining us on our live stream tonight. So it is time. I don't know if I have ever seen Carrie McKay this excited because she gets to pie her boss in the face and our boss in the face. for the second time ever. See, okay, well, at least you've gotten to do that one time. She is, we're just expelling what left we have of our cans of whipped cream. Well, now if Billy comes, you really can't pie him in the face at midnight because you've got 3 more cans. Okay. All right. Well, folks, time has come. We end with the only way we know how. Carrie in 3, 2, 1. A pie to the face. Oh, and we've got one more thing too. What goes better than pie with? Lisa, I really hope that confetti didn't get stuck to your face because I think the pie's gonna be there. Taylor, turn the camera around. Is there confetti on Lisa's face? No. Okay. Lisa's done. Lisa has stopped. She has left the building. Oh man, what a way to cap this off. Well, ladies and gentlemen, one final look at our totals right now as we take out one more look at the big board. Carrie, of course, and Taylor updating the board. Whoa! I guess the host deserved something, didn't he? All right, you know what? Just for fun festivity's sake, I'm just going to wear this around my neck. Why not? We got a few minutes left, and I can chat. So, again, congratulations to all of the athletic teams that have reached their goal. Men's wrestling, women's basketball.